curious to know what you all think about the fact that you all are being removed from committees or threatened, but George Santos has been set on committees. What does it say about the politics of our country right now? What does it say about the institution? Just any thoughts that you have about Santos being set on committees and you all going through what you're going through?
Well, I'll take a quick stab at it and defer to my colleagues, but the hypocrisy just grabs you by the throat. This is a Republican speaker who is seating a human fraud, George Santos, on committees, a serial fabricator about every part of his existence. He's perfectly comfortable with it. He needs George Santos' vote, if that's the name that he's going by these days. This is someone who, Kim McCarthy, who owes his allegiance to a party leader in Mar-a-Lago who dines with white nationalists and anti-Semites. He's putting people on committees who speak at white nationalist rallies. The hypocrisy just grabs you by the throat. But hypocrisy is probably the least of Mr. McCarthy's sins. The most significant impact is that he is continuing this destructive trend set by his party leader of tearing down our institutions, of degrading the Congress. And you know, this new select committee that he's establishing is going to simply just bring greater discredit on the Congress. And that's our paramount concern, is what he's doing to our institutions. In a bitter bargain to get the gavel, to get the speakership, he is slowly undermining each part of the work of this institution. And that's certainly not in the best interest of the country, which expect us to be working to make sure that we confront inflation, that we deal with the economic challenges that we have, that we create an economy that works for everyone. This is what our focus should be on, not on what the lowest common denominator in Republican Congress wants.
I would just add, you're seeing now the fulfillment of Kevin McCarthy's corrupt bargain. A corrupt bargain with Marjorie Taylor Greene, somebody who declared on January 5, the day before the attack on the Capitol, that this is 1776, someone who cheered on the insurrectionists, somebody who, as we honor the police officers who were injured that day, she goes to the DC jail to make sure that insurrectionists are taken care of. The first time this person's ever cared about the conditions of the jail is when insurrectionists are in sight. She's going on the Homeland Security Committee. It's too rich that the day that George Santos, yesterday, admits to the Federal Election Commission that he defrauded them in his statement, that he put $500,000 of his own money into the campaign. It's too rich the day that he admits that he lied to a federal agency, that the ranking member of the Intel Committee is pulled off the committee. It's just too rich that as the three of us are about to lose our committees, this corrupt bargain also enables Paul Gosar, who depicted himself killing a colleague, goes on to a committee. It's too rich that this corrupt bargain also includes $75 billion to defund the troops. To defund the troops by $75 billion, part of the promises that he made for this corrupt bargain. So we are caught up in this corrupt bargain. It doesn't feel good at all. It doesn't feel good personally, but that's not what's important. It doesn't feel good for the country and the Congress, because they ran on inflation, crime, border, and they're not taking on any of that. This is the nonsense.
And the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The last speaker, the gentleman, mentioned China, and I'd like to just remind everyone of a quote by their President Trump. And I like President Xi a lot. He said, I consider him a friend, and I like him a lot. I've gotten to know him very well. He's a strong gentleman, right? He's a strong guy, tough guy. So, when are you going to denounce Trump? Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida. Thank you very much, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. The American public is going to wonder why Republicans are wasting our time today with this divisive resolution instead of focusing on the real threats to our economy and democracy. I think that no one in this room would ever say glowing things about the atrocities committed by leaders like Pol Pot in Cambodia, Stalin in Russia, Mao Zedong in China, and Hitler across Europe. These dictators and their crimes against humanity have all been well documented. Why don't the Republicans focus on a real global threat, the rise of authoritarianism across the world? Vladimir Putin has illegally invaded Ukraine, pushing the world closer to nuclear war than at any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kim Jong-un in North Korea continues to threaten his neighbors and us with nuclear bombs while impoverishing his own people. And Xi Jinping in China, who recently consolidated power to remain leader for life, is pursuing policies that threaten to create a second Cold War. These are real threats, Mr. Chairman, but this resolution does not condemn these threats, and notably, the leader of the Republican Party, your leader, Donald Trump, has actually praised all of these authoritarians. This resolution is instead as divisive as it is insulting to the American public. It is trying to suggest that Social Security, Medicare, and even fire departments are anti-American. Guess what, Mr. Chairman? The American public disagrees. 70% of Americans want to protect Social Security and Medicare. None of this is surprising to me, nor is this blatant attempt by Republicans to try and scare Americans. But since Republicans won't prioritize it, I'm going to talk about the biggest threat to our way of life, to our democracy, and our economy. Many of us in this room personally witnessed the biggest threat to our democracy on January 6th, after lying to the country that the election was stolen. President Trump called upon his supporters to violently overthrow the United States government. I was here with many of you when we saw an attempted insurrection take place just outside these doors. And the lies continue to be spread about what happened, including by some members of the House Republican caucus. And the threat to our economy is not from policies like Social Security or Medicare, but from House Republicans who would seek to default on our debt rather than pay our seniors what is owed to them. In as few as 120 days from today, our country could face economic catastrophe, recession, and spiking interest rates because Republicans are basically seeking to cut Social Security, Medicare, and other critical programs or force the government to default on its debt. In just 4 months, our nation's seniors could stop receiving retirement payments. Our nation's service members on the front lines could stop being paid. Public health funding, including funds to stop pandemics, would evaporate, and our financial markets could grind to a halt. Mr. Chairman, all of these events would be solely the result of House Republicans forcing our government to default on its debt. Since 1960, Congress authorized the Treasury to pay the debt 78 times, 49 times under Republican presidents and 29 times under Democratic presidents. When Republicans last controlled the House, they raised the debt by trillion, and increased the debt ceiling 3 times without blushing. The only difference now is that House Republicans are captured by a minority that want to burn it all down and our way of life with it. Mr. Chairman, if House Republican leadership were really concerned about the economy, they would remove this resolution, and instead they would simply ask a no vote and allow amendments instead of a closed rule.
Recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They complain about delay at the IRS, and then they oppose funding to assist the overwhelmed workforce at the IRS, which is staggering under the weight of all of these obligations. So, this is the first time I've heard that telework was the source of the problem, but apparently that's what it is this week. Of course, we haven't had a real hearing, so we've had no witnesses on it. So somebody has apparently just dreamed that up. It's just been linked to the debt ceiling. Interesting that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted to lift the debt ceiling 3 different times under Donald Trump, who increased the debt of the United States by single-handedly by more than 20%. All of the debt of the United States under one president, more than 20%. Well, look, let's get back to the issue at hand. Members of Congress make very strange opponents of telework policy. Not because we don't work hard, because I think we do work hard, but we use telework all the time. Members of Congress might be in their district office working, they might be at a town hall meeting working, they might be here on the floor, they might be in a committee meeting, a subcommittee meeting, they might be meeting with constituents somewhere else, and I dare say the vast majority, if not all of us, engage in telework. And we wouldn't say to them, get back to work and stop teleworking. We understand that that's part of an overall telework policy. If people have employees who they think are abusing telework, well, they've got a problem with that employee or they got a problem with their supervisor. But it's, to my experience and knowledge, as someone who I admit may have been a little curmudgeonly in the way we're hearing some of the members are today, when the COVID-19 crisis started, the employees who are super productive at work will be super productive at home. In my case, that's almost all of them. In fact, I think it's all of them. If you've got an employee who blows off their assignments at work and doesn't turn it in, they will do the same thing if they're working from home. That's a question of supervision. So the real issue is why all of a sudden they want to turn against a decade of progress on telework policy and start affixing to it all of these other problems. And for that, I don't understand other than people seem to want to blame the federal workers for everything. Those workers belong to all of our districts. They're all across the country. 80% of federal workers are not in Washington, Maryland, or Virginia. They are all over the country, working everywhere from military bases to Indian reservations to public health service corps, to you name it. These are our people, these are American citizens, and they deserve something a lot more than the implied contempt of suggesting that if they use telework, they're not really working. I'm happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. Thank you to our witnesses. Thank you for all that you do to help keep Americans healthy, safe, and well. I'm sorry that Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, Dawn O'Connell, cannot be with us today to share her expertise, and want to express my sympathies for the sudden death in her family and her loss. I appreciate, though, that she did submit testimony and has agreed to respond to written questions. Well, all Americans are relieved that we are emerging from the worst pandemic in our lifetimes. Over 1 million American lives lost. Examining the response to COVID-19 will help us prepare for the next public health emergency. But if we take ourselves back to those early days of the pandemic, I remember very well the public was scared, they were uncertain, but public health experts in government and across the country mobilized to better understand the virus, to develop vaccines and treatments, and try to provide us with the answers in the face of great uncertainty. They worked to follow the science and improve guidance as we learn new information about the virus and how to contain it. And they were trying their hardest to save lives in the face of a new threat. The tone from the top, however, was very different. In the earliest, most critical days of the COVID-19 pandemic, then President Trump downplayed the threat, saying it was one person coming in from China, and we have it under control, and it's going to go away. He improvised from the White House briefing room about potential treatments completely unsupported by science and sometimes dangerous. Hydroxychloroquine, bleach, ultraviolet light. He repeatedly undercut the hard work of public health officials who were up against one of the greatest threats to our country in modern times. Despite this, the Republican majority now somehow claims that the Biden administration is to blame for reduced confidence in public health institutions. Over the past 2 years, Republicans have repeatedly chosen to cast blame on the Biden administration and career public servants to deflect from their leaders' early failures to contain the pandemic. And some have actively spread misinformation and tried to hide vital public health data. At last week's hearing, I stated that I was hopeful that we could avoid in this committee the kind of partisan attacks on public servants that we have seen taking root in other committees across the House, and instead focus constructively on how to strengthen our public health infrastructure for the future. Unfortunately, just one day after last week's hearing, this committee sent a letter to NIH requesting a huge number of documents and transcribed interviews of career staffers, while implying that the agency is hiding information about the origins of COVID-19. Democrats, however, remain focused on how to restore and maintain trust in the world's top health institutions represented here today. Give them the tools and the resources they need to keep Americans safe and ensure that the public has the best information based on solid science to make decisions. Combating the virus is an enormous challenge. It continues to mutate, and our response and strategies must evolve with it. But what will remain constant is my firm support for strong public health institutions which have saved countless lives. I'm immensely grateful for the witnesses' leadership. I look forward to hearing how you plan on incorporating the lessons learned from COVID-19 to further strengthen your agencies and these important missions for the future. I yield back.
Chairman McHenry, would you like to respond to that?
No. I will, it's HCon Res 9. Say to Rules Committee members, for those of, this will be my 10th Congress I've served, and those low-numbered resolutions and bills, we know what they're about. You know, coming into the majority, you got to go figure out what your first month or two you're trying to tell the American people. And I found myself in the position that I think Ranking Member Waters did, but when this resolution referred to capitalism, it got referred to the Financial Services Committee. Well, we kind of think we're at the center of the debate on our economy and all the impacts of this, but this is the first representation in my time on financial services that we actually have both socialism and capitalism housed in our committee. So please, come aboard. We'll have Marx and Adam Smith busts in the committee room now, and we can have those fulsome debates that many of us have generally. But as for me, I'd like to stick to the banking stuff, the boring stuff of housing policy, capital formation, regulation of digital assets, and all that stuff. We've got that agenda where, you know, from time to time, Ranking Member Waters and I work on. But this is a statement that the new Republican majority wanted to make about the bigger debate about our economic system. And I'm honored to be a Republican member and doing the proper bidding of my conference and to be before you on this august Rules Committee to debate these things. And I do appreciate my friend from Massachusetts in the spirit in which he said. So.
And I appreciate your honesty.
Well, the mistake that my friend from Pennsylvania made was asking if I wanted to follow up, and instead of just saying no, you know.
I was doing you a favor.
Yeah, by not asking. So with that, I'll step back so I don't get in further trouble with myself.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
and with that,
Mr. Chairman,
absolutely.
May I have the opportunity to?
I'll yield to the ranking member.
Oh, okay. I'd just like to take this moment to say that I have worked closely with the chairman, and he just alluded to some things that I think are very important. He talked about capital formation. We're going to work in a bipartisan way on that. He talked about data privacy. We're going to work on that. He talked about digital assets. We're going to work on that. Now, we really don't have time to be taking our time dealing with something like this resolution. What is this all about? Is it about saying you want to cut Social Security? You want to cut Medicare? You don't care about the debt ceiling? Please, give us an opportunity to work on these issues. Everybody alludes to bipartisanship, but I don't know if you're ready or not. I think we are. I yield back.
Well, Ranking Member Waters, I would think that this would be the most bipartisan bill. And the fact that this isn't passing on suspension just says everything about my friends across the aisle, that you can't condemn socialism. I mean, in your opening remarks, you were talking about Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi. You know what they all have in common, right?
Trump.
Trump? North Korea, China, and Russia?
He loves Kim Jong-un.
That's quite the intellectual leap. I would say communism. Would you like to denounce any communist leaders?
Well, I don't know what you're asking, but let me just. The leader of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, has made often glowing, described authoritarians like Kim Jong-un, who is condemned in the resolution. Regarding North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, Trump said, Kim wrote me beautiful letters, and they're great letters, and we fell in love. You sure you want to hear the rest of this?
Yeah, I can go through some atrocities, and you can say if you agree with them or not. You can choose to denounce them. If you'd like to go down that path, we can. What would you like to do?
Well, I would like to condemn this resolution and ask that we all give attention to the very short time that we have to do the people's work and pull it back and not even go any further with it. Why don't you just withdraw it?
All right, so Mao Zedong is responsible for between 15 million and 55 million people starving to death with a great leap forward in the Cultural Revolution. Do you denounce that, yes or no?
But Trump loves him.
Yes or no?
That's
Do you-
your leader.
Do you denounce the genocide and the
That's your leader.
starvation
Trump
of
is your
communist
leader.
China?
He speaks for you. He says he loves him. You ought to
Okay,
deal
so
with that.
you're refusing to denounce the starvation of 15 to 55 million people in communist China. You're refusing to do that.
Sir, I'm a capitalist, okay? I don't support anything but serving the people of this
All right,
country. and
I know
giving
this is your
the
phrase,
people
but
of this
reclaiming my
country
time.
an
Reclaiming my
opportunity.
time.
It's your time, you got it.
Thank you. All right, would you like to, and that's a no, you refuse to denounce that. Stalin, tens of millions died in the Bolshevik Revolution. Millions died in gulags. Do you want to denounce that?
I'm sorry, I don't deal with yes or no questions.
Okay, well, why don't you explain your support
No,
of
why
Stalin?
don't you explain it?
I'm asking you the question. Do you want to denounce that or not?
I told you in the beginning of this resolution that I discussed.
All right,
What
so
I
again,
think we
you're
ought to be doing.
So again,
But
you're
when you
refusing
tell
to denounce
me,
Joseph
like
Stalin.
we're in the kindergarten class, yes or no, I don't do that.
Okay, again, for the record, you're refusing to denounce Joseph Stalin. Let's go to Pol Pot, the killing fields of Cambodia. Do you want to denounce that? I'm giving you the opportunity.
Your Republican leader, Donald Trump, is friends with, supports Putin, Kim Jong-un. He loves him, and he led this country in being basically undermined by January 6th, including not only his leadership in telling his supporters to go after our own police officers here and use the American flag, many of them, to damage and to harm. And I haven't heard one denouncement from anybody on the Republican side. Nobody has denounced that, what happened on January 6th. Are you afraid of Trump? Do you agree with Trump? Ask him the questions. Don't ask me.
Okay, so just to be clear, I asked you a question about Pol Pot, and you started talking about the former president. Again, do you denounce the killing fields of Cambodia or not? It's a simple question.
You know that you're simply playing politics. You understand what this resolution is all about. Don't ask me silly questions. I told you, I'm a capitalist. I'm not like Donald Trump. I'm not like Republicans who claim to support this democracy, but at the same time refuses to condemn those who attempted to destroy this democracy. You need to talk with your leader, Donald Trump, about what he's doing, why he loves Putin so much, why he loves Kim Jong-un so much. You ask him the questions.
So it's quite amazing. I've asked you to denounce Mao Zedong. I've asked you to denounce Joseph Stalin.
I asked you
and
to
Pol
denounce.
Pot, and you wouldn't denounce
I
any
asked
of
you
them.
to denounce Donald Trump.
Okay. You're
I
making
asked
quite,
you to
you're,
denounce
you're
Donald
making
Trump.
quite the intellectual leap. I'm talking
I
about
asked
genocide
you
and
to
mass
denounce
starvation.
Donald Trump.
Okay, he's not
I
a communist.
asked
We're
you
here.
to. I asked you to denounce Donald Trump.
This is quite the intellectual leap, ranking member. Let's talk about Venezuela.
Let's talk about Donald Trump.
Okay, let's talk about
You
Venezuela.
answer my question.
We are here talking
Yes
about a
or no?
resolution to condemn communism and socialism. Let's talk about Venezuela. Venezuela had the largest GDP before Chavez took over.
I want
now
you
they're literally eating their dogs because they cannot feed
denounce
themselves. You want to denounce
Donald Trump. I want you to denounce the Proud Boys. I want you to denounce QAnon. I want you to denounce the KKK. When you do all of that, then we can talk.
that? Okay, so again, for the record, you've refused to denounce Mao Zedong, Joseph Stalin, Pol Pot, and Hugo Chavez. That's amazing.
For the record,
Ranking
you
member-
refuse to denounce Donald Trump. You refuse to denounce the insurrection that tried to destroy our democracy. You refuse to denounce the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, QAnon, the KKK. You refuse all of that.
So I think we've answered the question of why this can't just pass on suspension.
Will you answer the questions I ask you?
Ranking
I know
member,
this is an unusual meeting of the Rules Committee, but you come in here with a political attempt to deal with why you don't like and why you don't support Medicare and Social Security. We stand very strongly in support of Social Security and Medicare and our veterans and our seniors. If you want to talk about why you don't support them, then you should go ahead and do that.
you're doing a lot of deflecting. I mean, I asked you very simple questions, and you've just done nothing but deflect. So
I'm
again,
asking you a simpler question about
Yeah.
protection for our democracy.
All right, well, one thing that I can affirmatively say is that I would denounce Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Stalin, Lenin, Mao Zedong. I've got no problems
you
denouncing
denounce
them.
Trump?
But Chairman McHenry, would you like to explain how free market capitalism has done more to raise people out of poverty than
Sure.
any
Look,
other form?
Look, what I would say is the resolve piece of this, that Congress denounces socialism in all of its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies here in the United States. I support the objective of the resolution. I support the resolution. There's the contents of this I don't find objectionable in any way. We obviously have a larger political debate. And from time to time in our committee, we have those bigger debates. And I think I'm comfortable with the terms of our debate, and I think my ranking member is as well. And I think we all get a little bit of joy about these fundamental debates about the state of our society. But we didn't get into the piece of this resolution that I would have written in, which is, as a system, the capitalist system has lifted more people out of poverty globally than any other system in human history. Now, that's not me. I'm paraphrasing Bono. That economic opportunity for people to lift themselves up through their economic creativity, we should focus on. We should remove those barriers. We should give them greater opportunities. In Canada, if you're born in Canada, they have a system to find the best hockey players, right? And in the United States, we should have that same mentality for economic prosperity, for free markets, for entrepreneurship. If you're born on the right side of the tracks or wrong side of the tracks, if you're born in urban America or rural America, we should find ways that we can cultivate and link those people that have great ideas up with a little bit of investment capital, a little bit of lending, so that they can have their American dream as they see fit. That's what my father did, and he did it mowing other people's grass. And the people that I go meet and visit at businesses, I've been there because I've mowed their grass, right? Many of them in my community. It's not the American dream for everyone, didn't cure cancer, but it put kids through college and changed our lives. And it was that little bit of risk that my father took and that entrepreneurial spirit that created a small business. That's the type of thing that we've got to cultivate for every American, regardless of where you're born or what your current economic conditions are. And it's that system of capitalism and the free allocation of money connected with good ideas has changed us and let us outperform the rest of the world economically and in every facet of human life. And we've got to make that better in the United States. We've got to be able to outcompete our competition, especially when it comes to the Communist Chinese Party and what they're trying to implement and the economic competition we have there. I think that's a bipartisan conversation we can have on how we outcompete them. But the mentality this Congress needs to have is us being able to embrace our economic system and make it better. That's the hope, at least.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yield to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Raskins, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you much. Mr. Horowitz, following up on that, when did the SBA start using the Do Not Pay program to check the eligibility of applicants for PPP loans?
Following recommendations by SBA, OIG, the PRAC, and GAO, they started in 2021.
In January 2021, at the beginning of the Biden administration.
They said they were. It actually, I'm not sure it exactly started then. I mean, one of the issues has been getting them to implement statement, what they said, but they did make efforts to start, and they did subsequently start doing that.
Great. Well, when we passed the CARES Act in 2020, and we created the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, which you lead, the CARES Act included specific language directing the PRAC to create a user-friendly website to give the American people an overview of how pandemic relief funds were being spent, all the way down to the project community level. But guidance released on April 10, 2020 by President Trump made it nearly impossible to effectively track pandemic relief funding past the first distribution. And Mr. Chairman, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert the administration's April 10, 2020 guidance into the record.
Without objection.
So, Mr. Horowitz, how did this guidance affect the PRAC's ability to identify and prevent pandemic relief fraud?
So in the CARES Act, Congress said that the PRAC needed to launch a website within 30 days. We did. Go to pandemicoversight.gov. You can see how the money's been spent. You can get to your local zip code if you'd like. We were challenged at the outset because OMB leadership decided to use what was already existing reporting tools in usaspending.gov, which we did not believe was sufficient. GAO did not believe was sufficient, and SBA and others, IGs, didn't believe was sufficient, to meet the requirements of the CARES Act. The memorandum that went out that you mentioned put that in place, and it limited our ability at the outset to get the data we needed. For folks who followed our website from 2020 forward, you will see gradual additions to the website. Indeed, SBA wouldn't give us the information, this is an SBA agency issue, until September or October of 2020. We couldn't get much of any data from them because they were litigating FOIA lawsuits.
Gotcha. So do you think that that guidance met the language and the spirit of the CARES Act requirements for tracking pandemic relief spending all the way to the ground?
The public should know where money went. Congress needs to know where money went. You can't figure out whether a policy worked, whether it's been defrauded, who's accountable, if you don't know where the money went.
Mr. Darrow, following the 2008 financial crisis, President Obama signed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act to stimulate the economy and to get us out of the Great Recession. I think that was a $787 billion program, if memory serves. Do you think that that Trump administration 2020 guidance we're talking about effectively incorporated lessons that were learned from Obama's successful implementation of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act?
not to the full extent that they should have been. The Recovery Act reporting required reporting from recipients, and the Recovery Act Board created that. So you had much more timely reporting than what you had under the guidance that Mr. Horowitz just talked about, which is using usaspending.gov. So, you know, they could have taken and some of those lessons, I think, so.
Gotcha. So, well, Mr. Horowitz, then, did you at all express your frustration with this undermining of the CARES Act determination that the public have complete accountability and transparency?
At the time we were meeting with, PRAC leadership was meeting with OMB and expressing the need to have better reporting portals than what existed with USA Spending. There are many issues with USA Spending. IGs have written about those that need to be fixed. GAO has written report after report about that. Those need to be fixed. If you want to find the best information that's out there, it's actually for the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which was the $150 billion in the CARES Act that went to the states. The reason that's there, that information there, is because the Treasury IG, working with the PRAC, created the recipient reporting portal. We couldn't do that. It cost us money. They cost them money. We couldn't do that for, you know, trillions of dollars. But that's what needs to be done.
Well, I'm proud that we included those provisions in the CARES Act precisely to ferret out fraud, to try to prevent the waste and abuse. But it obviously requires leadership at the presidential level, at the very top, a commitment to making sure that everything is accountable and transparent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Mr. Chairman, thank you kindly. Our committee's purpose is to ensure that government is effectively delivering on its promises to the American people. And as the new ranking member, I'm eager to work with you and the rest of the committee in carrying out this shared responsibility in a thorough, serious, nonpartisan, and even-handed way. When I heard that our first hearing would spotlight pandemic relief programs, I was pleased because I thought it would follow up on everything the Democratic majority had been doing in the 117th Congress since COVID-19 began. I was hopeful for an opportunity to consider together how we can identify schemes of fraud and self-enrichment, ripping off the taxpayers, and continue to strengthen the structural efficiency of critical government programs that help families and businesses across America meet the challenges of the pandemic. Just as the political system and the campaign finance system have recently been proven shockingly vulnerable to imposters, hustlers, con men, big liars, outright fraudsters, and fakes, some of the programs developed to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic have proven vulnerable to the relentless, deceitful, and fraudulent designs of criminal predators when they, too, decide to exploit the generosity of the American people. The traditional language of waste, fraud, and abuse does not quite capture the confidence games and organized criminal artifices and schemes that have targeted and exploited relief programs built on the solidarity and goodwill of the American people. The House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus, which was chaired in the last Congress by then Majority Whip Clyburn, in which I served on, led the effort to identify and combat these criminal actors. The subcommittee conducted no fewer than 7 hearings focused on rooting out fraud in relief programs. I will never forget how, under Chairman Clyburn's leadership, in our first week or two of existence, the subcommittee recovered an improper $10 million Paycheck Protection Program loan. Less than 3 months later, we helped secure the return of $109 million from a nursing home chain that was not using the loan as Congress had specifically intended. In March of 2021, we exposed how the Trump administration's reckless mismanagement of small business relief programs and refusal to implement basic anti-fraud controls led to nearly $84 billion in fraudulent loans. Just months later, we issued another report highlighting how the Trump administration awarded $95.7 million in pandemic food box program funds to 3 companies that all raised severe red flags. Then again, in April of 2022, we showed how Trump White House officials overruled career Department of Defense officials to approve a $700 million national security loan to a single company in violation of legal requirements, and so on. We used the spotlight and bully pulpit of a small subcommittee to expose and reverse colossal frauds taking place against the American people. While I remain optimistic that this hearing can meaningfully explore ways to ensure that taxpayer dollars go where intended. I confess I'm troubled that some of our colleagues seem to want to cherry-pick facts and deploy distorted figures to attack the underlying legitimacy of the programs themselves, the programs that were a lifeline and salvation for millions of businesses and families across the country. Recall that while the former president denied, trivialized, and dismissed the COVID-19 pandemic, it was Congress which acted responsibly and swiftly and in bipartisan fashion to create and supercharge programs that saved countless businesses and families from bankruptcy and ruin. These programs included expanded unemployment insurance benefits and the PPP program, which empowered families and businesses to avoid economic collapse. As a result of our actions, the COVID-19 economic recession was the shortest on record. The programs were by no means perfect. Antique government IT systems, many running on obsolete software, collapsed and were incapable of adapting to the scope of the crisis. States entered the pandemic at a 50-year low for unemployment insurance system funding, and UI claims burgeoned from 211,000 to 6.6 million, a 3,000% increase over a three-week period in March of 2020. People unsure of how they would pay their housing or medical bills panicked as they waited hours on phone calls for customer service representatives or reached endless busy signals in unemployment insurance purgatory. My home state of Maryland was no exception. In the one-year period from March 2020 until March 2021, my district office received 1,400 anguished constituent requests for help with unemployment. This is in contrast to one constituent request we received in all of 2019. Congress asked agencies and states to do the near impossible, and they did their very best. Expanded UI benefits kept an estimated 5 to 6 million people out of poverty in 2020 and 6.7 million people above the poverty line in 2021. The Center for Budget and Policy Priorities estimates that expanded benefits may have saved the lives of as many as 27,000 people in high-risk occupations who may have died from COVID had they not had access to benefits. Organized criminals and fraudsters took advantage of these circumstances by exploiting weaknesses in our IT systems. This problem was compounded by critical decisions made by the Trump administration that hamstrung pandemic relief anti-corruption oversight from the very outset, crippling the government's ability to detect fraud. Despite specific legislative instruction from Congress in our pandemic relief bills, the Trump administration regularly told agencies to ignore data reporting requirements. But congressional Democrats and the Biden administration have worked diligently from the start to recover funds stolen by organized criminal groups and other fraudsters, help states modernize their IT systems, and build new structural capacities to detect and prevent fraud. Under President Biden's leadership, departments and agencies across the government moved swiftly to strengthen program integrity and bolster efforts to prevent, detect, and pursue fraud, which festered under the lackadaisical stewardship of the prior administration. In the days preceding this hearing, Republicans have claimed that Democrats on this committee and in the Biden administration neglected to conduct meaningful oversight of these programs. The record demonstrates these assertions are baseless. Democrats have systematically ferreted out fraud, waste, and abuse in pandemic relief, although we all can certainly be doing a much more effective job, and that's what this hearing should be about. As the work of the 118th Congress commences, I urge all of my colleagues across the aisle and on our side to remember the crucial role this committee must play in eliminating fraudulent schemes by imposters in order to protect the integrity of the programs that we adopt and that America needs. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to yield back.
That is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. If she's here. It's your turn. You want to go? Okay. We won't start the clock till you get there.
Appreciate also your generosity. I just want to start off right here at the top here. This isn't even my line of questioning, but I'd like to submit to the record a Washington Post article now warning about Hunter Biden laptop disinformation, the guy who leaked it. Here's the deal. Before I even get into my questions, I think that the story here with the Washington Post reporting is that what they're saying right here, when the New York Post first reported in October 2020 that it had obtained contents of a laptop computer allegedly owned by Joe Biden's son Hunter, there was an immediate roadblock faced by other news outlets that hoped to corroborate reporting, as many did. The newspaper wasn't sharing what it obtained. New York Post had this alleged information and was trying to publish it without any corroboration, without any backup information. They were trying to publish it to Twitter. Twitter did not let them, and now they were upset. I believe that political operatives who sought to inject explosive disinformation with the Washington Post couldn't get away with it. And now they're livid. And they want the ability to do it again. They want the ability to inject this again. So they've dragged a social media platform here in Congress. They're weaponizing the use of this committee so that they can do it again. A whole hearing about a 24-hour hiccup in a right-wing political operation. That is why we are here right now. And it's just an abuse of public resources, an abuse of public time. We could be talking about healthcare. We could be talking about bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. We could be talking about abortion rights, civil rights, voting rights. But instead, we're talking about Hunter Biden's half-fake laptop story. I mean, this is an embarrassment. But I'll go into it. Ms. Navarrete, let's talk about something real. I'd like to show you a tweet posted by former President Trump about my colleagues and I on July 14, 2019. It says in part, quote, "Why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came? Then come back and show us how it's done. These places need your help badly. You can't leave fast enough. I'm sure that Nancy Pelosi would be very happy as quickly to work out free travel arrangements." A day or two after that, Donald Trump publicly incited, violence at a rally, targeting 4 congresswomen, including myself, saying, "Go back to where you came from." Ms. Navarrete, as I understand it, you were the most senior member of Twitter's content moderation team, or a senior member of Twitter's content moderation team when this was posted. As part of your responsibilities, did you review this tweet?
Yes, it was my team's responsibility to review these tweets.
And what did you conclude?
My team made the recommendation that for the first time, we find Donald Trump in violation of Twitter's policies and use the public interest interstitial.
For the first time?
Yes.
And at the time, Twitter's policy included a specific example when it came to banned abuse against immigrants, as they specifically included the phrase, "go back to your country," or go back to where you came from, correct?
Yes, that was specifically included in the content moderation guidance as an example.
You brought this up to the Vice President of Trust and Safety, Del Harvey, correct?
I did, yes.
And she overrode your assessment, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And something interesting happened after she overrode your assessment. A day or two later, Twitter seemed to have changed their policies, didn't they?
Yes, that trope, "go back to where you came from," was removed from the content moderation guidance as an example.
So Twitter changed their own policy after the president violated it in order to potentially accommodate his tweet?
Yes.
Thank you. So much for bias against right wing on Twitter. Additionally, Ms. Navarrete, are you familiar with the account Libs of TikTok?
I have heard of it from the news, yes.
Mr. Roth, are you familiar with this account?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Are you aware that from August 11th to August 16th, that account posted false information about Boston Children's Hospital, claiming that they were providing hysterectomies to children?
Yes, I am aware of that and other claims from the account.
And are you aware that this lie was then circulated by other prominent far-right influencers?
Yes.
And are you aware that all these claims, which I have reiterated were false, culminated in a real-life harassment and ultimately a bomb threat to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, I am aware.
And this account is still on that platform today, isn't it?
Regrettably, yes, it is.
Despite inspiring a bomb threat due to the right-wing incitement of violence against trans Americans in this country, because they cannot let go of this obsession with fixating violence and inciting violence against trans and LGBT people, in addition to immigrants, in addition to women of color. This is a party that cannot pick on anyone their own size. And they are trying to co-opt an entire social media platform and use the power of this committee and of Congress in order to pursue a political agenda. I yield back.
Lady yields back. Chair
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
gentleman yields back, and Stansbury. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm beginning to feel like a little bad for the majority. Like I just feel guilty because you guys have come today to try to prove that the Biden administration in coordination with Twitter is impugning free speech. And the problem is that Donald Trump, he is just this thing that hangs around your neck. Because at every turn, he undermines whatever credibility you want to have on this subject. I mean, Donald Trump and his administration, it's been proven, reached out to Twitter to take down tweets that got under his skin. The tough guy, Donald Trump, right? He got called the B word. Let's reach out to Twitter. Let's get the tweet taken down. You guys have no credibility. You have none. Your own guy taking free speech off of Twitter. You know, I also don't understand this bipolar thing that you're doing with Joe Biden. So every day you guys tweet out, Joe Biden is boring, he's sleepy. Every day you say it on TV. Now you want to tell the American people Joe Biden is an international super mastermind along with his son Hunter. I mean, it's just bananas. You know, the Trump family is getting billions of dollars of loans from foreign governments by using their White House relationships. Any questions? Any questions on that? No, I didn't think so. You want to know if the Trump family made any money selling PPE during the pandemic out of the West Wing? Any questions about that? No, I didn't think so. But let's move on to Hunter Biden's laptop. Your leaker, I always love this, by the way. You guys are against leakers unless they're leaking things you like. Your leaker, Matt Isaac, and I love, you know, have you seen this guy? I mean, he's like a Radio Shack dot matrix guy who copied files off a private citizen's hard drive, okay? That's your entire theory is based off of. But I want to use his words. This is his own words. Your guy, your leaker, the guy who gave you the information. There have been several attempts by several individuals to modify and insert fake data. I do know there has been multiple attempts over the past year and a half to insert questionable material into the laptop, to pass off information or disinformation as coming from the laptop. He continued, "This is a major concern of mine because I fought tooth and nail to protect the integrity of the drive, and to jeopardize that is going to mean everything I sacrificed will be for nothing." Your guy, your leaker, questioning the integrity of the information you guys are peddling. By the way, why isn't he here? Bring him here. Let's ask him questions. And why haven't we seen the hard drive? You guys aren't shy. Why won't you show it to the American people? Let's talk about Twitter. Let's talk about God bless Elon Musk. See these? God bless the guy who is allowing Nazis and anti-Semitism to perpetrate Twitter. There's been a 66% increase of anti-Semitism on Twitter since Elon Musk set it free. Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. It's not fair to say all conservatives are Nazis. That's preposterous. That's not true. But your Lord and Savior Donald Trump is having tea and dinner with them at Mar-a-Lago. Nick Fuentes right here, who is a picture that is tweeted at me all the time saying Jews are a virus in response to my tweets. Donald Trump's having dinner with him. Nazis at Mar-a-Lago. And so, no, not all Republicans are Nazis, but I got to tell you, Nazis seem really comfortable with Donald Trump. So I have questions about that, Mr. Chairman. Why is that? Why do I get these tweets? Let's talk about Kanye West, right? The chairman of the Judiciary Committee for 3 months praising Kanye West. We love Kanye, right? A Nazi. Clearly now. It took months for that tweet to come down. How come? I mean, these are things I'd love to know. Is it because maybe they're your voters? I mean, they certainly aren't voting for me. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy for 5. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for being here. I know it's a long day. I'm actually out of Texas, and so I'm a little familiar with border issues. But I first want to begin by making it clear that Democrat or Republican, I think that we all can agree that there is an issue in this country as it relates to drugs, period. And I also want to be clear for anyone that may not know, but all drugs come across all borders, to be perfectly honest. It's not just fentanyl, and that has been an issue for quite some time. We also know that fentanyl is a synthetic opioid, and we know that the opioid epidemic has been on the rise for quite some time. But I do want to make sure that I clarify a few things. This is what happens when you're at the end. You've got to clarify a few things. So number one, it's my understanding that the number for 2019 was 900,000 instead of the claim that the numbers somehow were on the rise, seemingly insinuating once President Biden was in office. But that 900,000 number that was crossing in 2019 was double what we had seen in the past decade. And in 2019, the president was still Trump. So I do want to do that, as well as I want to acknowledge the fact that in 2020, we know that COVID was happening, which was also complicating issues, and not every country had the same access to be able to survive COVID. We know that the United States was actually leading the world as it relates to trying to survive this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, and the rest of the world was following us. So for some people, it legitimately was life or death, and honestly, it typically is a life or death issue. I also want to ask you one quick question about the cartels. As someone who has had to deal with cartels in courtrooms before, we know that they are quite powerful. We know that they are also problematic. And it is my understanding that the cartels were continually spreading disinformation so that people would cross the border, because guess what? If there are more people crossing the border, does that not make it more difficult for y'all to spot the cartels in a big crowd versus if it's just a couple of people that are crossing over?
Thank you for your question, ma'am. So the cartels certainly have a capacity to overwhelm us with these groups that are crossing.
Absolutely.
I would like to point just for a quick second, you mentioned COVID, and obviously COVID has hit us hard in Tucson sector. In the 2 years that I've been there, we lost 3 agents to COVID as well, because as frontline employees, we can't work from home. We can't take a lot of the precautions that other people did, and dealing with populations that have come from all over the world and have crossed some of the sort of hottest spots on the globe for COVID, and we're housed south of the border with no PPE in these terrible conditions, and then crossed and contacted our agents, caused quite a bit of loss of life throughout CBP, but in my sector, 3 agents in the last 2 years.
Thank you for that, and I am sorry for your loss. Let me also point to another issue. I think that Haiti may have been mentioned at some point in time. I don't know if anyone pointed out that the president was killed July 7th, 2021 in Haiti, which also caused for a more dangerous situation for those that were living there, and could have prompted people to want to cross the border. And I'm going to hit one other point, and then I've got another question to ask, and that's around there was an issue of jailing migrants and separating families under the Trump administration. Are you aware of that? That children were in cages?
Ma'am, thanks again for the question. One thing I can tell you about separation, it's come up here a few times.
But let me just be real clear. Are you aware that there were people in cages, including children?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, moving on. The next question that I have then is, are you familiar with an Operation Lone Star out of the state of Texas?
We are familiar with that operation, ma'am.
Okay. So I sat on the committee in the Texas House that dealt with Operation Lone Star, where we had a number of hearings are you aware that the purpose was to make sure that we could go after those that were trafficking drugs, go after the cartel, those that were trafficking people, and make sure that we were keeping the border safe. But the only thing that we were finding is that the majority of our monies were being spent on basically asylum seekers, and we were not actually getting at the cartels and the bad folk that we were trying to keep out. I want to say close to 90% of the people that were being incarcerated for simple trespass, and they were just trying to seek asylum. Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. Also, I don't know how much discussion there's been, but I know that this was always an issue, and it was about whether or not we were going to build a wall. You would agree with me that a wall is not going to keep bad people out, because when drug traffickers and cartel decide they're going to do something, the wall ain't going to do nothing.
Gentlelady's time's expired, but feel free to answer the question.
Well, we spoke earlier about barrier as being just one of the many tools that Border Patrol agents utilize to get the job done on the border. So I think that barrier is effective in certain strategic locations along the border to manage whatever may come, whether it's vehicles or people attempt to enter through certain locations there. Thank you.
So much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. This is a challenging time over the last 3 years, and I admire your patience. I can't help but think, honestly, if the former president had just taken the vaccine on television in January when he apparently took it in private, thousands of lives could have been saved. So I'm grateful for all that you do. It's been 3 years since COVID-19 flipped our lives upside down and changed our world, and I want to acknowledge what the federal government has accomplished to save lives and keep our economy safe, as well as identify areas for improvement. And I thank Mr. Bouchon for his comments that under several administrations you've been challenged, and I think we can work together going forward. So I want to focus on two specific issues. First, the need to improve collection of real-time data to help us assess pandemic threats. And second, the need to facilitate data sharing to enhance our responsiveness to pandemics and other public health challenges. At the start of the pandemic, the U.S. did not have an efficient system for collecting real-time data. This made it difficult for public health officials to understand how to respond to the pandemic. Recognizing this challenge, this Congress invested billions of dollars to build, update, and modernize data systems that served as the backbone of our pandemic response efforts. The American Rescue Plan provided billions of dollars in funding to support a whole range of COVID-19 vaccine activities that we've discussed today, including improvements to information technology to enhance the quality and availability of real-time data at the federal, state, and local level. This funding was vital, but we need a common framework that guides us through these investments. Last Congress, I worked on bipartisan legislation to provide such a framework through immunization infrastructure modernization. Dr. Walensky, why is safe and secure collecting and reporting of public health data so important, even beyond COVID, and what has hindered state and local health departments from bringing their systems into the 21st century?
Yeah, I appreciate all of your efforts here, especially in immunization. What I can tell you is through our data modernization efforts, we're standardizing how data are collected, and we're creating similar highways so that data from jurisdictions from your districts can come into CDC, and then we can deliver them back to you in real time. You can see what's happening around you. Some of the limitations that we have, maybe I'll just say, those efforts have been successful. Prior to the pandemic, we had 187 healthcare facilities that could give us real-time data. We now have 22,000. We're not where we need to be, but because of those efforts, at the beginning of the Mpox outbreak, we had 28 states that could actually give us data electronically, and we were getting them in real time. Oregon Health Community Center has saved 140,000 person hours because they're no longer submitting to us data by fax. So those data modernization efforts are paying off. We need congressional help in our data authorities. It took us 6 months to get data use agreements in the beginning of COVID-19. It took us 3 months to get data use agreements in the beginning of the Mpox outbreak so we could see how immunizations were rolling out in communities. Those immunization efforts specifically help us see where we need to do further outreach. Are vaccines reaching where the disease is? Where do we need to do further outreach? And important, those immunization data provide us opportunities to provide you back the information that you want, which is, do these vaccines work? It is because of those immunization data that we were able to be the first in the world to provide vaccine performance on the Jynneos vaccine. Thank you.
Great. So the second problem with to have the data is data sharing. We need a clear need for efficient data sharing between all sectors, the public, public health leaders, government, to ensure that healthcare resources are directed to those communities most in need. Recognizing there are barriers to complete integration, what can Congress do to help facilitate better data exchange needed to respond appropriately to the next pandemic?
So that would specifically be the data authorities. So data authorities in immunizations, data authorities, to this day, I can't tell you who's immunized in the hospital. And we are going to lose our capacity to look at laboratory testing in COVID-19 at the end of the public health emergency. So it is those data authorities, the sharing of data from local districts to the states, to CDC, so that we can fluidly share it back to you, so you know what pathogens may be knocking on your front door.
Terrific. Thank you. I look forward to working on a bipartisan basis to get that passed. Thank you.
Thank you
so
so
yield
much.
back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been interested in trying to have an oversight plan that doesn't leap to conclusions at the very beginning. And I just want to call out the hypocrisy of my Republican colleagues who have suddenly decided that they care about going to the border, because Democrats have been going to the border for many years trying to come up with actual solutions. And in fact, we have. We have legislation that has bipartisan support, that has passed the House, and that we couldn't find 10 Republicans in the Senate to vote for. And because of the filibuster, that legislation has been stymied and stalled. But I want to be clear that the reason that we are taking exception with this plan that Republicans have put forward is because it is extremely biased. It is not about finding the truth at all, because this is not one president's, quote, border crisis. This is a result of Republicans refusing to come up with a legal, humane immigration system that actually works for our constituents. And you know why you guys were out there in Yuma until midnight? Because you were looking for people that crossed illegally. But guess what? According to this news report, let me read you the headline. U.S. Representative Jim Jordan, chairman of our committee, and House Republicans scour southern border but don't find any illegal crossings. You were out there with flashlights at the border trying to find people that were crossing illegally, and you couldn't find them. So here's the thing. We are still recovering from the trauma of Donald Trump's cruel immigration policies. And I was on this committee under Republican control, Chairman Goodlatte at the time, and I was the one who brought up the family separations at the border because Republicans refused to look at the truth of what was happening, the truth of hundreds of actually thousands of families who were being separated from their children. You don't have an interest in finding the truth. Otherwise, this oversight plan would not be framed the way it has been framed. And the reality is that we have put forward real solutions. We are ready to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful solutions, and luckily, it seems like there are a couple of them who understand that the Republican plan on immigration is absolutely the wrong way to go. Unfortunately, they're not on this committee. But we take this humanitarian crisis seriously. That's why we were not consulted on the timing of the Republican plan, hearing at the border, but we will do our own hearing. It will be a real hearing at the border in Texas. We intend to get to the truth of what is actually happening there and once again put forward meaningful solutions. The problem here is that my Republican colleagues would love to have immigrants, undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants as they like to call them, out there as a punching bag, when in reality, Without the work of immigrants, this country would collapse. And the only solution here to really dealing with this issue, which has plagued many presidents before this one, is to pass humane immigration reform. But if we did that, here's the secret. If we were to pass that, then who would be left to blame for the Republicans? And that is a really unfortunate thing. We have seen how the creation of legal pathways can work. When the Biden administration created new legal pathways for nationals of Haiti, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, crossings between ports of entry for nationals of those countries fell 97%. Democrats have prioritized drug detection, and we funded more than $400 million in non-intrusive inspection systems at the Southwest land border. Democrats also funded additional staffing for CBP's ports of entry in the fiscal year 23 omnibus. These are the officers interdicting drugs attempting to enter our communities, and we should continue to work to ensure that they are appropriately staffed and resourced to do their important work. But let's be clear that when you use the language in the immigration section that is in this committee oversight plan, what you are trying to do is politicize the issue of immigrants. You're not trying to solve problems. We are ready to work with any Republicans who are actually willing to solve problems. And there are some. We have passed some bipartisan legislation, but because it is politically useful to you to have this issue out there, you are unwilling to do anything other than politicize it, and that is a really unfortunate thing. I yield back.
I
recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin from Maryland, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup and Mr. Ruiz, for this important hearing. The COVID-19 pandemic came to America in 2020, of course, when Donald Trump was president. And that president's policy failures, magical thinking, and total recklessness caused, according to his own special advisor on COVID, Deborah Birx, the unnecessary death of hundreds of thousands of Americans. Now, apart from the urgent question of how to improve our pandemic response from the debacle that he presided over, is the question of how the COVID-19 pandemic began. This, too, is a critically important question to answer to help us prevent and prepare for future pandemics. Answers must come from objective, fact-based investigations informed by doctors, scientists, and public health experts. At President Biden's direction, the intelligence community is also taking sweeping action now to understand the origins of the virus and to bring all relevant facts to light. Whatever the origins of COVID-19, whether it is bats or bureaucrats, no finding will ever exonerate or rehabilitate Donald Trump for his lethal recklessness in mismanaging the crisis in America, which cost us more than 1 million lives. Indeed, if COVID was actually the product of a lab leak or the worst bioweapon of mass destruction ever invented, as some have argued, and obviously we don't have the scientific evidence to say any of this yet, it would not only not remove Donald Trump's culpability, it would only deepen his culpability in the most profound way. Now, why do I say that? Because over the course of the crisis, beginning in January of 2020 and lasting through the spring, on more than 42 different occasions that we have identified so far, President Trump openly praised and defended the performance of Communist Party Secretary and Chinese President Xi in his handling of COVID-19 and boasted of how closely they were working together and boasted of Xi's openness and transparency. On January 22nd, 2020, when the first case of COVID was identified in the U.S., Trump stated, I quote, "We have it totally under control." When asked if he believed the U.S. would, quote, "know everything we need to know from China," he said, and I quote, I do. I have a great relationship with President Xi." January 24th, he posted on Twitter, quote, "China has been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi. March 21, in a briefing, he assured us China has been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. He added, the United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency It will all work out well. March 27th, he posted on Twitter, just finished a very good conversation with President Xi of China, discussed in great detail the coronavirus that is ravaging large parts of the planet. China has been through much and has developed a strong understanding of the virus. We are working closely together. Much respect. Because of time, I'm just giving the committee a tiny taste of Donald Trump's fawning, starstruck, sycophantic embrace of everything the Chinese government was telling him in 2020, but I will happily offer a lot more for any colleagues who think that the hunt for the origins will somehow absolve the last administration for telling Americans that COVID would magically disappear at Easter time, or everybody should just take hydroxychloroquine, or refusing to wear a mask, or never developing a national plan to defeat the disease. Whether it was bats or leaks or bureaucrats who caused it, Donald Trump was the biggest apologist in the United States of America for President Xi and the Chinese Communist Party. He could have directed the intelligence community to lead a COVID-19 origins investigation back in March of 2020, 3 years ago. He did not. He wasted precious time minimizing the risk of the virus and lavishing his praise on President Xi. He could have taken the origins of the pandemic seriously and held the CCP accountable. He could have pushed back against the CCP for interfering with the WHO's investigation into its origins, and he could have asked our intelligence community to intervene. He did none of those things. And everyone should remember that. Let's take the politics out of it, and let's get to the bottom of what happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey. Let me say that this has been timely, actually. So the gentleman from New Jersey and the chairman have made a number of comments. I want to try and deal with them in categories. I would need more than 5 minutes to correct all the misstatements that were made. But just broadly speaking, on the one hand, we've got parties who have shown how to comply with subpoenas, and they're the ones testifying in front of us today. Department of Education's done a rolling production, 1,000 pages. Department of Justice, just under 500. The term rolling production is standard in not only congressional investigations, but in the federal courts. And the type of conduct that was done by the Department of Justice, which is to reach out to the people who sent the subpoena and try and engage in a conversation. What are you looking for? How do we want to try and have a discussion about how to comply. Not only is that standard practice in federal courts and in Congress, by the way, at least I was in the Whitewater hearing, so going back, what is that, 25, 30 years. We were doing it then, and I know there's a memo in the Department of Justice about the accommodation provision that dates back to 2000. And in federal court, if the parties had to refuse to respond like the Republicans did for civil or criminal discovery or subpoena responses, a judge might impose sanctions, including attorney's fees. I would say that your conduct's been great, the Republican committee staff, not so great. And then with respect to my colleague from New Jersey's comments about Donald Trump and the chairman's response about Mr. Jordan, I think that's why they're on the opposite side of our two witnesses here today, because they refuse to comply. Donald Trump, even worse than just refusing to comply, pretended to comply and actually made false statements about complying. That's under investigation now. We'll let that go forward with the Department of Justice. But as is standard practice with the Department of Justice, if you lie about producing documents, they go get them. They don't sit there and let you lie and just move on. They go get the documents, and that's exactly what they did there. And you know that's not surprising or, targeting Republicans because they treated Pence the same way they treated Biden. You got voluntary compliance by the Biden and Pence. They didn't go into their houses because they were providing the documents. And I think that's the same issue that arises with respect to the points Congressman Swalwell was making about Chairman Jordan. There were others as well who refused to comply. The Speaker is another one, Congressman Perry. Multiple people received subpoenas from the January 6th committee, refused to comply with them, made no attempts to figure out how to comply. In fact, Chairman Jordan sent a letter back. Not only was he not going to comply, but he said, He wants all the materials referencing him in the Select Committee's possession and all internal legal analysis related to the constitutionality of member subpoenas. Now imagine if every time this committee sent out a subpoena, they got an answer back from the target demanding information about the investigation that they're conducting. I guess you could have done that as the Department of Justice, but instead of doing that in Department of Education, you complied. You turned over documents to the best you could discern what they were asking for, and you did it in a timely manner. You said it was a rolling production. I think what did you get it, like 30, 45 days ago, something like that? So I would think under most circumstances, it looks like a reasonable effort to comply and actual compliance actually as well. So I actually commend you for what you've done there. And I join Congressman Swalwell in raising concerns about those who haven't complied with producing subpoenas, getting up on the high horse and complaining about people who are actually complying with the subpoenas that they're issuing now. I've got a couple other things I want to raise, and that go to the direct issue with respect to the subject matter of the subpoenas. I'm running out of time, but I'll come back and deal with that on the next round. But I do want to say this, too. The chairman raised heavy redactions as a concern. That's another point where I would think there'd be conversations between the majority staff and the Department of Justice. What did you redact? Why did you do it? And they can make a decision about it, but they have to respond to your answers and your information in order for that dialogue to move forward. And the comment about longstanding requests that the chairman made, I think ignores the fact that the new Congress just started a few weeks ago. So again, I commend you on the work that you've done in trying to comply with these requests. I apologize to you for being in the crosshairs of an obviously politicized effort to attack the Biden administration and to try and score political points when we've got real work we could be doing on behalf of the American people. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I think it's important to clarify that the chairman of the full committee never indicated that he would not comply and that he responded.
But did he comply?
And that he responded and that he was awaiting further statements from Chairman Thompson.
Still waiting.
As I recall, the subpoena for the president was withdrawn.
Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman from Texas is recognized, Mr. Moran.
Thank you.
Point of order. If the chairman's going to make comments out of order, he should at least give us a chance to respond to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank each and every one of the witnesses for joining us today. I want to express my deep gratitude to those of you who served for your selfless service to our country, and to all of you for helping Americans and vulnerable Afghans to get to safety. As we all know, the war in Afghanistan lasted for over 20 years, over 4 administrations, and over 10 Congresses. And the American people fought and paid for this war in so many ways. They deserve a full accounting, as many mistakes were made along the way by many, many decision makers over many years. So I'd like to start with the February 2020 Trump-Doha agreement. Mr. Lucier, when I read that agreement, I was shocked by how few conditions there were in that agreement. There were no protections for the women and girls in Afghanistan, for the Afghan people who had helped us and worked side by side with our forces. Frankly, there were hardly any requirements for the Taliban to meet. So in retrospect, what should have been done differently in negotiating or reaching that agreement?
Thank you for the question. Like you pointed out too, I think robust safeguards and for vulnerable populations would have been helpful and prevented some of the situations that we see today. But again, just to pivot back, that I think some of my feelings about the war, how it was conducted and how it ended, are reflected in that op-ed and something that I've spoken about. But I just want to pivot back again to the Team America has these 70,000 folks who are here, and these questions about how the war should have ended. There are lots of interesting and difficult questions that we can all grapple with, and that perhaps we should have grappled with at the time. But I'm really focused on. There's a lot of folks who are relying on me, my team, and other folks here at this witness stand who, those are important conversations that we can have, but. These folks who are, facing life and death in dire circumstances are really relying on us to take actions moving forward. And so that's where I'm spending the majority of my time and effort and research. And what I'm much more familiar with is how to get more SIVs here, how to protect maybe the, women and girls who weren't protected by that 2020 agreement. But that's what I'm focused on in the stories that I hope to tell here today.
Thank you for that. And I have to agree that one of the most wrenching tragedies of the Taliban's takeover has been the devastating impact on the women and girls of Afghanistan, women who had high-ranking positions, who had good, productive jobs, who are no longer able to work, girls who were attending school, who loved learning, who were preparing for the future, who are no longer able to get any education. And several years ago, before the withdrawal, we had a Zoom meeting with a group of these women, and we asked them if they were trying to get out. And surprisingly, they said no, that they wanted to stay and fight for the soul of their country. So, Ms. Mackler, I want to ask you, what is being done to help women and girls in Afghanistan, and what more can be done?
I don't know. I'm an immigration lawyer. As I said, they have no options. I think there's only pressure that can be put on the Taliban to uphold international standards of human rights and to treat them in a certain way. Just today, the New York Times had an article on how these women and girls are suffering even more right now under the cruel winter that Afghanistan is going through. I think we have to continue to shine a light on the conditions that they are under and continue to exert pressure. I will say I have met some truly extraordinary women. I was very privileged in the early days of the evacuation to help one young woman, barely 23 years old, who escaped hours before the fall of Kabul and had been running a nonprofit in Afghanistan to educate women, and she continues to do that from the United States. And she is not the only one who I know has come here and continues these efforts within other networks of women to continue the work that was happening, even if it's less visible now by necessity. I also, many of them, including one of my own colleagues who was the commander of a female tactical platoon who worked with our cultural sensitivity teams in the U.S. military and who works with me now working on Afghans who've been resettled in upstate New York. She and others like her have continued to tell me that their biggest wish, their biggest desire is to return, to be able to find a way one day to return so that they can keep fighting that fight.
I want to thank all of you for all the work you're doing. I wish we could hear more. My time has expired, and I yield back.
The full committee. Mr. Raskin from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. COVID-19 was a catastrophe for our country as Donald Trump presided over an historic debacle of a public health response. And you don't need to go to the American Medical Association or the American Hospital Association or American Nursing Association to conclude that Trump's lethal recklessness and lying led to hundreds of thousands of unnecessary deaths. You just have to go to Donald Trump's own COVID-19 advisor, Dr. Deborah Birx, who said that by undermining mass testing, not more aggressively coordinating vaccination and treatment, not seriously implementing mask mandates, the administration failed to save at least 130,000 lives, and probably a lot more than that. She testified, we probably could have decreased fatalities into the 30% less to 40% less range, which translates into the lives of several 100,000 Americans. That's Trump's own COVID-19 advisor. Beyond the million-plus Americans killed in this plague, the public health orders closing our public schools set our educational process back dramatically and undermined the academic, athletic, emotional, and intellectual progress of millions of children across the country. No one can seriously dispute that. And as an educator and a father, I've been horrified by what this plague and the nation's catastrophically ineffectual response to it have done to learning and education among young people. But was it the fault of the governors, Republican and Democratic, who closed the schools in the middle of this emergency, the superintendent struggling to contain this out-of-control pandemic? Was it the fault of the teachers on the front lines, at least 530 of whom died during COVID-19, according to the American Federation of Teachers? Was it the fault of the school children or young people under 18 themselves, more than 1,300 of whom themselves died of COVID-19? Or would it be the fault of the president who let the plague run loose and left the nation without a unified, serious plan for managing the crisis? A president who praised China, China's Central Communist Party and President Xi in their handling of the epidemic on 37 different occasions. Well, let's take PPE, for example. The Trump administration knew as early as January 2020 that the U.S. would not have enough PPE for the pandemic. Instead of taking steps to bolster domestic supply chains, Trump consistently dismissed the impact of COVID, repeatedly assuring the country that China and Xi were doing a great job and had everything under control, and famously predicting that the pandemic would be over by Easter. When it became clear that he was wrong and the country desperately needed PPE, Trump put his unprepared and unqualified son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in charge of obtaining PPE. Instead of working with procurement experts in the federal government, Kushner hired a handful of 20-something friends working in finance in New York, none of whom had any significant procurement experience, in order to source and distribute PPE. Ms. Mazik, you're a school nurse with the National Association of School Nurses, headquartered in Silver Spring, Maryland. So you understand the lengths to which schools went to keep kids safe throughout the pandemic. What did it mean for schools when they could not access the PPE they needed to protect the school children against the deadly virus in the spring of 2020?
The unavailability of sufficient PPE, Ranking Member Raskin, was a concern because of the healthcare workers, the school nurses who were working with students. Most immediately, with the healthcare that was happening throughout the nation, healthcare professionals were advised to use PPE. That needed to happen for the school nurses, number one.
Thank you. Well, let's look at testing. It took months for the CDC to develop and distribute a reliable test. First, the Trump administration rejected a protocol test design offered by the World Health Organization in January of 2020. But the administration didn't take any action to incentivize test manufacturing here at home, leaving us defenseless and floundering. And when there were widespread design and contamination issues with the CDC's tests, the administration failed to provide public health centers with any guidance on how to proceed. This meant by the end of February 2020, the entire United States had conducted fewer than 500 tests compared to more than 65,000 in South Korea, for example. How did schools use testing as a tool allowing them to remain open during the pandemic when they had the tests?
Schools collaborated with local health departments, local health authorities to be able to offer testing, and some of them did that testing in school buildings, some did it in centers, testing centers.
All right, Mr. Chairman, in category after category, that administration got an F, and I yield back to you.
I now recognize Ms. Malliotakis from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting this important hearing.
I will call on the ranking member of Ed and Workforce, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, you're now recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Young, thank you for being with us today. I was told, my staff was told that we couldn't use charts, so I can't present the chart, but if I could, I'd present a chart that would show that every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left office with a better deficit situation than they inherited, and that every Republican administration since Nixon left office with a worse deficit situation than they inherited. And so it's not both sides. And in fact, I understand what portion of today's debt was created by the Trump administration?
I would say more than 80% of debt was accumulated prior to this administration.
Okay. And the Trump administration, about 25% of the total debt?
Correct, and I just have to point out, Mr. Chairman, $2 trillion in tax cuts does add to the deficit.
Okay. And in fact, in the first 2 years, the Biden administration reduced the deficit 1.7 trillion. And this budget reduces the deficit over 10 years by $3 trillion. Is that in addition to the 1.7?
It is. The budget says if none of his policies are enacted, the deficit would be $2.9 trillion higher than if the president's policies were adopted.
Now, you were badgered about how a slightly higher deficit could be a reduction. Your reduction is if you'd done nothing.
If you'd done nothing.
Compared to doing nothing, your budget deficit would be about $3 trillion less than what it would have been. You are also badgered about a 15% tax and whether that's good for America or not good for America. Can you say why corporations would be more likely to move back to the United States with that tax than move out of offshore?
We've seen corporations leave this country and go to countries where they have effectively no tax rate. We believe, and Secretary Yellen has worked with our partners across the globe, that establishing this minimum global tax will bring companies back to the United States because those tax shelters will no longer be available to them.
Thank you. You've also been badgered about evidence that welfare reduces jobs. Are you aware of the studies that show that if you give a little bit of support to those who are unemployed today, they're actually more likely to get a job than if you don't supply that little support?
That and as they see jobs continue to be added, as they see unemployment remain low, those who have stayed out of the labor market for a long time, we start to see them return into the labor market.
And that has nothing to do with whether or not they get little minimum benefits that may be available.
It does not. I'll point out unemployment insurance may make up half of a person's salary.
And in fact, when some states eliminated the unemployment benefit under the American Rescue Plan, the additional $600, when some states eliminated that, were those citizens more likely to go back to work than those states that continued the $600?
So we now have data. Those states who chose to turn off those benefits saw no more of a boost to their labor participation or unemployment rates than those that kept the enhanced benefits.
And in fact, they saw less economic activity because those people with unemployment benefits are more likely to spend every dime they got. That goes right back in the economy and stimulates the economy. Does your budget protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid?
Congressman, Social Security and Medicaid, this budget ensures that no benefits would be cut. In Medicaid, we would actually add benefits, for example, for women to make sure they'd have 12 months of postpartum coverage. We've seen terrible, terrible statistics out of COVID that pregnant women are seeing a 40% increase in deaths. So we're doing more in that space. And in Medicare, we've talked about a lot. We would extend the solvency by at least 25 years.
And Social Security?
Social Security, this budget maintains the president's ironclad commitment that he will not reduce benefits.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia by way of Massachusetts, Mr. Conley.
Thank you very much. Go Red Sox. And thank you all for being here today. And I agree with the gentleman who just asked his line of questions. We need to learn from history. But you don't learn from history by whitewashing it. Decisions and events that took place had history. They had context. They had antecedents. And some of my friends on the other side want to pretend history never existed. It all started when Kabul fell on someone else's watch. But that did not happen in a vacuum. And I might add, until that very day, my friends of the other side of the aisle were still trumpeting Donald Trump's peace agreement in Doha. In fact, let me quote from their webpage, which is behind me here. Trump has continued to take the lead in peace talks as he signed a historic peace agreement with the Taliban in Afghanistan, which would end America's longest war, end quote. You know when that came down? The day the Taliban marched into Kabul. They were proud of it. But today they want you to believe none of that happened. Joe Biden caused it all. Mr. Sopko, you and I have known each other a long time. And you know the respect I hold you in and the work you and your team have done, always thorough, not always well sung, not your fault. And I wish Congress had listened a lot earlier to some of the warning signals you sent us. But let me ask you, I'm not going to ask you who's at fault. I'm going to ask you some facts, though. You had a report, and I want to quote from your report. The U.S. decision to withdraw U.S. military and military contractors from Afghanistan through the February 2020 signing of the U.S. Taliban agreement under the Trump administration and the withdrawal following President Biden's public address in 2021 was a factor in the demoralization and ultimate, disintegration of the Afghan military and ultimately Afghan government. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
And let's go back to the decision led by then Ambassador Khalilzad. He was an ambassador, chief U.S. negotiator on behalf of our government under the Trump administration, and he led the U.S. side of the negotiations in Doha, correct?
That is correct.
And did he not bless a decision that was a State Department decision, I assume backed by the Pentagon at the time, to negotiate with the Taliban and not to invite the Afghan government itself in the preliminary negotiations?
That also is correct.
Now, let's stop there. That took place on Trump's watch entirely. What could possibly be the impact of actually not inviting the government we're allegedly fighting for and defending and equipping by telling them, we're going to negotiate with your armed, violent, terrorist, medieval opponents, the Taliban, without you at the table. We're going to cut our own deal with them, and you're going to have to live with it, whatever it is. I'm just spitballing here. Mr. Search, you're from the Pentagon. Could that have a demoralizing effect on any military?
Well, we didn't do any work on that, but I see your point, Congressman.
We did, Congressman, and we said it did have a debilitating effect upon the Afghan morale. And if you talk to any of the Afghans, they will tell you that.
Thank you, Mr. Sopko. I counted on that. Maybe the Pentagon could learn from the forthrightness we just heard. That's kind of common sense, Mr. Storch. And if you're advising another government and you withdraw support from that government in the form of who we're going to negotiate with, it has consequences. And by the way, did that agreement that was produced between us and the Taliban, did that lead to any release of prisoners?
Yes, I think we referred to as 5,000 Taliban were released. They agreed not to participate in fighting, but almost every one of them joined the fight against the Afghan government.
So it was kind of a fig leaf agreement, right? Like we agreed to it, we accepted it.
Yes, and it was forced upon the Afghan government.
And forced upon the Afghan government by whom?
I believe we found it was Secretary of State Pompeo.
Thank you, Mr. Sopko. I just think it's important as we're discussing lessons learned so that we don't repeat mistakes, we be honest about the history and the context that preceded dramatic events in August of 2021. I yield back.
Very good. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sopko, thank you for your service as the Special Inspector General for the Afghan reconstruction and for the reports you've authored examining the factors that led to the collapse of the Afghan government and its security forces. Your work is critical also going forward, as you were just saying. Committee Democrats strongly support the work of all the IGs, and we will continue to urge all of the agencies to cooperate fully with your efforts. In your February 2023 report, you said there were 6 key short-term reasons for collapse of the Afghan armed forces, but the very first one that you cite was Donald Trump's decision to negotiate with the Taliban for a U.S. withdrawal, negotiations that excluded the Afghan government, and then to give the Taliban exactly what they wanted, which was the commitment of the U.S. to completely withdraw all U.S. and allied forces, as well as all contractors, and the April 2021 announcement following through on that agreement. You write about how this agreement between the Taliban and the Trump administration led the jubilant Taliban to declare victory on behalf of the entire Muslim and Mujahideen nation, how it destroyed morale within the Afghan military and security forces, and how it, quote, catalyzed the collapse of the government. Mr. Sopko, did President Trump's decision to negotiate directly with the Taliban and exclude President Ghani and the Afghan government from negotiations undermine the ability of the Afghan government to negotiate a stable peace agreement with the Taliban and to defend itself and the nation against Taliban military attack?
As we say, this was one of many decisions, but you're correct. That decision itself undercut the morale of the average Afghan soldier and the average Afghan civilian. But the follow-up is, as we say in the report, we also say that the decision by the Biden administration to follow also added to that elimination of the morale of the average Afghan soldier to continue fighting.
By following that path, I gotcha.
Yes.
Did the Trump-Taliban agreement embolden what you call a reinvigorated Taliban to increase its violent attacks against the Afghan armed forces?
Yes, it did. It did. And if you talk to the Afghan generals and people who are on the ground, which we did, they'll tell you that that is exactly what happened.
Well, one of the concessions that Trump made to the Taliban was allowing the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners then being held by the Afghan government, including perpetrators of terrorist attacks, in return for the Taliban freeing, I believe it was 1,000 Afghan prisoners. Thousands of these Taliban-released fighters immediately returned to the battlefield and participated, and in some cases led the Taliban onslaught against Afghan cities, even though there was a provision saying that they were not supposed to rejoin the fight. In September of 2021, after the fall of Kabul, former President Trump lied about this deal, saying, quote, the inept Afghan government, led by corrupt President Ghani, released 5,000 prisoners, not the Trump administration. We know this is a lie from the language of the Trump-Taliban agreement itself, which explicitly contemplated the release of, quote, up to 5,000 prisoners by March 10th, 2020. Moreover, your report establishes that the Trump administration actually pressured the Afghan government to agree to this condition. Mr. Sopko, isn't it correct that the Afghan government initially opposed the release of these Taliban and terrorist prisoners?
You're correct.
And how did the Trump administration specifically work to pressure or coerce the Afghan government to agree to this prisoner exchange?
I believe it may have been Secretary of State Pompeo, I believe our report indicates, may have actually threatened funding to the Afghan government. I believe. I'd have to double check.
Secretary Pompeo, according to the report, threatened to withhold U.S. aid.
That's correct.
If they didn't go along with it. So just to get the picture straight, President Trump excludes the Afghan government from the negotiation, takes it upon himself to work directly with the Taliban, then negotiates a provision for the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters, including terrorists. The Afghan government opposes it, and in order to coerce them to go along with it, Secretary Pompeo says he'll withhold aid. The government goes along with it, and then the disaster ensues. Now, obviously, that infusion of thousands of new fighters didn't necessarily make the difference, but it certainly made a pretty big difference. Your report tells a shocking story indeed. I thank you for your service, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
And I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Jackson Lee. Let me thank the chair and the ranking member for their courtesy. And let me, first of all, acknowledge and appreciate the service of each and every one of you, having not served, but having family members who have served, and having the good fortune of serving in the United States Congress, to go on to most all military war zones, including the very first one, the Bosnia war that was going on with then Republican leadership, going in before the Dayton Peace Treaty was signed, and then tragically Afghanistan during the action. I was not in action, but I was one of the few members that were in, and as well Iraq, and then subsequent places as well, including the DMZ in North and South Korea. So let me say to Honorable Nathan Sales and Simone Ledeen and Colonel Christopher Douglas, service that you've given, Dr. Schroden, we appreciate the service in the myriad of ways that you have done so. And I will not get into the Marine Navy debate at this point, just to say they are very fine men and women who serve in both of those branches of the United States military, including all others. But what I'd like to do is to take on the task very quickly of understanding the inherited chaotic withdrawal that was a result of Trump's Taliban deal. And how do I know this? Because I met with, unfortunately, obviously, the president of Afghan did not show himself well in that moment, but I met with his leadership preceding and the First Lady, who came and begged for the Afghan government to be involved, to no avail. No one listened. And so let me quickly, Dr. Schroden, just quickly indicate that with the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense, Donald Trump came into office 2017, approximately 11,000 troops. He wanted 3,005, well, he gave permission to add troops, 3,500 were added. Additional troops were NATO-led. They were 14 to 15,000. By mid-2018, President Trump was reportedly frustrated with the lack of military progress against the Taliban, and he ordered formal and direct U.S. talks without the Afghan government participating for the first time. As those talks developed under Special Representative, who I knew as well, Khalilzad, who we met with several times, President Trump continued to express frustration with the U.S. military mission in Afghanistan and a desire to withdraw U.S. troops, saying in August 2019 that he wanted to do so quickly, as quickly as we can. And then, of course, the withdrawal commitment was not conditioned on Taliban reducing violence against the Afghan government, making concessions in intra-Afghan talks, or taking other actions, which we saw with a complete condemnation of women, destroying of small businesses, and destroying Kabul, the real heart of democracy there. And the United States was not able to remain indefinitely, and the American public's patience as well was getting. And so in February 2020, the United States and Taliban signed the agreement that committed to withdrawing all of its troops, contracts, non-diplomatic civilians from Afghanistan, with a drawdown forces of 8,600 by mid-July, and then on to April 21. Very quickly, if I might. Dr. Schroden, what are your thoughts on the Trump-Taliban deal, particularly the Trump administration negotiating directly with the Taliban, planning to invite them on U.S. soil and negotiating with them absent the Afghan government? Did that not contribute to the mix of the controversy? And in addition, as well, DHS indicated that it was such a rush, they didn't have a system to vet everyone. That's something we should look at. But if I yield to you on that question, please.
Sure, thank you, ma'am. I would say the decision to negotiate without the Afghan government in the room was made largely because that was the only way that negotiations would proceed. The President Obama had tried to negotiate with the Taliban previously, had insisted on a precondition being that they negotiate with the Afghan government there, and they refused. So that condition was the only way to get the Taliban to sit down and begin talks. That said, again, Ambassador Khalilzad's, going in proposition was that nothing would be agreed until everything was agreed, and everything included a framework for structured negotiations between the Afghan government and the Taliban as part of the end point of the agreement. And that point was conceded The agreement that was signed in February only established that as a follow-on step to be taken. It was not an integral part of the agreement itself.
So they rolled over the Afghan government at the end. You're saying they couldn't get to the table because they couldn't get the Taliban to the table with them there. Let me just say that I was not at the table for negotiations, so I'm going to be a Democrat that's going to second guess. I don't think that was, I stand with President Obama on that, and I don't think that we should have left the government out. We should have found a way to have the government in, maybe bilateral negotiations. Was there anything that you saw that resulted in, can you just be specific, that resulted in the calamity because the Afghan government was not in the end results, if you could?
Well, so I wasn't involved in the negotiations directly, so I can't speak to specific, points of discussion. Certainly, the Afghan government was frustrated by the fact that they were not in the room. President Ghani and his national security advisor expressed that frustration quite openly, to include in hearings here in Washington, D.C. on multiple occasions. And so, yes, they were quite frustrated by the fact that they were not in the room for those talks.
Do you see any homeland implications on
The gentlelady's time has expired.
And I thank the gentleman. Could I just let him answer, Mr. Chairman, this last point?
Ma'am, you're a minute and 15 seconds over.
Am
If we can make it real quick, I'll let you.
Homeland security implications of the agreement signed.
The Homeland Security is really outside of my area of expertise, ma'am, in terms of the DHS aspect of it.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
I only let you go longer because you said something really nice about the Navy, but, all right. All right.
I truly believe it. Thank you. I yield back.
Minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. You know, as my distinguished colleague, Representative Connolly says, representing the state of Maryland, well. Several years ago, we warned during the Trump tax cuts that this dramatic decrease in revenue would explode the nation's debt. And we heard from the Republican side, no, let us write off our yachts, yet let us write off our private jets. And we said that this decrease in revenue would explode our national debt. But instead now of realizing the error of our ways and reversing these tax cuts for the wealthy, we are now seeing the Republican side promote a bill that cuts student loan cancellation, veterans health care, cancer research, opioid treatment, Meals on Wheels, and more. The debt limit is about meeting our obligations already voted for, that Republicans and Democrats have already voted for. And if we want to cut and make changes to programming in the future, we may do that. But this and threatening to take the economy is not how we do it. Thank you, and I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to debunk this talking point that I hear over and over again from my friends. I just heard it right now when we were talking about spending. So let's remember a couple of things. First, when Donald Trump was in charge, $8 trillion was added to the national debt. That's a 39% increase. It's a quarter of the entire debt from all of American history. So please give me a break. Second, let's be clear. Inflation is a global problem. Mr. Speaker, if you think that the American Rescue Plan drove up prices in Italy or the UK, I have news for you. If you think emergency rescue checks are responsible for inflation in Brazil and Australia, maybe you get your economics degree from Trump University. But that's not how things work. So don't take my word for it. Look at the numbers. Actually, look at the research. And I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert in the record a letter from the Social Security Administration which states that Republican spending cuts would eliminate field offices, drive up wait times for initial disability and retirement claims processing, lengthen phone wait times, and create backlogs across the board. Republicans are trying to make it harder for seniors to access the benefits that they have earned. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that allows the House to state unequivocally that it is our responsibility to defend and preserve Social Security and Medicare for generations to come and reject any cuts to these vital programs. And by the way, these two programs have come under attack by Republican after Republican. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my record into the amendment. and along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection,
To
so ordered.
discuss our proposal, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman.
Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, of course, to Mr. Dodaro, and want to just thank you for all the work that you do and your team does. We know that in the last 2 years since President Biden took office, we've seen an incredible amount of progress, and a lot of us are really grateful for the work that's happened throughout the administration and throughout all levels of government. We've demonstrated that our government can work better, efficiently, and still get a lot of progress for the American people. And the administration has clearly provided stable leadership, in much a contrast to the Trump administration and their years of chaos across our government. Now, Brookings reports that top-level turnout is down from 92% during the Trump administration down to 44% now, which is the lowest in recent history. And those results, I think, are pretty clear across the government. Now, Mr. Dodaro, since the last 2021 report, of the 34 high-risk areas that the GAO identified, that have been identified, how many of those have seen improvements of those 34?
16.
And that's essentially half of those areas. So those improvements in the last 2 years have happened under President Biden. And how much financial benefit total has that brought through those improvements?
Well, we've categorized at least and recognized the $100 billion of financial savings to the government. But I want to add, though, that I think, while the administration's done a very good job, a lot of the progress is due to the Congress, too, acting on a number of pieces of legislation. So I want to make sure Congress gets its credit. Sometimes it gets its blame. In this case, they deserve some credit, along with the administration. I'm very pleased with their engagement.
So approximately $100 billion in financial benefit, improvements to 16 of the 34 high-risk areas, obviously support for the work that Congress is doing as well. All seems to be very good news and a good direction. And Mr. Dodaro, since the GAO began publishing the high-risk ratings, has any congressional term yielded more progress than the last Congress in the 117th?
No.
So I wasn't a member of the 117th. I wish I was, looking at those numbers, but I do want to congratulate the work that's done in the last 2 years for the incredible savings and really reforms that have made our government work better for the American people. And so I want to note that. Now, despite this historic progress that we're seeing and the benefits to everyday Americans, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, unfortunately, want to propose just damaging spending cuts that would damage a lot of this progress. I want to highlight a couple more of those pieces. In 2021, of course, Congress passed the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, provided $541 billion for surface transportation, and transferred about $270 billion to the Highway Trust Fund. For those of us that are in districts that work a lot with ports and the supply chain, this is really critical for. Now, did the GAO report identify what would have happened to the solvency of the Highway Fund without this funding?
It would have been insolvent.
So we would have, so our Highway Trust Fund would have gone insolvent had it not been for the action that happened through the Congress and the President of this last Congress. Just want to make sure that's very clear.
Yeah, no, that's clear. And in the preceding Congresses, I mean, the Highway Trust Fund has not had enough money automatically generated through revenues for a number of years, and Congress has been augmenting that.
I completely
with general appropriations.
Completely agree with you. Completely agree with you there. And on climate resiliency, another area, President Biden and more than 20 agencies have taken steps to improve resiliency, improve sustainability. Did the GAO identify what happens to the government's fiscal exposure if we don't address climate change?
Fiscal exposure will continue to grow. I mean, that's why we have it on the high-risk list. It's very important to build resiliency up in front, but also as part of the, in 2018, Congress passed legislation to allow some of the recovery money to also go toward building back better than what you did before, rather than just replacing what was there.
Absolutely. And just to be clear, investments in climate change lower the government's fiscal exposure, and that's something that has been pretty clear in what you're saying. Investments in climate change are actually good for the government, good for efficiency, and obviously important for us to save our planet and our country. So thank you for reinforcing that. And of course, despite of all these incredible progress that the last Congress made, the President made, Republicans are still trying to propose cuts across our government, which is really unacceptable. They're gutting investments in climate, they're gutting investments in all the great work that happened in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And so thank you for pointing out the actual progress has been made through President Biden and when we had in the 117th Congress, when Democrats controlled the House. With that, I just want to thank you again for your service and the service of your team, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my friends on the other side of the aisle will claim they are being, quote, fiscally responsible. Let's be clear. There never has been and never will be anything fiscally responsible about refusing to pay America's bills. Killing millions of jobs is also not fiscally responsible. Neither is knowingly unleashing a recession. That is why even former President Trump said, quote, "I can't imagine anybody ever even thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiating tool." Now, I had hoped that when the Speaker referred to the budget process and debt ceiling as, quote, apples and oranges, it meant my friends on the other side finally understood the real-world ramifications of their reckless brinksmanship. And yet here we are. Republicans' DOA Act, the Default on America Act, will cut investments, crush job creation, and crash the economy. Their Default on America Act must be DOA. There is no way Congress will agree to 10 years of destructive caps and the biggest single cut to non-defense programs in American history. And for what? In exchange for a few months of respite before we would have to go through this debt ceiling roller coaster all over again. Now, Mr. Speaker, the American people may be wondering, when they hear what I just said, the biggest single cut to non-defense programs in the history of the American government, they might be wondering what exactly that means. Well, here are some specifics. First, in total, we are talking about an immediate cut of at least $142 billion. That would mean, for example, public safety. After recent near misses, under this bill, 125 air traffic control towers would be shut down, impacting 1/3 of all airports. Following the disastrous derailments in eastern Ohio and West Virginia, rail safety jobs would be dramatically reduced, with 11,000 fewer safety inspection days and 30,000 fewer miles of track inspected annually. Our communities will be less safe with the cut of federal support to 60 local law enforcement agencies, 300 to 400 fewer local law enforcement positions, as well as approximately 11,000 fewer FBI personnel. On health, amid a mental health and overdose crisis, nearly 1 million people facing a suicidal or mental health crisis would be unable to access support services through the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. And tens of thousands of individuals could be denied admission to opioid use disorder treatment. In terms of families and on nutrition, with the looming rise of food insecurity, nutrition services such as Meals on Wheels would be cut for more than 1 million seniors. How can we allow this to happen? We simply cannot and must not. Now, many of us on this side of the aisle who will be speaking will detail even more of the cuts that are included in this DOA Default on America Act. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves.
Senator Lujan, then Senator Braun, then Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone that's here in person and also helping us electronically to be here today with the panelists. It's been a good discussion, one that I've appreciated and learned from. I want to take this back to what the Republican legislation that was passed this last week, which I think similar to 2017, when the American people dubbed the Trump tax policy as a tax scam that was promised to be targeting middle class and those aspiring to be in the middle class, to prioritize them. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and everyone knows where that money went, and to the dissatisfaction of many constituents I represent. They were trying to figure out how to submit their taxes the next year because the withholding tables changed a little bit, and less was taken from their checks. But when April 15th came, they were thinking what happened last year was going to probably happen again, and it didn't. And it hurt their budgets. So I hope that when we talk about budgets, we also include the budgets of the people that we represent when we're talking about this. And with me saying that, I don't know if the chair knows or if any of you know, do you know how many U.S. senators went to Head Start? There's 2. There's only 2 U.S. senators that went to Head Start. I'm one of them. Now, I think that if those programs would have been stronger in other parts of the country, colleagues would have benefited from them as well. But nonetheless, I bring that up because this Default on America Act that came through the House recently would dramatically reduce and eliminate investments in Head Start. I've heard economist after economist tell me that one of the greatest returns on a dollar is an investment in education in children. Dr. Zandi, does what I say hold true?
Yes, I mean, there's very strong academic research that shows that investments in young children, pay off enormously, not only for their financial well-being, but for the communities they live in and for the broader economy.
I appreciate you sharing that. I know that I benefited from this education, and I didn't realize until later in life what opportunity that I had that presented itself to my family. Not just that I was able to get a jump start, if you will, on those classes and socializing with other students, and the power of a nap. I think that America could learn something about that on occasion. But during those Head Start days, to ensure that I could learn a little bit more. And look, we sometimes had a little lunch that would be available to us too, to keep us nourished and keep us strong, which would help us learn more. But my parents also didn't need to find childcare for me when I was growing up, which let them stay in the workplace and work more. That sounds like good economic policy to me. And so what I wanted to raise, Mr. Chairman, was my concern associated with the devastating cuts that were listed in these programs in the area of early childhood education. But one other area I wanted to raise that's not been raised just yet is, as a reminder to all of us, the United States has a treaty obligation to tribal nations in America. That the United States has a horrible track record of meeting. The plan that came out of the House would devastate investments into tribal communities. A $1 billion cut to Indian Health Service, $60 million cut to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, $200 million cut to the Bureau of Indian Education. And I certainly hope that we're having this conversation as all this moves forward. Now, when I was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in 2008, I proudly supported PAYGO, a simple policy that was instituted in 2006 that was moved forward through 2008, and then it was erased. The majorities changed, and it went away. But that's a pretty simple policy that I think that everyone across America can understand. If you're going to buy something, you got to pay for it. And so while I'm not as smart as all the folks that I learned from, I know that. I think that's a strength of mine. I surround myself with smart people. But I also understand simple concepts. And if we can go back to, there's an acronym, I'll leave the last S off, but if you can keep it simple and we can all come together and do some things, we can make things better. And so, Mr. Chairman, I apologize for my approach to some of this, but I think sometimes we just need to step into the shoes of the people that we represent and try to communicate in a way that complex policy takes them into consideration when we have to make these really tough decisions. I thank you for the time. I yield back.
No apology needed, Senator Lujan. You have a very important voice.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to welcome and thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Obviously, our Inspector Generals play a vital role in ensuring the oversight of our federal agencies, and I want to thank all of you as well as your staff for the important work that you do. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of our active duty military and veterans who served bravely in Afghanistan and continued to serve our country. And, you know, I want to just acknowledge the comments of the previous speaker here. There's no question that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was chaotic, it was terrifying, it was violent, it was difficult, and the loss of those 13 service members can never be replaced. They paid the ultimate sacrifice for their service on behalf of our country. And we should be honoring their memory here today in this committee hearing. But I want to also acknowledge that the American mission in evacuating both our service members, American citizens, as well as our allies in Afghanistan was not in vain. In fact, in those final days, we were able to evacuate 124,000 U.S. citizens and other nationals who were allies to the United States. And I want to say, as a New Mexican, I represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. We personally saw the brave service of our service members in helping with the evacuation efforts. In New Mexico, Holloman Air Force Base was one of the 6 designated sites where evacuees were sent when they came to the United States. And I personally had the opportunity to go down and visit not only with the evacuees as they were arriving on our shores, but also the hundreds, literally hundreds of service members, mostly reservists, air women and airmen, National Guards, who volunteered to go help with the evacuation mission because they understood after 20 years of being involved in this conflict that the Afghan allies who were being evacuated had stood bravely with our American troops on the ground, and that our mission and responsibility as we were pulling out of Afghanistan was to ensure that those allies were able to get out and their families were able to get to safety. So I do want to acknowledge that those efforts were not in vain, and to acknowledge the lives that were lost. But I also think it's really important that we set the record straight on really the path that got us into this mess and those final chaotic days. And so, Mr. Storch, I know you've been asked many of these questions already, but I just really want to be clear about the path that got us to the final days of the evacuation. So first of all, is it not true that President Trump entered into negotiations directly with the Taliban in February of 2020? And isn't it true? Thank you. And isn't it true that over the course of those negotiations and the agreements that the Trump administration had with the Taliban directly, they were negotiating directly with the Taliban, it included an agreement for a rapid drawdown of the troops who were stationed in that region?
Yes, and I should say all of this is based on our lead IG reporting. We've reported on this.
Right. And so it was the Trump administration who set the wheels into motion to actually rapidly draw down the troops and did so in direct negotiation with the Taliban. And yet, even though those agreements were put into place in 2020, there were a series of agreements on the side of the Taliban regarding their behavior with respect to the international community, those who remained in country, and the United States, which ultimately the Trump administration did not hold the Taliban accountable for. Is that correct?
We've reported out on the back and forth on all this. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly. So it was President Trump who failed to actually ensure that the Taliban upheld their portion of the agreement before agreeing to rapidly remove American troops, putting our troops at risk in those final days. And Ms. Angarella, these actions ultimately left our Afghan communities vulnerable and also led to the collapse of the humanitarian assistance infrastructure that was in country at the time. Is that not correct?
It certainly increased the challenges for delivering the humanitarian assistance, yes.
So I just want to be clear, you know, in the final days of the American pullout from the war in Afghanistan, it's clear, and Mr. Sopko, you stated this yourself, that the Trump administration, quote, sold out the Afghan government. Mr. Sopko, did you state those words?
I think that's quoted from somebody else. I don't think I said that, but I think it's in our report.
So it's in your report. So it's really crucial that we're clear about what happened in those final days and that it was the previous administration who set things into motion. And finally, I know I'm out of time here, but I do want to acknowledge once again our brave service members who have not only continued to serve and help those evacuees and Americans who are continuing to work on these issues, but as well as our aid workers and international community. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Today, the majority has brought forward a cruel, extreme, and unworkable piece of legislation, the so-called Secure the Border Act, which would wreck our economy, destroy the asylum system, criminalize visa overstays, send unaccompanied children back to dangerous situations, and jail children indefinitely. Once again, my Republican colleagues show us that they are not interested in finding real solutions to tough issues. This bill attempts to combine a variety of different bills, each one more cruel and heartless than the last, into one contradictory and overlapping mess. This bill has no chance of being enacted into law. Republican senators have expressed their opposition. It is nothing more than pure political theater. My Republican colleagues are trying to take us back to the failed, illegal, and immoral policies of the Trump administration. Former President Trump's radical, inhumane, and racist immigration actions weakened the U.S. economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, and did not make us any safer. While trampling on some of our most deeply held American values, his erratic approach also failed to stem the flow of migrants across our border. Let's be very clear about what this legislation would do. When taken together, this bill serves as a wholesale ban on asylum. No one would be able to seek asylum in the United States if they crossed between points of entry or if they had or could have had even temporary status in a third country. We offered a variety of amendments to exempt the most vulnerable from some of these draconian requirements. This included those fleeing communist and totalitarian regimes and unaccompanied children. The majority was not even willing to exempt children under a year old. The one place where we were able to make some bipartisan headway was on the issue of E-Verify. E-Verify is an electronic employment eligibility verification system that began as a voluntary pilot program and is currently used by a small percentage of the nation's employers. This bill would make that system mandatory for all employers in the United States. Without providing other reforms, including any meaningful opportunity for undocumented workers to regularize their status, this title would damage the U.S. economy, harm American workers, and result in billions of dollars in lost government revenue. Mandatory E-Verify would decimate the agriculture industry, putting U.S. farms out of business, shipping millions of American jobs overseas, and increasing U.S. reliance on imported food. Mandatory E-Verify will result in hundreds of thousands of unfilled farm jobs and will leave unpicked crops rotting in the fields, as we saw in Georgia in 2011, when a mandatory E-Verify law in the state resulted in over 11,000 farm jobs going unfilled during the peak harvest season. That is why I have submitted an amendment to the Rules Committee which would strike the E-Verify title from this bill. This amendment gained bipartisan support in the Judiciary Committee, and I hope my colleagues will ensure it gets a vote on the House floor. These are just a few of the problems with this bill. I did not even have time to go into detail into how this bill strips all protections from unaccompanied children and requires all families who come to our border seeking protection to be detained indefinitely, or the extreme lengths to which it goes to narrow the eligibility grounds for asylum, or how this bill would severely restrict this and any future administration's ability to parole individuals into the United States, ending the current parole initiatives for Ukrainians fleeing Russia and certain military families. And I might add, ending the parole that has been enforced for Cuba since the Eisenhower administration. Immigration reform is a complicated problem that requires comprehensive solutions, and an enforcement-only strategy simply doesn't work. Democrats have put forward real proposals, and we stand ready to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful solutions. Democrats take this complex humanitarian crisis seriously. Our proposals address the root causes of migration, improve border security, and create additional legal pathways for people to enter the United States lawfully. But Republicans have chosen a narrow path that imposes extreme pain and hardship on the most vulnerable people while doing nothing to actually solve the problem. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this wrong-headed bill. They ask the majority to go back to the drawing board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because Republicans in this chamber want to scream and shout about our broken immigration system while putting forth the most unserious, cruel bill that is effectively dead on arrival in the Senate and fixes absolutely nothing. This bill is a rerun of Donald Trump's biggest failures and inhumane border policies. This is the Child Deportation Act because that's exactly what this does. It doesn't address any single issue at the border. It doesn't create pathways to citizenship for those legally attempting to receive asylum, which is a right in this country. It focuses on expediting child deportation and detaining unaccompanied minors, and even spending millions of your taxpayer dollars on a pointless border wall. Floridians back in my home state know that this is nothing less than hateful, unserious legislation because we're watching Governor Ron DeSantis do the same thing, spending millions to detain and fly migrants for a political show while criminalizing vulnerable people and families. The American people sent us here to work, and instead GOP leadership offers them a pointless bill after pointless bill that only proves how hateful right-wing.
At this time, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, an esteemed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Sidney Kamlager Dove.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member. I rise today to strongly oppose H.R. 2, House Republicans' Child Deportation Act. Yes, our immigration system is broken, but instead of productive bipartisan legislation that would work to fix it, Republicans want to double down on immoral, cruel, and inhumane Trump-era policies that hurt children and families and stoke fear and greater division. With Title 42 set to expire today, we should take this opportunity as a chance to address the humanitarian crisis at our border by focusing on solutions that alleviate pressures at our border and fundamentally change the dysfunction and chaos that is happening. Instead, this bill would make our immigration crisis that much worse. H.R. 2 would require expedited deportations and expanded detention for unaccompanied children, impose new restrictions on asylum while threatening to end the asylum system as we know it, detain even more migrant families in facilities with poor and unacceptable conditions, resume President Trump's failed policy of building a border wall, and so much more. I hope the American people heard some of the statements made by my Republican colleagues when this bill was heard in committee. Republicans dog whistle, fearmonger, lie, and resort to conspiracy theories about our border to hide the fact that they have no real solutions to this growing crisis. Harmful policies meant to exacerbate confusion, waste more money, and hurt people fleeing dangerous situations is not the answer. Many are fleeing war zones, areas of conflict, countries that employ torture, violence, rape, and ethnic cleansing as tactics of control. And what are we proposing to do with H.R. 2? be a cruel neighbor, and throw them back into harm's way, while telling Mexico to shoulder much of this burden. America is supposed to be a nation of immigrants. We are supposed to have compassion for those seeking asylum. Republican policies like H.R. 2 run counter to those very fundamental values. Unlike some of my GOP colleagues, I do not for 1 second believe that immigrants from Mexico are a threat to us. If anything, the threats we face are homegrown. They take the form of xenophobic, transphobic, and hateful individuals who twist the meaning of the Constitution to fit their own political agendas. As for this drug myth, over 80% of drugs smuggled...
I'll give the lady additional 30 seconds.
As
The
for
lady is recognized for an extra 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As for the drug myth, over 80% of drugs smuggled into our country are done by Americans, not immigrants. Let's get serious and talk about meaningful steps towards immigration reform that include what it means to be a global partner in this space, not this wildly inappropriate and ineffective bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Jayapal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Before getting to my remarks, I'd like to remind my colleague, Mr. Williams, who just spoke, that 115,400 borrowers in his district would be denied relief if this resolution were enacted. I strongly oppose this cruel, extreme, unworkable resolution that would recklessly reverse the student payment pause for nearly 43 million borrowers and would block student debt cancellation for over 40 million Americans, most of whom are low and middle income borrowers. Even President Trump acknowledged the burden of student debt and the threat that the economic fallout of the pandemic would have on borrowers when he waived loan interest and let borrowers pause payments using his legal authority. He then signed into law the Bipartisan CARES Act, which paused these payments. He then later extended the pause on student loan payments again using his legal authority. President Biden has continued this pause under the same authority and also recognized that disadvantaged communities pursuing a pathway to the middle class should not be trapped in a lifetime of debt. That is why the Biden administration proposed canceling up to $20,000 in student loan debt per borrower receiving Pell and $10,000 for other borrowers from working families. But this dangerous resolution threatens that transformative relief. Over 40 million borrowers will be eligible for cancellation, and half of those borrowers are represented by Republican members of Congress. This resolution would cruelly send nearly 44 million surprise loan bills to borrowers by abruptly ending the pause, which has saved borrowers an average in these very difficult times of about $233 per month and has helped boost credit scores for 30 million people by an average of 30 points. I just want to share some direct quotes on what this has meant to my constituents. My family has less debt and is closer to freedom. It doesn't affect me, but I'm so glad that it's there for those who need it.
Besides,
Not living paycheck to paycheck, not worrying about feeding my family. This is what constituents across America are saying. The pause has made some progress towards the promise of economic mobility. But this bill would force millions of Americans who are saving an average of $233 a month from the pause to pay the government for 4 months of retroactive payments plus interest. That's nearly $1,000. That is absurd. Instead of guaranteeing a pathway to prosperity without crushing student debt, this Republican bill would guarantee borrowers struggle by retroactively ending the payment pause and blocking debt relief. The majority claims to be the party of fiscal responsibility, but they're advancing a resolution that would send millions of surprise loan bills to the borrowers that they represent. They choose to prioritize the wealthy. $757 billion in PPP loans were forgiven. Half of those loans went to the top 20% richest incomes in the first year, and the majority said nothing. Two members of this committee totaled $7.5 million in PPP forgiveness. And who can forget the $1.5 trillion worth of corporate tax handouts in 2017 that working families are still paying for? So don't fall for the GOP myth that this cancellation helps the wealthiest. In fact, 90% of these relief dollars for student debt cancellation go to those who are earning less than $75,000 a year. And no one earning more than $125,000, no individual, will receive relief. The majority says they're the party of fairness and lawfulness, but they want to reverse the public service loan forgiveness for otherwise eligible public servants in their own districts. Who is that? Law enforcement, service members, first responders, others who are part of the 615,000 public servants that played and paid by the rules under the pause. They do not deserve this cruel, extreme, unworkable proposal. If the majority were concerned about rural Americans, they never would have put this resolution on the table, because rural Americans owe an average of $35,000 in student debt, and 1 in 6 have fallen into delinquency or default, above the national average of 1 in 7. If they were concerned for those who skip college to avoid student loan debt, they would have supported meaningful reforms to our higher ed system, like College for All, which would end disinvestment in college access and give people a path to debt-free college. We tell our kids to pursue higher education as a tool for economic and social mobility, but college isn't affordable anymore, and the enduring weight of student debt prevents many borrowers from accessing opportunities to truly transform their lives and their country. I urge my colleagues to block this resolution. I yield back, Madam Chair.
I'd ask you more, but I guess my time's expired, so I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Durham, I appreciated very much you saying in your opening statement that your comments are not directed at Chinese Americans or AAPI individuals who are in this country, but at the Chinese government. And I have a district with that is more than 20% AAPI, much of which is of Chinese descent. And the hateful rhetoric that has come from our former president and others over the last several years has led to a record increase in hate crime, especially against those of Chinese descent. And I want to talk a little bit about the distinction that you are drawing, which I think is an important one, particularly as it relates to the so-called police stations that the Chinese government has set up at various places around the world, including in our country. Ms. Murphy, I'm sure you are aware, and the chairman referenced this case, the 2 arrests in my district of 2 Chinese nationals for operating one of these police stations, which, so everybody is clear, is really designed to track Chinese dissidents or Chinese citizens in the United States, essentially as an unsanctioned police station, so to speak. Now, I'm assuming, Ms. Murphy, you are not going to be able to speak much about that specific prosecution, but can you tell us more broadly, taking a step out of that prosecution, what the FBI understands about these police stations and the effort of the Chinese government to intimidate and threaten Chinese either citizens or dissidents who are living in this country?
Thank you for the question. As I think the committee is aware, China goes through great lengths to control the narrative about the country of China. And this is a way that they use influence and intimidation tactics against people that are in the United States that may have ties to China or views about China that the Chinese government doesn't agree with. And so it doesn't just happen here in the United States, it happens in other countries too. We work proactively to identify and then investigate these instances, whether they're identified as police stations or liaison bureaus. We also work with foreign partners when we find information to share with them, and they share back with us.
Can you describe some of the tactics that the Chinese government uses?
Sure. I think on the same day that the arrest in New York happened, we also announced an indictment against MPS for using a...
Can you just, sorry, what is NPS?
The Ministry of Public Security. I think it's probably better for a classified session, but they use tactics such as harassment, threatening relatives overseas. They can act like they're, the arm of the government here. They use, wide-ranging intimidation tactics.
Mr. Kahongama, I'm not sure, or Mr. Durham, I'm not sure if either one of you is the specific DHS witness to address this, but I wanted to ask a little bit about the Chinese governmental efforts to interfere in elections, both in this country as well as others, including Canada. To the extent that you can talk about this in an unclassified setting, where do things stand with those efforts as we are moving forward toward 2024?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Unfortunately, I will not be able to talk about that in this session, but I'm more than willing to arrange a classified session for you with regard to that question.
I'm not surprised, but it is something I think we are particularly concerned about, and I know the Foreign Influence Task Force, FITF, was created in part to address the efforts of foreign entities to interfere in our elections and to try to infiltrate our national security. So I do hope that we are all of you three and your agencies are very much focused on this and making sure that our election infrastructure is as strong as it can be. And my time is now up, so thank you for the time, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start with a small semantic problem. Some people are contrasting natural immunity with vaccination, but actually natural immunity is, natural, and our bodies will create antibodies in response to an infection, whether it's by contracting the disease or in response to receiving a vaccination. So in both cases, natural immunity is operating, and nobody is naturally immune to COVID-19. It creates an implication that somehow some people just will never get it, and I don't think there's any studies that demonstrate that. So if you can activate a natural immunity response, either by getting it or by having a vaccine, why not let COVID-19 just wash over the whole population and create herd immunity, which seems to be the subtext of some people's remarks here. It'll be cheaper than vaccination, and you don't have to run a government campaign to have people get the disease. They will just get it if you let it run wild. Well, that was precisely the strategy advocated by key Trump advisors during the Trump administration. And I sat on the select subcommittee on the coronavirus crisis where we dealt with witnesses and people who specifically advocated this. We revealed in a report last year, which I would love to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, called the Atlas Dogma, the Trump administration's embrace of a dangerous and discredited herd immunity via mass infection strategy from June 2022. Then I would ask unanimous consent to accept that report. But the administration embraced this mass infection strategy promoted by pandemic advisor Scott Atlas, a Fox News pundit with no background in infectious diseases, who amazingly was hired by the White House in the middle of the pandemic in July of 2020. So can I just ask for unanimous consent to enter this report into the record?
So ordered.
Thank you. Dr. Deborah Birx, who was then the coronavirus coordinator for the Trump White House, told the select subcommittee in a transcribed interview that she was constantly raising the alert about the dangers of Dr. Atlas's views on this pandemic. She warned that his wildly irresponsible herd immunity strategy was not implementable
and leading public health experts agreed at the time. Dr. Tan, why is mass infection, just letting the disease run over the population, a bad idea, even though it will activate natural immunity?
Well, the problem is that you're going to have a lot of individuals that are going to get seriously infected. They're going to be hospitalized, which is going to completely overwhelm the system. And there are going to be far more deaths if you let somebody just get infected to be infected. We see that with the chickenpox parties that used to be held, where people would know someone that had chickenpox, they would bring their children over to get infected. Some of those children would develop super infections with bacteria that landed them in the hospital with limb loss, other types of disfigurement, as well as deaths. So trying to have somebody just get a natural infection for immunity is a very risky and dangerous way, and vaccines are the safest way for you to get immunity.
It will lead to mass unnecessary suffering and death.
Correct.
And spread of the disease. Well, a systematic review published in Nature in January 2023 found that hybrid immunity was more protective than immunity after infection alone against the Omicron variant, and the effectiveness of previous infection against hospital admission or severe disease was 74%, and against reinfection, 24%. That's just having gotten it. But hybrid immunity, meaning you get the shot too, gives you 97% immunity against severe disease and hospital admission, and 41% against reinfection, as opposed to 24% without it. So that improves the odds too. So I guess my question to you is, do false and misleading claims about herd immunity and natural immunity ultimately undermine people's willingness to get vaccinated? And why is this debate so politicized and polarized?
Well, I'm a practicing clinician, so I can't comment on the politicization of it. But I can say that there already is some hesitancy with regards to receiving routine vaccinations, and with all the misinformation that was disseminated, it really fell on the COVID-19 vaccine to sort of push that to a different level.
I yield back. Thank you.
Making an opening statement.
Chairman Stile, thank you very much. Good morning to you and Chairman Comer, and to my friend, Mr. Morelli, the ranking member of House Admin. Good morning, everyone. What do you know? It's been more than a week, so it must be time for another hearing designed to inflict insult and injury on 700,000 disenfranchised Americans living in the nation's capital. Not only do our esteemed GOP colleagues want to block the statehood drive of our fellow Americans from Washington, D.C., and permanently deny them voting representation in the United States Senate and the United States House, not only do they want to roll back home rule, micromanage the D.C. Council, and blame them for the problems caused by their second-class political status, now they want to lecture them about democratic elections and voting rights while making it far more difficult for D.C. residents to register and to vote in the elections that they do get to vote for the few offices open to them, like D.C. Council, School Board, and Mayor. So while the GOP is pushing the ACE Act to empower states to clamp down on voting rights nationally, they also seek to directly impose this extreme anti-voter, anti-democratic legislation as a political straitjacket on the people of Washington, D.C. While Republicans claim to be advancing election integrity, the bill's obvious aim is to disenfranchise people and to make it more difficult to vote. And there's a history of this. In Democracy in America, Tocqueville observed that democracy in our country is always either shrinking and constricting under attack, or it's growing and expanding. And surely it's time for us to get back on the growth track and to stop these assaults on voting rights. But Republicans have thrown away the legacy of President Lincoln and now embrace the big lies and electoral corruption and manipulation of Donald Trump, who runs their party like an authoritarian cult of personality. Instead of bringing the people of Washington, D.C. into the Union on an equal footing with the people of the 50 states, they seek to bring the disenfranchisement and political marginalization afflicting D.C. to people all across America with their proposals for tactical voter suppression, election repression, and registration depression. And what's the justification for their sledgehammer attack on local elections in Washington today? There is none. D.C. already has free, fair, and secure elections for the public offices that are open to the people. In fact, D.C. has some of the most accessible and secure elections in the country. Through its pro-voter laws, D.C. has one of the highest registered voter rates in the country. And the local non-citizen voting policy identified by the chair is just for local elections, not for D.C.'s non-voting delegate in the House of Representatives. And this policy, by the way, follows up upon what was a central article of faith for the Republican Party in the 19th century, that people who come to the country as immigrants who are on the pathway to citizenship should have the right to vote and participate in local and school board elections. And I would refer to my friend from Wisconsin, a unanimous decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court in 1863 called In Re Wayletz, unanimously upholding Wisconsin's longstanding practice of granting non-citizens the right to vote at every level of government in Wisconsin. And of course, President Lincoln, if you study the history, was a great champion of giving non-citizens the right to vote in our country, which is why a lot of people, his opponents, anti-immigrant opponents, argued that he was in public office illegitimately because of the immigrant vote in Illinois, Wisconsin, and New York. But in any event, the Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database identifies 0 instances of voter fraud in Washington, D.C. since 1979. That's no election fraud in the nation's capital in the last 44 years. And D.C.'s very strong pro-voter, pro-registration policies are clearly conducive to election integrity and have not led to any episodes of voter fraud that I'm aware of, but perhaps the majority has some in mind. The only plausible reason for this legislation today is for people who really know nothing about local Washington, D.C., beyond Capitol Hill, to use D.C. as a whipping post, a guinea pig, and a sacrificial lamb in their effort to constrict the vote and depress participation nationally. With this hearing, our friends in the GOP have moved from the macro suppression of representation, voting rights, and political voice in Washington to the micro suppression of local voting rights to keep people from even getting to the polls to cast ballots for candidates for the few offices that D.C. residents are actually allowed to fill. This bill is unnecessary, unfair, undemocratic, and unworthy of this body. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you. I'm charmed by my colleagues' sudden interest in Russian subversion of American elections, something that they used to describe as the Russian hoax. If only they had shown a fraction of the interest in stopping Donald Trump's sellout of the American government to Vladimir Putin on everything from NATO to Syria to Ukraine, as they're showing about the possibility that a handful of Russian diplomats could sway an advisory neighborhood commission election in DuPont Circle, America would be in a much stronger position today. Mr. Spies, several provisions of the ACE Act seek to shield or limit donor disclosure, masking the true source of funding in our elections and hampering the ability of the FEC to enforce the foreign national prohibition. The ACE Act could lead to millions of dollars in hidden foreign spending hitting our airwaves and influencing our elections. Now, I want to talk about this kind of foreign interference. As you know, it's unlawful for any person to solicit, accept, or receive a contribution or donation from a foreign national. Do you agree it's important to ensure that foreign nationals do not make a contribution or donation of money or something else of value in connection with a federal, state, or local election?
Yes.
And you are counsel to the super PAC Right to Rise USA, is that right?
Yes.
In matter under review 7122, the FEC fined Right to Rise USA and America Pacific International Capital, APIC, a California corporation controlled by 2 foreign national Chinese citizens, $940,000, at the time the third largest penalty the FEC had ever issued. The penalty followed reporting that identified 2 illegal APIC donations totaling $1.3 million to Right to Rise. Now, as I'm sure you remember, Mr. Spies, you were also fined by the FEC in this matter as the treasurer of Right to Rise. This incident is a concrete example of actual foreign interference in our elections. Shouldn't Congress be doing everything in its power to stop concrete, actual foreign interference, like strengthening the ban on foreign national money and promoting disclosure of the true sources of election-related spending?
Almost everything you just stated there was factually incorrect. I would suggest the staffer who wrote that for you should research what happened there. Long story short, what you're talking about is an American subsidiary under the control of U.S. citizens that gave money to a super PAC. Everybody, including
So what was
on
the fine
commission,
for?
There was a conciliation agreement, which means that you settle with the commission, and the PAC paid
Because of foreign money, right?
It was not. It was never foreign money. The allegation was that it was U.S. money, but that a foreign national was the counsel at the foreign company by having legal review of whether it was permissible to contribute. That meant that you had a foreign citizen allegedly involved in the contribution, but it was never alleged to be foreign money. This was a U.S. money, but there was a
Okay, I'm
foreign
going to have to
lawyer
cut you.
involved.
Send us a memo about the
So
rest
are you
of it. All
concerned
I've
about
got
the
is the
facts or
FEC
just-
decision. Okay, forgive me. I'm reclaiming my time.
So it's just a
I'm
cheap shot?
reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. It's my time. Ms. Weiser, we just went through the unprecedented agony of a president of the United States trying to overthrow a presidential election, trying to get the vice president of the United States to step outside of his constitutional role and to declare the president who lost the victor in the election. We heard people not far from here chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," driving him out of the body. There was an attempt to substitute the loser for winner in a presidential election. We experienced a violent insurrection. There have been hundreds of convictions. People have just been convicted of seditious conspiracy, which means conspiracy to overthrow the government. And now, instead of dealing with that reality, which poses a serious threat to the Union, a dagger pointed at the throat of the United States of America, instead our colleagues come forward with legislation to try to impose a photo ID on local elections in the District of Columbia. Do you see something as strange or perverse about this response to the actual threats to democracy in America?
Thank you for your question. I do agree that the ACE Act does not address these critical threats that are urgent and that Congress needs to address as quickly as possible heading into federal elections, and instead focuses on actually rolling back voting rights solely in the District of Columbia.
All right, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just as a point of record and reference, COVID killed 1 million people in this country. And some of us were in Congress. Some of us were taking the calls, like I did on behalf of Michigan, when we didn't have the ventilators and we had a twice impeached president who was laughing at supply chain disruptions. Some of us were here on January 6th when a president twice impeached now was eating popcorn as the Capitol was being attacked. We are here with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, a former member of this body, someone who is dedicated to the health outcomes of this nation. Now, I only wish that the other side of the aisle could care just as much about the things that they are making up as they do about the real problems impacting Americans. My colleague from Connecticut spoke about a maternal mortality crisis in this nation, the highest in the industrial world. Mr. Secretary, we salute the Biden administration for your commitment to expanding access to quality, affordable health care, a very basic thing. You were here when we passed the Affordable Care Act, and we have been expanding on that and trying to improve outcomes for people. In the middle of a health crisis, a Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, adding and doubling to the challenge of women. Some of us have the physical reality of what it is like to get pregnant and to be fighting for the access to care. Not cheering when Roe v. Wade is overturned and now 14 states passing extreme abortion bans with no exceptions for rape, incest, or the life of the mother. Say that again. for the life of the mother, a human being. So Secretary Becerra, what steps has HHS taken to ensure that women continue to have access to comprehensive reproductive health care in the wake of this almost 1 year later horrible ruling from the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade?
Congresswoman, we are engaged in a number of activities. We take in actions against healthcare providers that have deprived women of the health care they need at the time during their pregnancy. We are making sure we defend the women's access to mifepristone, a abortion medication that has been in use for more than 20 years. We are continuing to work with family planning programs to make sure women get the right information about the care that they're entitled to. We have taken actions to defend any individual whose rights to health care have been discriminated against and violated. And we continue to make every effort to work with our state and local partners to make sure a woman has access to the care she needs wherever she may have to go to get it.
Well, thank you so much for that response. And I know my good colleague, Ms. Manning from the great state of North Carolina, has played a leading role in making sure that women have continued access to mifepristone. And of course, women bear a disproportionate burden of autoimmune disease, thyroid disease, and other gynecological diseases like endometriosis, certainly compared to male counterparts. And I just want to take this moment to continue to implore your office, with the great role that you play at HHS, to continue prioritizing research to improve understanding of the mechanisms, diagnoses, and treatment of diseases that disproportionately impact women. You know, you go on the NIH site and this condition, that condition just isn't researched enough because it's only impacting 50% of the population, except for, of course, for our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are possessed about reproductive care and stripping it away from women. So thank you for utilizing your role in that regard. Along the theme of equal access to health care for all people, I'd just like to inquire about continued support for disabled Americans, a group of workers whose rights and opportunities are so often stifled in the workplace. Central laws like Section 504, the IDA work together to protect children and adults with disabilities from exclusion, and unequal treatment in schools, jobs, and the community. So, Secretary Becerra, what can HHS do to strengthen enforcement of civil rights mandates, including Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, to ensure that the 64 million people with disabilities in this country have adequate and equal access to health care?
Congressman, thank you for the question. We are continuing to try to reform and improve the regulations that we have that let us enforce Section 504 or Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act when it comes to anti-discrimination provisions. We hope that Congress will provide us with the resources our Office for Civil Rights requires in order to be able to do the work to enforce the law when we get reports of violations.
Thank you. I yield back. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. What is your reaction to the Trump arraignment today, and what is your reaction to Chairman Jordan not ruling out having Jack Smith testify before Congress?
Look, there's, I think that, what I'm concerned about are, there are over 50 House Republicans who have endorsed Donald Trump for president, and their posture is troubling. It's deeply troubling to read tweets like Clay Higgins, which basically, tells folks to stand back and stand by. For those of us who were, in the chamber on January 6th, we view this as from a very dangerous perspective. But there is a rule of law. The president will be held to that standard. The former president will be held to that standard. There is a process for this. He will be treated like any other defendant and given his opportunity to make his case in court. But the allegations are incredibly troubling. And the fact that House Republicans continue to try to come to his rescue just blows our mind, quite honestly. And it stems from the fact that this is the leader of their party. They, lock, stock, and barrel, will follow what the former president says. And so if he says something is wrong, if he says something is corrupt, they believe it. And they're willing to use every tool imaginable in order to change the game in their favor. We've seen it before, and we'll see it again. So it's troubling in the sense that this is what happens when they have power. Can you imagine what would happen if they had power of the presidency and of Congress? This is who they are.
Recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin from Maryland, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Walensky, you're a graduate of Churchill High School in beautiful Montgomery County, Maryland, and the people of the 8th District are very proud of your devotion and your commitment to the public health and public education. In October of 2022, the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus, led by Chairman Clyburn, which I served on, uncovered a deliberate campaign by the then leader of the free world, former President Trump, and his associates to distort and politicize the CDC's COVID-19 public health response before the 2020 presidential election. This disinformation strategy is best described by Trump's own political appointees. President Trump's COVID-19 coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, who has famously told America that the Trump administration could have prevented hundreds of thousands of deaths from COVID had it acted effectively to address the epidemic, stated that Dr. Scott Atlas, another Trump appointee, quote, was overtly mixing public health with politics by advocating the idea that case identification is bad for the president's reelection. Dr. Paul Alexander, a Trump appointee, former senior policy advisor in CDC's Office of Public Affairs, said this: "Here is the issue. If the communication is left with just the statement that minority groups, sick, are at higher risk than on its face, this is very accurate. However, in this election cycle, that is the kind of statement coming from CDC that the media and Democrat antagonists will use against the president. Each time we talk about these deaths, we need to tell the nation why these deaths happened. This was due to decades of Democrat neglect." President Trump and his allies not only spread medical disinformation about quack medical cures like hydroxychloroquine and injecting yourself with bleach, but they lied to the American people very explicitly for their own political benefit. In discussing the importance of getting accurate scientific information about COVID out to the people from CDC, Dr. Martin Cetron, director of the Division of Global Migration and Quarantine, told the Senate, the Select Subcommittee during a transcribed interview, quote, "There are people no longer with us that would have benefited from that kind of very clear messaging." Now, Dr. Walensky, do you agree that accurate science-based public health guidance would have saved lives that we lost during the COVID-19 epidemic?
That has been my goal. Thank you. First of all, go Bulldogs. But that has been my goal since I got here, is to provide the most up-to-date information that we have, tell people what we know, tell people what we don't know, tell people that things may change if we have a new variant, for example.
But why has that been your goal? Why is it so important to get accurate, scientifically based information out to the people?
Because that is how they make their own risk-based decisions. It is they are making their own decisions, and they are doing it based on what they hear from scientific experts, from leaders in the field, and that is how they should be making those decisions.
Right, but presumably you want them to make scientifically based decisions because that will protect their own health.
Of course.
And safety. So if the government is involved in putting out distorted information or propaganda or disinformation, it is going to undermine the public health.
And that was actually among the challenges as I came in, and in fact among the challenges that have been discussed here this morning.
Well, tell us about that. What kind of challenges in terms of staff morale and public trust did you inherit when you became the CDC director?
Look, we have an agency, I'm gifted to have an agency that works 24/7 to protect Americans. We have people who were rappelling out of helicopters to drop test kits onto the Diamond Princess. We have people who have gone door to door in Ohio during the Ohio train derailment for hours on end. We have people working in Ebola treatment centers doing infection control, and they are now seeing the vitriol splashed across the pages of the work that they are doing. Their job is to work 24/7 to protect
protect the nation and protect health. And we do that through all of those activities and through releasing science. And when they are undermined, you see risks to their lives. You see people leaving. I think there's an estimate that about half of public health workers across this country have left the field because they've been threatened. That does not help public health in this country.
Well, and I want to thank you for your devotion to getting scientific facts out to the people in pursuit of the public health. And if Donald Trump's apologists are really worried about plummeting confidence in government and in public health, they should look at the lies and the serial manipulation of the facts that were engineered by Donald Trump and his administration in their spectacularly failed response to COVID-19. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an October 2022 report titled, "It Was Compromised, the Trump administration's unprecedented campaign to control CDC and politicize public health during the coronavirus crisis," that was authored in the last Congress, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields in
5 minutes. Here we are again, another hearing that seems to primarily be about how great Donald Trump was as he campaigns for president. That Donald Trump was great because he hated regulations. He wanted to gut the CFPB's consumer protections. He didn't like the EPA's clean water guarantees. Why not hack up the ATF and their gun safety rules? Well, another example I'd like to bring up is his scorn for national security regulations. The most recent that I want to talk about is an executive order from 2009, a regulation that states, and I quote, "An official or employee leaving agency service may not remove classified information from the agency's control." And as we saw yesterday, our own DOJ believes that Trump did just that. And for the first time in history, a former president of the United States was indicted on federal criminal charges, 37 of them. This is a serious and sobering moment, but it's important for us to remember and recognize that after pressuring local elected officials to change election results and overthrow democracy in the White House for the first time in American history, and then after that didn't work and summoning his supporters to overthrow the government on January 6th, Trump left the White House with some of our most sensitive national security secrets, including information, according to the indictment, on things like nuclear weapons. The indictment says that Trump kept these documents in ballrooms and in bathrooms that tens of thousands of guests could have accessed. Any one of these people could have stolen this information that was classified for the United States. He even allegedly showed those classified documents to his visitors, actively putting our national security secrets at risk. The indictment says that when the FBI subpoenaed these documents to get them back to safety, Trump hid 64 boxes of them and then lied to law enforcement, saying it had all been returned. Such actions violate both federal laws and federal regulations, and these rules, like so many of my Democratic colleagues have discussed today, are to protect the national interest, to protect consumers, to protect workers, to protect kids in our schools, to protect our clean water and our clean air. We need to advocate and continue to advocate for the federal government to be able to advance common sense regulations. And we should stop having such open scorn towards regulations as a whole and instead talk about what the right sets of rules should be. Ms. Katzen, do you agree that it's important to have federal regulations to protect things like our national security secrets, our clean air, and safety for workers and consumers?
Yes, I do believe that regulations are beneficial. I think one of your colleagues across the aisle suggested that I was in favor of all regulations, all places, all times, unlimited. That is not the case. I, too, am interested in sensible regulations, in regulations where the benefits justify the costs and where good common sense plays a role.
Well, thank you for that, and I look forward to more good common sense in the conversations that we have here today. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Durham. Can you pull that microphone real close so everyone can hear what you say there? We appreciate that. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durham, your report reads like a defense of the Trump campaign and an attack on Hillary Clinton because that's exactly what it is. Donald Trump wanted you to investigate the investigators to show the deep state conspiracy, but you never found one. Instead, you gave him and his MAGA Republicans the next best thing, someone else to blame for Donald Trump's problems. That's why you're here today, because the chairman and his colleagues need someone, anyone, to deflect from the mounting evidence of Trump's misconduct. Let me remind you that Donald Trump was federally indicted on 37 counts for mishandling classified information. 37 counts. That's why you're here today, not because of anything that happened in 2016. Ms. Durham, your investigation cost more than $6.5 million, involved the work of dozens of FBI employees and federal prosecutors, some of whom resigned in protest, and took roughly 4 years to complete. Is that correct?
No.
It's not correct.
No, I mean, there were multiple parts of that.
Did it take 4 years to complete?
Correct.
Okay. And with all these resources and all these people you were sent to help you investigate the investigators, you only filed 3 criminal cases. You only brought 2 cases to trial, correct?
Correct.
And you lost all the cases you brought to trial, correct?
Correct.
In fact, 2 juries acquitted your defendants on all charges. And the one conviction that you obtained, the defendant pleaded guilty to a single count and never went to trial, correct?
Correct.
I will note that in that case, the primary investigative steps were all completed by Inspector General Horowitz. Perhaps you were better when it came to your report. From my reading, your report did not make any specific concrete recommendations to improve DOJ or FBI policies or procedures. In fact, your report repeatedly references the recommendations made by Inspector General Horowitz, almost all of which DOJ and FBI have already implemented. Again, your investigation lasted 4 years. 4 years and untold sums of money, and you still obtained only 1 conviction. You did produce a 300-page report, though, and that's given my Republican counterparts plenty of material to spin. Mr. Durham, George Papadopoulos was a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign in spring 2016. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And in May 2016, he told an Australian diplomat that the Trump team had received some kind of suggestion from Russia that it could assist this process with the anonymous release of information during the campaign that would be damaging to Secretary Clinton. This is a fact that came out during the Mueller investigation, and your investigation found nothing to dispute this fact, correct?
There's more detail to that in the report.
Did it find anything to dispute this report, to dispute this fact?
No.
Okay. On page 50 of your report, you wrote that on July 28, 2016, FBI headquarters received the Australian information that formed the basis for the opening of Crossfire Hurricane, correct?
Correct.
So this fantasy that some MAGA Republicans have created, where the investigation was started for any reason other than a Trump campaign operative bragging to Australian intelligence assets about Russian dirt that would damage Hillary Clinton, is not true. And when the FBI received that information, according to your report, it had not just the predication to investigate. There is no question, you wrote, that the FBI had an affirmative obligation to closely examine the Australian information. Isn't that right?
The FBI had an obligation to examine.
So that's correct. So the origin of the investigation was not the Steele dossier. It was not Alpha Bank. It was a Trump aide's loose lips about his campaign's advanced view into a hack that had a profound effect on the 2016 election. That information supplied by the Australian government gave the FBI predication to begin an investigation. And I'd like to discuss one more false conclusion about your report that's made its way into the MAGA Republican talking points. Some of my colleagues across the aisle have started calling this the, quote, Russia hoax. It's the theory that Russia did not actually interfere in the 2016 presidential election. That is patently false. In 2017, during the Trump administration, the Director of National Intelligence declassified a report on Russian activity in the 2016 election. You're aware of this report, correct?
Correct.
And in this report, the intelligence community found that, quote, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the U.S. presidential election. Russia's goals were to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, and harm her electability and potential presidency. We further assessed Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump, close quote. You did not dispute that Trump ordered an influence campaign to influence the 2016 election in your report, did you?
As I said, there was a real
Yes or
Russian
no?
threat.
No. Okay. Special Counsel Mueller indicted 12 Russian intelligence officers in July 2018. Isn't that right?
Correct.
The 12 intelligence officers were indicted for attacking the Clinton campaign. On page 55 of your report, you acknowledge that at a press conference in 2016, Donald Trump on camera said, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing." Is that correct?
That's correct.
And 2 years later at the Helsinki
Regular order.
summit, Trump told the press that he believed Russian President Putin over his own intelligence officials when he told them Russia did not interfere during the 2016 elections season. I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentlemen, the witness can respond if he chooses to. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina. It yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Special Counsel Durham, for your time today. I yield the balance of my time to my colleague from California, Representative Adam Schiff.
I thank you for yielding. One of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle took issue with my saying that the Trump campaign invited Russian help, received Russian help, made use of it, and then lied about it. So let's break this down. Let's go to invited Russian help. Mr. Durham, you're aware of Donald Trump's public statements along the lines of, "Hey, Russia, if you're listening, hack Hillary's emails, you'll be richly rewarded by the press." You aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
And are you aware that Mueller found that hours after he made that plea for Russian help, the Russians, in fact, tried to hack one of the email servers affiliated with the Clinton campaigner family?
If that happened, I'm not aware of that. I mean, it could very well.
You're not aware of that in the Mueller report? So when you say you're not aware of evidence of collusion in the Mueller report, it's because you apparently haven't read the Mueller report very well. If you're not aware of that fact. But let me ask you about something else.
Sure.
Don Jr., when offered dirt as part of what was described as a Russian government effort to help the Trump campaign, said, "If it's what you say, I love it." Would you call that an invitation to get Russian help with dirt on Hillary Clinton?
The words speak for themselves, I suppose.
I think they do. And in fact, he said, especially late in summer. Late in summer was around when the Russians started to dump the stolen emails, wasn't it?
Late in the summer, there was information that was disclosed by WikiLeaks in mid to late July. I think there had been some in June, and then there was maybe some later in October, was it? I think, but don't hold me to those dates.
And this gets to the receipt of help. The second thing I mentioned, receiving Russian help. The dumping of those emails, by the way, just as forecast by what Papadopoulos told the Australian diplomat, that is that the Russians would help by leaking dirt anonymously through cutouts like WikiLeaks and DC Leaks.
I don't think that's exactly what he told the Australians, but.
Well, he said that he was informed that the Russians could help by anonymously releasing this information, right?
Release what?
By anonymously releasing information damaging to Hillary Clinton, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you read what's in the cable and what's in the report as to what the diplomats reported was there was a suggestion of a suggestion that the Russians could help. They had damaging information as to Mrs. Clinton. And
by releasing it anonymously, right? And that's exactly what happened, isn't it?
I don't.
You really don't know?
I'm not sure exactly. When you say exactly what happened.
Well, the Russians released stolen emails through cutouts, did they not?
There were emails.
It's a very simple question. Did they release information, stolen information through cutouts, yes or no?
Yeah, I'm not sure that.
You really don't know the answer to that? The answer is yes, they did. Through DC Leaks.
Well, in your mind, it's yes.
Well, Mueller's answer was yes. More important than mine, Mueller's answer was yes. Now, that information, of course, was helpful to the Trump campaign, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question, but that the Russians intruded into,
I just want to
hacked into the systems, they released information.
And that was helpful to the Trump campaign, right?
And the conclusion in the ICA and in the Mueller investigation was that the Russians intended to assist.
Can you answer my question, Mr. Durham? That was helpful to the Trump campaign, right?
Yeah, that's.
And Trump made use of that, as I said, didn't he, by touting those stolen documents on the campaign trail over 100 times?
I said, I don't really read the newspapers or listen to the news. I don't
really,
find all that reliable, so I don't know that.
Mr. Durham, you're totally oblivious to Donald Trump's use of the stolen emails on the campaign trail more than 100 times? Did that escape your attention?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware of the final prong that I mentioned, that he lied about it, that the Trump campaign covered it up? It's the whole second volume of the Mueller report. I hope you're familiar with that.
Yeah, that's a section of the report, the second volume relating to was there obstruction of justice.
Well, thank you for confirming what my Republican colleague attacked me about. Now, he also criticized the use of the word collusion, apparently giving private polling data to the Russians while the Russians are helping your campaign. They don't want to call collusion. Maybe there's a better name for it. Maybe they would prefer we just call it good old-fashioned GOP cheating with the enemy. Maybe that would be a little bit more accurate description.
Yeah.
Because this is what happened, but they seem allergic to calling it for what it is. I yield back.
Gentlemen, it'll be the Republicans will be squeezed. I think the gentlelady's time has expired. We'll now go to the gentlelady from. I appreciate your answer, Mr. Durham. I think we understand where you're headed. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. St. Louis and I are here today to set the record straight about this political investigation conducted on behalf of the twice impeached, twice indicted former white supremacist in chief, Donald Trump. From the start, this entire investigation has been an attempt to undermine the findings of the Mueller investigation and distract the people of this country from Donald Trump's corruption. That's why it began just days after the release of the Mueller report. And that's why 4 years later, and no matter how much my colleagues across the aisle claim otherwise, the Durham investigation did not exonerate Mr. Trump or any of his associates. Mr. Durham, I'd like to briefly discuss a few of the different Trump-related items that your report does not touch on. In the interest of time, you can just simply answer yes or no. The Mueller report found that Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort knowingly shared internal polling data and information on battleground states with a Russian spy. Did you find this to be untrue?
I did not find that to be untrue.
Thank you. Thank you for that. The Mueller report found that Mr. Manafort shared this internal polling data with a Russian asset with the expectation it would be shared with Putin-linked oligarch Oleg Deripaska. Did you find this to be untrue?
I didn't find it to be untrue, but I didn't look at it either.
The Mueller report found that Russian military hackers first targeted Hillary Clinton's personal office within hours of Trump's infamous July 27, 2016 press conference, which we've heard already, where he said, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing." Did you find this to be untrue?
When you say this, what? That Mr. Trump clearly said that. Is it publicly recorded?
Did you find, the Mueller report found that Russian military hackers first targeted her personal office within hours of the infamous press conference, where Trump said, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails."
And if that was,
Did you find this to be untrue?
I did not find that to be untrue.
Thank you. So again, your investigation, Mr. Durham, did not undercut the basic findings of the Mueller report. Those who read your report as exonerating Donald Trump are willfully deluding themselves and the people of this country. And let's take a step back for a minute. In the chaos created by all these conspiracy theories and other propaganda amplified by right-wing hate machine, the one we continue to hear, a very simple point is getting lost. Republicans will do anything, say anything, and spend any amount of money to hide the basic truth that their leader is a criminal, corrupt, narcissistic buffoon. That's why we're still talking about Carter Page. That's why anyone even knows who John Durham is. That's why Republicans are still carrying on Mr. Durham's work by launching frivolous investigations that end with them embarrassing themselves by propping up obvious lies. It has always been about gaslighting the country. So instead of holding these farcical hearings about farcical investigations, I urge my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, to get serious and start legislating on behalf of their constituents instead of helping the twice impeached, twice indicted Donald Trump further evade accountability. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
I now recognize Mr. Kuda for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Raskin.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I appreciate the comments of Mr. Garcia, who reminds us that the closures began under the Trump administration. At the same time, actually, that President Trump was aggressively defending the Chinese government and praising President Xi for his wonderful and speedy response to the coronavirus. And we have more than 20 statements in which President Trump praised the Chinese government and their cooperation and his effective work with China. But back to you, Professor Schwartzman. We established that in the Oregon versus Smith case, the Supreme Court upheld the ban on peyote use, even though it did selectively burden the religious practice of adherents of the Native American religion, because it was a general ban that applied to everybody. It only really hurt one religion, but it was something that applied to everybody. In the court, Justice Scalia actually said that the test of a free exercise violation is whether it's part of a neutral, universally applicable law, or whether it's adopted for the purposes of interfering with someone's worship and religious practice. The counterpoint case is the Church of Lukumi Babalu I case, where there was an ordinance in Florida that was gerrymandered to target the Santeria religion and their live slaughter of animals, saying, well, if slaughter of animals is bad, it should apply across the board, including in supermarkets, on farms, and so on. But this is just targeted at this particular church. So in order to clarify what's going on with COVID-19, we need to look at what the character of the different laws are. If a law said that people could not gather in groups of more than 15, and it applied to theaters, coliseums, weddings, funerals, church and synagogue and mosque services, political rallies, newspaper floors, factory floors, football and baseball games, would that violate the free exercise of religion?
I think as the Supreme Court interpreted the First Amendment in Employment Division versus Smith, the peyote case that you mentioned, and in Lukumi, a law of that kind would not violate the First Amendment because it would be neutral and generally applicable.
Okay, and if a jurisdiction adopted a law that was just targeted at churches, saying that you can't gather in groups of more than 15 in churches or synagogues or mosques, but it doesn't talk about football games, baseball games, factory floors, theaters, coliseums, other public events, would that violate the free exercise of religion?
Yes, that would clearly fall under the standard that the court adopted in Lukumi, and it would be discriminatory.
Okay, so viewed charitably at its very best, the purpose of this hearing is just to underscore what the Constitution already dictates, which is that governments in their pursuit of public health cannot selectively target churches for regulation, but have to make neutral, universally applicable public health regulations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and if there are any that appear to be selectively targeted at religion, those have been struck down or should be struck down. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so what are we really doing here? Well, we're here to state a truism about the Constitution, and then somehow to try to impugn the Biden administration, which, as my colleagues have pointed out, inherited the nightmare and catastrophe of COVID-19 from Donald Trump. His own COVID-19 advisor, Deborah Birx, has said we've lost hundreds of thousands of people in our country because of the reckless mismanagement of the pandemic when it first started by Donald Trump, who was living in an absolute fairy tale world, saying that it would disappear by Easter, it would magically go away overnight, everybody should just take hydroxychloroquine, inject yourself with bleach. I mean, it's hard to recapture the lunacy of that period. But that's how it all began. And I'm just amazed that our colleagues would think even to have a hearing and bring this up when it stands as such an embarrassment and debacle and disgrace in terms of the last presidential administration. And it is the Biden administration which finally got in control of COVID-19 and has allowed us to take off the masks and end the distancing and send the kids back to school, which the whole country, of course, wanted, but they would prefer to polarize it and divide the country over these matters. I yield back to the chairman. Distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, a member of the first impeachment team.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here are some facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump remains one of the greatest dangers to our democracy that we have ever seen, and he's a demagogue. Fact number two, demagogues don't like people who call them out, who speak the truth, and pose a threat to their grand designs to destroy our democracy. Fact number 3, I've spent my life serving this country in uniform, out of uniform, and I would be hard-pressed to find somebody who's more committed to democracy, who has more integrity, who has more commitment to the rule of law than Adam Schiff. So I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this absurd proposal, to set yourself free from your servitude of Donald Trump so we can move forward as a country. Set yourself free. You know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida recognized.
I now recognize Mr. Moskowitz from Florida for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for letting me wave on. In a previous life, before I got here, I was the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida and handled the first 18 months of the COVID response for Governor DeSantis. And I worked with both administrations. I worked with the Trump administration all the way until he lost the election, and then I worked with the Biden administration in the rollout of the vaccine. I can tell you what both administrations did extremely well. I can tell you what both administrations did extremely poorly. But what I can't, for the life of me, understand is that every time we talk about COVID, we talk like it started on Joe Biden's inauguration day, like COVID started on January 15th. Mr. Schwartzman, just to remind everybody who's watching, who was president when COVID came from China and infiltrated the country?
President Trump.
Okay. And so I know we forget that when we ask the questions about what government did and government's response and was it proper. There were 2 administrations that had a response. And so let's dive into that. You know, do we forget that the Trump administration was so unprepared for the pandemic that they literally had to change the expiration dates on PPE, masks, gowns, gloves, things that had expired, that they told doctors and nurses, oh, yeah, don't worry about the expiration date. We'll have the CDC just change, the FDA just change the expiration date. In fact, we had to turn to the country, China, that allowed the virus to come here for almost all our supplies. So the country that allowed the virus to come here, that killed over 1 million Americans, we had to turn to them for our entire response. It's probably why Trump said, I don't know, things like China's been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, and on behalf of the American people, I would like to thank President Xi. By the way, I'll only do that once, because I did this in a previous committee. He does that for like a whole month, like 20 times. You know, I want to bring up something else, because I found it an interesting conversation. We have a First Amendment in this country, which is what we can do. But I want to ask Mr. Bailey a question of what we should do. Mr. Bailey, we can debate things in this country. But I want to ask a should question. And I'm going to use an extreme example. Okay? So I'm not trying to set you up. Do you think we should debate whether the Holocaust happened in this country? I know we can debate it. Do you think we should debate it?
I think we should fight to protect core political speech in this nation, even disfavored speech, and the best remedy is counter speech, not government censorship.
So you agree with me that we can debate it? I agree we can. I'm not disagreeing. Do you think we should? Do you think we should debate whether the Holocaust happened, whether 6 million Jews were killed, 10 million people? Do you think we should debate whether Hitler was a bad guy? Should we debate that?
That is not an issue in the lawsuit that we filed that I'm here to talk about, and I'll stand by my answer.
Okay. My point, and I understand why you didn't want to answer, because I know your answer. No, we shouldn't debate it. You don't want to say that because it shows that there's a distinction between whether we can debate things under our rights versus whether we should debate them, because should debating them could cause a lot of harm. And that's what happened in COVID. We can debate things in this country, but there was a whether we should debate them and whether the should would cause tremendous harm. I want to turn to something else. Donald Trump said this: My administration is recommending that all Americans, including the young and healthy, work to engage in schooling at home, avoid gatherings in groups of 10 or more, avoid discretionary travel, avoid eating and drinking at bars and restaurants and public food courts. That was his slow the spread recommendations, no more than groups of 10. He extended those recommendations to April 30th. Well, you know what came before that? Easter. It was Donald Trump who recommended to all of the governors in this country to not be open for Easter because you couldn't gather in groups of 10 or more. So the first one to close the churches, to affect religion, was not Joe Biden. It was Donald Trump when he recommended to the governors to not allow people to gather in places of 10 or more. And so what I don't understand is we should be talking about how this stuff never happens again. I agree with you. There are things that happen that should never happen again. But the way we make sure they don't happen again is by preparing, is by fixing the supply chain issues, but by making sure we're ready to face the next pandemic. We should be doing that on a bipartisan basis rather than just continuing to be aggrieved. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'd like to welcome Secretary Yellen before our committee today. I want to first start out by noting that after the failures of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and First Republic Bank, it was the leadership and swift action taken by Secretary Yellen and our banking regulators that prevented a banking crisis, protected our economy, and ensured that depositors in the United States remain safe. That's not all. After months of Republican brinkmanship over our nation's debt, Secretary Yellen did a masterful job of blocking out lies coming from extreme MAGA Republicans by keeping Congress appropriately updated with the latest estimate of the X date and ensuring our bills were paid on time. It's this level of leadership that Secretary Yellen has also demonstrated on the world stage. Right now, climate change, global pandemics, and food scarcity pose major threats to the global economy. Now, after years of hostility and ignorance by officials appointed by the prior administration, Secretary Yellen is helping to restore the image of the United States all around the world and among our allies by pushing the World Bank, IMF, and other multilateral institutions to take serious action to tackle these existential threats before they get worse. Not only that, but under Secretary Yellen's leadership, the United States continues to impose severe sanctions against Russia, has increased financial resources for countries in need by authorizing additional IMF special drawing rights, and is promoting a strong and vibrant domestic economy by implementing transformational pieces of legislation like the American Rescue Plan and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Acts. Republicans, on the other hand, are failing to lead. They are actively denying that climate change exists, dismantling the government's ability to respond to pandemics, cutting off food aid to struggling countries, blocking their own legislation in the House, and threatening to drive our global economy off a cliff. It's telling that on the same day that we are hearing about the Secretary's and Treasury's efforts to bolster the global economy, Republicans will also bend over backwards to defend the twice impeached and indicted former President Trump, who is being arraigned for allegedly stealing and sharing some of the nation's closely guarded secrets and willfully undermining efforts to protect those secrets. The contrast between Democrats and Republicans is clear. After nearly tanking the economy, Republican infighting has ground the House floor to a halt. Make no mistake, their extreme MAGA agenda is not extreme enough for their extremists. Thankfully, under Democratic leadership, the United States is stronger than ever. We now have 28 consecutive months of strong growth, and during Biden's tenure, created a record 13 million jobs, all while cutting inflation by more than half compared to last summer based on the latest consumer price index. Index numbers out of this morning will further progress expected in the months to come. The Biden administration and Democrats have shown that what happens when you deliver legislation that puts work and families first. I now look forward to today's testimony, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, just listening to this debate, a lot of it revolves around this idea, as my colleague from Indiana stated, that military recruitment is down because of DEI training. Military recruitment is down because the military has become so woke. Now, the survey data indicates that actually what recruits are concerned about is being welcomed into an organization that will accept their differences. It's not hard to understand why that's the case when you hear the facts laid out by Mr. Veazey, you hear the experience of Ms. Sherrill, or we hear our colleague from Virginia say she had to work twice as hard and show up early just to get treated extremely equally, whatever that means. So I'm a Democrat. We're often accused by the right of having radical theories. I just want to throw out a radical theory as to why faith in the military might have declined precipitously in 2017. Sure, maybe it's because we had diversity training, which has frankly been a part of the military for a long time. We've had to have it ever since the military led the way in integrating the armed services back in the 1950s and received a lot of the same criticism that we're hearing today. But maybe, just maybe, our nation's faith in the military started declining when we had a commander-in-chief who politicized the military. A commander-in-chief who asked on a trip to Europe, "Why should I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." A commander-in-chief who referred to the more than 1,800 Marines lost at Bella Wood as suckers for getting killed. A commander-in-chief who said of John McCain, "He's not a war hero. I like people who weren't captured." Or when McCain died, "We're not going to support that loser's funeral," and he apparently became furious when, according to multiple witnesses, he saw flags lowered to half-staff. It was his own Secretary of Defense who had to point out, after being criticized by his commander-in-chief, "I earned my spurs on the battlefield." Donald Trump earned his spurs in a letter from a doctor that got him out of serving in Vietnam. When we ask why faith in the military has declined or why this issue has become politicized for the first time in a long time in our history, I wonder if it has something to do with the commander-in-chief who made it a point of politicizing the military and was elected just a year before that faith declined. So that might be a radical theory. But when I hear my colleagues say, we have a recruitment problem and we have faith in the military declining, but I believe, and at least he was honest to use the right verb here, I believe that's related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, despite the fact that recruiting data actually tells a different story. I have yet to hear, in over 90 minutes of debate, any evidence connecting those two things, any cause and effect for that assertion. So I just hope that we're thinking about what's really politicizing the military here. And when I look at the list of amendments on this, forcing this debate in this committee, which we're happy to have this debate, but they're all amendments from the Republican side who are turning this into a political issue, when frankly it should be just routine business for a Department of Defense that should be freed from these political chains to do its job. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Durham. Mr. Durham, after Inspector General Horowitz found serious errors last year with one aspect of the Russia investigation, but found accusations of a politically motivated FBI plot to be baseless, Donald Trump said, quote, "I look forward to the Durham report, which is coming out in the not too distant future. It's got its own information, which is this information," meaning the Horowitz information, plus, plus, plus. Mr. Durham, do you consider your report to be the Horowitz report plus, plus, plus? Can you turn your mic on? I'm sorry.
I suppose that's for other people to judge. The report speaks for itself, in my view.
Okay. Your one criminal conviction was for doctoring an email about a surveillance warrant, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And who referred this individual for prosecution?
That matter was referred by the Inspector General's office.
Okay. And this individual pleaded guilty, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what his sentence was?
He was sentenced to 12 months probation.
That's right.
For fabricating a document which was used to get a surveillance order on an American citizen.
Did you charge any high-level FBI or intelligence officials with a crime?
No.
Right, you did not. In your report, you are highly critical of the FBI's Russia investigation. Is that fair to say?
Certain aspects of it, yes.
Okay. Did you recommend new charges as a result of those criticisms?
We weren't able to prove matters. I couldn't say under the guiding principles that we'd be able to prove matters beyond a reasonable doubt because of lack of recollections, passages of time, inconsistent statements. So no, we didn't.
So no, you did not. Right. Did you suggest any significant changes to how future investigations should be conducted?
And I guess it's for others to judge whether there are significant suggestions or not. I think that more disciplined approaches to these matters can be affected by some of the recommendations we made, yes.
Okay. I would say you did not suggest any significant changes. In the FBI's statement in response to your report, it said that the FBI conduct you examined was, quote, "the reason that current FBI leadership already implemented dozens of corrective actions, which have now been in place for some time." Mr. Durham, do you know why the corrective actions have been in place for some time at the FBI?
I think I know, yes.
Okay. Is it because the Inspector General finished his report 3.5 years ago, making recommendations for changes that the FBI could make?
In part.
Okay. In the 4 years that you spent tracking down Donald Trump's conspiracy theories, other investigations were conducted and completed. These investigations and the Horowitz investigation primarily identified the problems with the FBI investigation. But the one thing the Horowitz report did not do was give Donald Trump and my MAGA Republican colleagues across the aisle talking points for their conspiracy theories. On that front, you delivered. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Durham, your report attempts to make a case that the Clinton investigations of Clinton were given more favorable treatment to that of President Trump. But you leave out one very notable example, and that is your report makes no discussion of the fact that the email investigation into Hillary Clinton was made very public before the election, was it not? You had James Comey discussing Hillary Clinton's emails in the days leading up to the election?
If I follow your question, I don't think that the report says that the Clinton that Mrs. Clinton was given more favorable treatment. I think what the report says is that the FBI exercised some considerable discipline in how it was going to approach those matters as compared to how the FBI people who were involved in Crossfire Hurricane approached Crossfire Hurricane. I think that's what the report says.
Why, Mr. Durham, would you leave out the glaring contrast between the FBI's public discussion of the Clinton investigation right before the election and its keeping confidential the Trump investigation? Wasn't that a glaring disparity in how they were both treated?
I don't know. I mean, the
Really don't know the
FBI,
answer to the question?
did, and Mr. Comey did what they did. I was asked to.
Yes, they did what they did, and in glaring contrast to how they treated the Trump investigation, which was kept secret before the election, whereas the Clinton investigation was discussed publicly, affecting the outcome. Isn't that correct?
I can tell you that the FBI had that information and sat on it for months before they acted in making a public disclosure.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Durham, thank you for coming to testify.
Thank you very much. Ms. Barbero, there has been an ongoing and extensive comment period for the SEC's proposed climate-related disclosure rule, which would require U.S. publicly traded companies to disclose annually how their businesses are assessing, measuring, and managing climate-related risk. This rule would include disclosing greenhouse gas emissions as a measure of exposure to climate-related risk. Has the SEC received comments or other indications that the climate information the proposed rule would require be disclosed is in fact materially important for making investment decisions in a company? If so, would you please identify what those comments are?
Thank you. We've received a record number of comments in response to the climate proposal, and any number of those comments are supportive of the proposal and the disclosure of greenhouse gas emissions. In terms of specific comments and what specific commenters have raised, we'd be happy to get back to you if there's a question on that we could answer, but we have, again, received a record number of comments. Staff are actively reviewing and processing those comments as we move forward to any final rule that would be adopted by the Commission on the climate risk disclosures.
Thank you. I think that clarifies my question. Let me move on, Ms. Barbero. As you know, last Congress, I initiated a bipartisan investigation into the collapse of FTX, which Chair McHenry has continued in this Congress. It is my understanding that the SEC is concerned that some of the materials requested by the committee Republicans would prejudice the parallel ongoing criminal prosecutions as well as its civil enforcement action of Sam Bankman-Fried and possibly other FTX employees. I recognize that there's a delicate balance between providing Congress the information it needs and being careful not to negatively impact any ongoing investigation or enforcement action. I believe the members of this committee are sensitive to that potential problem and want to seek a resolution that accommodates both the concerns of the executive branch and the information needed by Congress. Therefore, it is important for us to understand what efforts are being made by the SEC to provide as much information as possible to Congress without creating a problem for executive branch enforcement actions. Please tell us, how is the SEC balancing the legitimate enforcement concerns with its obligation to provide Congress with information? And when do you expect to resolve this matter?
I thank you for the question, and that is very much what we have endeavored to do in terms of providing the committee with the information that it needs and balancing the important interests that we and I assume the Department of Justice have in not releasing information that could prejudice the criminal trial, which is scheduled to begin in just a few short months in October. We've worked closely with the committee to provide a briefing by experienced staff from the Division of Enforcement on how we work with DOJ in parallel investigations. We've provided a timeline on the FTX matter. We've provided the documents that we could publicly. The challenge here in balancing the concerns is that committee staff has identified as the priority the Commission's action memo, which is the very document that contains the information that could prejudice our civil enforcement action and the parallel criminal investigation. And that really is the challenge, but I would certainly invite the committee to reach out to DOJ directly. They have equities as well in the criminal case and have their own information as well, that and so I think that's an avenue that could be pursued.
Well, I'd like you to continue with your work as you have defined it. I'm concerned that some of the Republicans are basically following the leadership of the past president of the United States. They want to defund the Department of Justice. So I want you not to be concerned about what you know you must do and how you must do it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Is Ranking Member Ruiz for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. 3 years ago, the world was rocked by a deadly novel airborne virus that has claimed the lives of 1.1 million of our fellow Americans, sent hundreds of thousands to the hospital, and touched every aspect of American life. As we battled this lethal threat, healthcare workers, public health experts, local officials, and faith leaders worked together to protect the health and safety of their communities. And because our knowledge of the virus was extremely limited in the early days of the pandemic, we had to act quickly and rely on the public health practices that we knew would help prevent transmissions, that public health officials knew would help. Practices like social distancing and masking. So in a moment of crisis, state and local officials across the country enacted these policies with the sole focus on saving lives and reducing harm. Look, I'm a Christian, a father, a husband, and a physician. I understood and felt the pain that many across our country did when they had to stay home from church, when they couldn't take their children to school, and when they watched the caseload, hospitalization rate, and death toll tick up and up every single day. And so now that we're on the other side of this pandemic, thanks to President Biden's leadership in getting the country back on track, I'm focused on making sure we won't have to go through what we did last time around when, not if, another pandemic arises. So I want to make sure our churches, mosques, and synagogues can remain safe for in-person worship. I want to make sure our kids can go to school and stay in school. I want to make sure our economy remains afloat, that we save lives and prevent future harms. So how do we go about this work? I can tell you it's not by relitigating the past, trying to rewrite history, or by undermining trust in essential public health tools like vaccines, or by making conspiratorial accusations without evidence for the purposes of political gain. No, it's by having an honest conversation here today about what really happened. It's by providing the full context of how public health guidelines were developed utilizing risk-based assessments that looked at where and how people gather to ensure social distancing and masking measures were implemented neutrally. It's by learning from the Trump administration's mistakes and failing to secure PPE, scale up testing, taking this pandemic seriously with urgency, and implement contact tracing that led to the pause of in-person worship, the disruption of in-person learning, and the loss of so many American lives. And it's by taking the policies, the politics out of public health that allowed Trump White House officials to meddle in public health guidance, drive a wedge between peoples of different faiths, and pressure state officials to prematurely resume in-person worship. Rather, to do right by every American, religious or not, Republican, Democrat, or independent, we must focus on developing forward-looking policy solutions that will help save lives in a future pandemic and prevent the societal upheaval we all experienced in its early days. Now is the time to rebuild our public health infrastructure, not knock it down. So rather than undercutting the life-saving measures that have put us on the right track, like Democrats' American Rescue Plan, the Biden administration's vaccine rollout, and the CDC's enhanced emergency response, we should build on these policies to better protect the American people's health. We should invest in our public health infrastructure and revitalize our workforce so that our hospitals and healthcare systems are better equipped to respond in the future. There is much work to be done, and I hope that today's discussion focuses on these objectives. I yield back.
Thank you. There's a case out of the Supreme Court of New York that was filed. It's Dunphy versus Rudy Giuliani. And in that case, in that civil case against Rudy Giuliani, it's alleged in the pleadings that Jared Kushner and Rudy Giuliani had a scheme in place to cause folks to pay them $2 million for a pardon or a commutation. And that's just an allegation that is made, no proof, but it's made in a pleading. The lady says, Dunphy says that this is what Giuliani told her. And so this is the kind of, this is what ensues from the kind of process that was in place during the Trump administration insofar as pardons and commutations are concerned. Professor Osler, can you walk us through how past administrations have typically reached pardon and clemency decisions and how that process differed from whatever the process was for Trump?
Yes, and frankly, the process has been, as I described earlier, for the past 5 or 6 administrations, going back to the Reagan administration. So they've all been failed in the same way. And we've seen over and over this mad rush at the end where they realize they want to do something. That brings us things like, what we saw with Mark Rich coming through at the end as well. And this invites all kinds of terrible problems. And probably more than looking at prior administrations, which had the same system, it's smart to look at other states or the state systems where we do see some high functions.
I guess the point I want to make is that it is a good idea to have a system in place like the Obama administration had that it did not deviate from, and there was no mad rush to issue pardons and commutations at the end of, in the final hours of a administration, and the mechanism protected against insiders getting pardoned, like Paul Manafort and Roger Stone. That's the point that I want to make. But as far as this case, Mr. Informers, that we're talking about today, this is a gentleman who was convicted in the largest healthcare fraud scheme ever investigated by the Department of Justice. A federal jury convicted Mr. Informers on 20 of 26 counts and sentenced him to 20 years in prison. And so he was 6 counts hung jury, and those hung jury counts were just hanging out there as he was serving his sentence, whereupon Trump, out of his back pocket with no process, just decided to pardon him. I don't know whether or not it was because somebody paid someone to get that action. I'm not making that allegation, but the fact is he got out. But those charges were still pending. And so hasn't it been your experience that prosecutors have the authority to retry a defendant who has been acquitted on some charges with other charges having arrived at a hung jury and no final disposition on? Don't prosecutors have the power to retry the individual?
Yeah, as Mr. Tolman said earlier, I agree with him that does happen, and that's
Yeah, I mean, that's prosecutorial discretion. The case had not been dead docketed or no prost. because the individual had not completed his or her sentence. And talking about Mr. Informers, had not completed his sentence, so those charges that were that the jury hung on were still hanging out there, and then he gets a clemency, gets out of jail, and now the prosecution wants to charge him, wants to try him on those charges. Nothing wrong with that. Happens every day. And by the way, Republicans talk about a two-tier system of justice, but they talk about it in terms of being for white males who've always been privileged, when I find that we have a two-tier system of justice for people of color.
Gentlemen's time has expired. That is some of the most...
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. We're all interested in finding out the origins of the COVID-19 epidemic to make sure that such a nightmare never happens again to us, and we need the facts. Some people clearly want to politicize the question. Some people think that the finding that it all started with a lab leak would somehow absolve Donald Trump of his lethally reckless response to the pandemic. Of course, his response was dangerously dysfunctional, regardless of how it got started. And his own advisor on COVID-19, Deborah Birx, said that we lost hundreds of thousands of American lives because of the flaws in the response. But even if the virus came from a lab, as indeed it could have, we don't know that yet, that would only deepen Donald Trump's culpability, because he was the one who repeatedly and enthusiastically praised China's early handling of the pandemic and assured us that he was working closely with President Xi on the response to it. So let's just get the facts straight and leave all the political myth-making aside. Now, we've heard claims repeatedly that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins set up the February 1st, 2020 conference call as part of a plan somehow to suppress the lab leak theory. But the committee majority's own June 2023 subpoena to Dr. Anderson says that it was Dr. Farrar who organized the conference call. Well, which is it? Dr. Anderson, it's my understanding that the conference call was indeed set up by Dr. Farrar so top scientists could discuss SARS-CoV-2 genomic features and whether those features could illuminate the origins of the virus. Is that correct, that it was set up by Dr. Farrar?
That is correct.
Okay. Dr. Farrar provided the agenda and the roster of attendees via email. You can see in the top box here in red the agenda, and in the bottom box in red the roster of attendees. In the agenda, Dr. Farrar assigned himself the role of introducing and defining the focus of the call, setting up desired outcomes, and establishing next steps afterward. Neither Dr. Fauci nor Dr. Collins were assigned roles on this agenda. Dr. Gary, it looks like this was in every material respect Dr. Farrar's call. Is that how you remember it?
It is how I remember it.
And what contributions did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins make, or did they mostly just listen?
Well, they did mostly just listen. They had very little to offer on the science. I think they were there to gather information.
Okay, now, Dr. Anderson, you said you began yourself with the initial hypothesis that there had been or may have been a lab leak, but you ended up not believing in that theory. Why? How did you change your mind?
I think it's important to understand that we're talking about early hypotheses here on which our thinking over time evolved. And that then led to the conclusions published in a peer-reviewed paper. I would like to point out that this timeline of 3 days, I don't know where that's coming from. The paper was published on the 17th of March, 2020. That's 45 days after this conference call. What's important to understand is that the thinking evolved from initially thinking that this could have been engineered to relatively rapidly discount that idea as being inconsistent with the available evidence. However, the lab leak theory itself, or the idea of a lab leak, can be many different things, and our continued evolution of that then followed that I was quite convinced that maybe it was cultured. And then from there, eventually realized that actually that is also unsupported. And that's what led to the conclusions in proximal origin.
But I have your paper, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. in which you write, our analyses clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposefully manipulated virus. Did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins pressure you to come to this conclusion or to suppress the lab leak theory?
They did not. That is fully a conclusion of the authors on the paper.
Okay. Now, one of the things I admire in what you've been saying is that you follow the scientific method. You say in the conclusion of your paper, although the evidence shows that SARS-CoV-2 is not a purposefully manipulated virus, it is currently impossible to prove or disprove the other theories of its origin described here. In other words, we fundamentally don't know, but have there been papers following your original paper that have caused you to revise the view that you have now and to go back to your original hypothesis?
No, but I will say there has been additional data and analyses, which obviously we have taken all of those into consideration. However, these early conclusions remain to this day.
Okay. Well, let's move on to an email that you sent to your co-authors. You wrote, and this has been, I think, much misunderstood. Our main work over the last couple of weeks has been focused on trying to disprove any type of lab theory. Now, you explained in your opening statement that you meant pursuing the scientific process by which you have an hypothesis which stands unless it's disproven. Is that right? Is that what you meant by that?
That is correct. I'm referring to the concept of what's called falsification, as Chairman Wenstrup mentioned too. Yes.
The falsification of a theory. Yes. All right. So has there been any attempt, to your knowledge, to censor any papers that would contradict the conclusions that you arrived at here? Or put it differently, you mentioned in your opening testimony that Dr. Fauci had encouraged you to write a paper about the lab theory if that's where the evidence took you. Is that right?
That is correct. I'm not aware of whether papers has been censored specifically focused on the lab leak. I will say again, if you look at the scientific evidence, it all points in one direction, which is the single market in the middle of Wuhan in China as the starting point of this pandemic. There are many papers out there that have described potential lab leaks, which are typically using sort of gods of the gaps type of analogies, where you're trying to say that the data is not perfect, so everything remains still possible, and that's something we agree with. As we specifically say in the paper, you cannot disprove or prove any of the hypotheses of the origin. That was true at the time, and that's still today true.
Well, I just want to commend you for following the scientific method here, for being open to all new evidence and all new data, and not succumbing to a series of political polemics and attacks. Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly. I yield back to you.
Expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I want to pick up where Mr. Buck began as well by thanking you for your service, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity for one Democrat, one Republican in close succession to thank you for your service to the country. You are being attacked and vilified by some of the members of this committee and others outside this committee because the Justice Department and the FBI has had the audacity to investigate serious allegations of criminal conduct by a former president. And I just want a chance to recap how we got to where we are. During the last administration, and for 4 years, the Justice Department took the position, not unprecedented for the department, that a former president could not be, a current president could not be indicted. Now, I think that's a flawed matter as a constitutional principle, but nonetheless, that was the view of the Office of Legal Counsel and the Justice Department during the Trump years, that the President of the United States could not be indicted. My Republican colleagues seem to believe that a former president similarly cannot be indicted. That would effectively make a president above the law, beyond the reach of the law. And in my view, there would probably only one thing the founders would find more politically precarious and dangerous to our Constitution than the indictment of a president or former president, and that is the failure to indict a president or former president when they have engaged in criminal conduct. The Justice Department, I believe, as Representative Lofgren, my fellow member of the January 6th committee, asserted, took a very long time to begin the investigation of Donald Trump and his involvement in January 6th. I believe it began with urgency when it came to the foot soldiers who broke into the Capitol and assaulted police officers that day. But at least what I can tell from the public record, the activities of the president himself, some of which were a matter of very much a public record, such as his tape-recorded conversation with the Secretary of State in Georgia, in which he badgered the secretary to, quote, find 11,780 votes that don't exist. While that was the subject of investigation by the local district attorney in Fulton County, did not appear to be the subject of investigation for more than a year by the Justice Department. To me, that is inexplicable. This was never the kind of case in which you could roll up the foot soldiers on the higher-ups because there were multiple lines of effort in this plot to overturn the election. I do think that the appointment of the special counsel has accelerated the investigation of the former president's misconduct, and I think that is a positive step for the department and for the country so we can get resolution to this. But likewise, with Mar-a-Lago, notwithstanding the protests of my colleagues, there were repeated requests by the archives to get those documents back from the former president. And then when those were unsuccessful, there was a grand jury subpoena that was administered. And when that was unsuccessful, and only when that was unsuccessful, and there was evidence that the former president was still withholding highly classified materials, did the FBI go to the step of a search warrant. That was more than a year and a half after those initial requests. This was anything but a rush to judgment in the Mar-a-Lago case. So I believe the department, if anything, has exercised enormous caution, I would say too much caution, in the January 6th committee's work and oversight to proceed against a former president when there are serious and credible allegations of criminal conduct. But I want to thank you for your stewardship during this incredibly difficult time. I don't think there's been a more difficult time for an FBI director. And notwithstanding concerns I have expressed, none of them go to your integrity or your commitment to the country, and I want to thank you for that. Let me ask you about a different topic, although related to January 6th as well. But let me ask you broadly about domestic violent extremism. I offered an amendment in this committee voted down by the Republicans that we should oversee the increasingly dire threat of domestic violent extremism. One of your recent reports underscored the rise of this prevalent threat, and I'd ask you if you would address it today.
So the rise of domestic violent extremism is something that I and we have been identifying for quite some time. It goes back well before January 6th. In fact, a lot of people don't know this, but the Joint Terrorism Task Forces that we hear about so often at the FBI were largely created in response to domestic terrorism, not foreign terrorism. But in my first few years as director, we were identifying this issue more and more, and that's why we elevated in the summer of 2019 racially motivated violent extremism to a national threat priority level. And we saw, I think, about a 40% increase in the number of domestic violent extremism investigations, all before anything to do with January 6th. Obviously, since then, it has continued. But domestic violent extremism cuts across the spectrum from the racially motivated violent extremism, militia violent extremism, anarchist violent extremism, environmental violent extremism, and of course, recently, we've had a lot of violent extremism attacks against pro-life facilities, and we're investigating those. So it really covers a wide spectrum, and what they all have in common is three things: violence or threats of violence, motivated by some ideology, and it varies, in violation of federal criminal law. And that's the domestic violent extremism that I'm talking about when I've identified this phenomenon.
Mr. Chairman, could I request unanimous consent to enter into the record two letters, both from David Weiss, the Trump-appointed U.S. Attorney in Delaware, rebutting allegations concerning partiality in the investigation of the Hunter Biden case?
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Without objection, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are here today because MAGA Republicans will do anything to protect Donald Trump, their savior, no matter how unfounded or dangerous it may be to do so. Welcome to the legislative arm of the Trump re-election campaign. A grand jury found probable cause that, among other crimes, Trump illegally kept highly sensitive national security documents which could put our country and others and our sources in danger if they got out, and which photographs show Trump kept those records in bathrooms, showers, closets, and in the Mar-a-Lago ballroom. MAGA Republicans are afraid that the justice system might hold Trump accountable for his actions. So to protect him, Republicans are trying to intimidate FBI officials. And in case that does not work, Republicans are trying their hardest to discredit the FBI in the eyes of the American public. When Trump lost in 2020, they tried to make Americans distrust their election systems. And now that the FBI and the Justice Department have sought to hold Trump to the same standard any other American citizen would be held to, MAGA Republicans are telling Americans not to trust the FBI. To protect Trump, Republicans are trying to distract us from the real work that the FBI does every day, which is fighting violent criminals, child predators, and fighting domestic terrorists and extremists so as to protect our democracy and our national security. And even worse, MAGA Republicans are stirring up threats that pose a danger to the safety of FBI employees. It's past time that Republicans realize the consequences of their words and put the good of this country over politics. Now, Director Wray, I want to thank you for your service during a time of unprecedented travail. Director Wray, you were a partner at an international law firm before you took a drastic pay cut to accept the job of FBI director. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's something my wife reminds me of from time to time.
And but let me ask you this, sir. And you took this office after Trump fired the former FBI director, Jim Comey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you contact the Trump administration to offer yourself for this job, or did the administration recruit you for the job?
They contacted me and asked me if I would be willing to consider taking on the role.
So Trump handpicked you to be the FBI director.
Yes.
And he expected you to do what he wanted you to do, correct?
Well, that I can't speak to. I can tell you the same thing I told him, which is that I'm going to do this job by the book.
He's unhappy with you now, isn't he?
I'll let him speak for himself.
Well, I think a lot of his acolytes here reflect his intent at this particular time. Director Wray, are you aware that MAGA Republicans have repeatedly called for the FBI to be defunded?
I have heard some of that language.
In fact, Republicans on this very committee have said that your institution should be dismantled. Isn't that correct?
Well, I think certain members have.
And one member even tweeted, quote, defund and dismantle the FBI, end quote. Another told Fox News that, quote, Republicans should defund the bureaucracy, end quote. And a third told the press that he thinks the FBI, quote, needs to be split up and moved out into pieces, end quote. Those are direct quotes and only a small sample of what's out there. Can you briefly describe for us what the effect would be on our national security and on our domestic tranquility if the FBI were to be defunded or dismantled?
Well, certainly it would be disastrous for 38,000 hardworking career law enforcement professionals and their families, but more importantly, in many ways, it would hurt our great state and local law enforcement partners who depend on us every day to work with them on a whole slew of challenging threats. It would hurt the American people, neighborhoods and communities all across this country. the people we're protecting from cartels, violent criminals, gang members, predators, foreign and domestic terrorists, cyber attacks, I could go on and on. The people it would help would be those same violent gangs and cartels, foreign terrorists, Chinese spies, hackers, and so forth.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Chair now recognizes.
Yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes plus the 2.5 minute that we went over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Shapley and Mr. Ziegler. And I want to thank you both for appearing before us today. I understand that this is not easy. And it is very important that both of you are respected during the course of this hearing. Mr. Ziegler, in your deposition to the Ways and Means Committee, I believe you said that that you began this investigation in 2018, correct?
That is correct.
And so some of the events that you discuss in your deposition took place 2, 3, 4 years ago, correct? Over the last several years.
Yeah, that would be correct.
In your deposition in front of the Ways and Means Committee and in your testimony before us today, you have relayed your memory of events that occurred over the course of a nearly 5-year investigation. And Mr. Ziegler, when you testified before the Ways and Means Committee, you also testified that you were told that it was then Attorney General William Barr who made the decision to merge the D.C. and Delaware Hunter Biden investigations, correct?
I did testify to that, correct.
And a few weeks after that testimony, your attorney wrote in a letter to Congress, I quote, Mr. Ziegler is confident he was told by his supervisor that the merging of the cases was at the direction of an official at the Department of Justice. However, on further reflection, Mr. Ziegler cannot definitively state that his then supervisor said that the Department of Justice official directing the merger of the cases was Attorney General Barr, correct?
That is correct, and I can tell you that I actually refreshed my memory from looking at my emails, and there was an email that I found from my supervisor at that time that stated what had happened. And I can turn that over to the House Ways and Means Committee at some point.
And in that updated email, does it include Attorney General Barr or not?
So I can't speak to the contents of that email, but...
No problem. I think in light of the correction, and truly in good faith, these things happen all the time, right? The recollection of these investigations require an extraordinary amount of detail, and the charges of what is being brought forward today are extremely serious, which require a high threshold of evidence, including investigations and depositions. But I hope you'd agree that even the best memory can be fallible at times, and that is the widely understood reality in our justice system. Mr. Shapley, from your testimony today, I think you would agree that it is important that criminal investigations be conducted fairly and free from political influence. That's why we're here today, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as you stated, and as was kind of discussed with Mr. Khan and with others, there are often disagreements. It seems as though within some of the transcribed interviews that we read, it says, yes, about 90% of the time, there is this IRS reviewing attorneys disagree with the charging decisions of the agents in the group, correct?
That was part of the testimony, not all of it.
In some of your comments, you've also noted that you've made reference to a special counsel in this situation. But I believe what there might be a reference to here is the question of a special attorney, not a special counsel, correct?
So if you're speaking about the October 7th, 2022 email that I documented contemporaneously on that day, that's why I documented it on that day, so that 9 months later, I'm not trying to recall a specific word. And so it says special counsel authority. That's what he said that day. That's what a senior executive IRS corroborated when he responded to my email as well.
And I do think that distinction is important because in this letter to Chairman Jordan, the issue at hand seems to be a special attorney, not a special counsel, which are two distinct, different legal authorities. And there also may be some confusion, I think, with respect to that as well. Which brings me to the point of political influence. Where there actually is a set of breadcrumbs, however, is in a set of tweets and letters sent from former President Trump to several chairs, to the chair of the House Judiciary Committee that we see here. In fact, according to New York Times article, which I'd like to present to the record today, President Trump's attorney wrote to the Judiciary Committee chairman urging him to investigate what he called, quote, a rogue local district attorney. And after that New York DA convened a grand jury that ultimately indicted Donald Trump, Chairman Jordan complied with that letter. Shortly after President Trump's attorney sent that letter to the committee, which is highly unusual, a very highly unusual act. And in fact, after that, on March 20th, Chairman Jordan, together with the Committee on House Administration, Chairman Brian Steele, as well as the chairman of this committee, wrote to District Attorney Bragg and then demanded a sweeping series of documents, including communications between the DA's office and the Department of Justice, also highly unusual. In fact, on his Truth Social account later on, Donald Trump claimed that the U.S. attorney investigating Hunter Biden, a U.S. attorney, by the way, that Donald Trump appointed, was, quote, a coward. And then in that, he then urged that maybe the presiding judge will have the courage and intellect to break up this, quote, cesspool of crime. Curiously, just a few days after this tweet, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, sent a letter to U.S. Attorney David Weiss and Attorney General Merrick Garland, who are implicated in this hearing, explicitly asking them to place the whistleblower testimony from the committee's depositions into the court record, which were addressed during the chairman's opening statements, before Hunter Biden's plea hearing at the end of the month. And as you can see right here, Chairman Smith explicitly said, and I quote, entering this information into the formal record. Additionally, those two chairmen waived onto this hearing today. Highly unusual.
Will the gentlelady yield?
And one moment. And when we talk about political influence, we are not here today, unfortunately, because the facts have brought us here. We are here today because Donald Trump is exerting an influence campaign in Congress when he is no longer president of the United States. In addition to that, if we want to talk about charges that have been dismissed, and if we do want to follow the evidence, perhaps we should discuss Ivanka Trump's investigation who was close to being charged with felony fraud after Donald Trump's personal attorney provided political contributions to the local DA. Those charges were dismissed, and ultimately we saw that DA Vance, President Trump's attorney, provided over $50,000 in political contributions after the case was dismissed. So when we talk about political contributions, I would hope, if we are following the evidence, that we are willing, that this committee, if this committee is going to go there, that they be willing to open investigations into the dismissal of charges against Ivanka Trump. And, by the way, if the gentlelady from Georgia wanted to follow evidence, we should also take a look at, hypothetically, a case where sex trafficking charges against a 17-year-old girl potentially...
The gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, Republicans have been invoking this term two-tier system of justice a lot recently. So I want to talk about what the real two-tier justice system is, where Black and brown people are over-criminalized and over-incarcerated. On June 20th, Chairman Comer claimed in a committee press release, quote, the Department of Justice's charges against President Biden's son, Hunter, reveal a two-tier system of justice. From this, as you see or have seen from the knockoff social media site, former President Trump has also used this phrase in connection with the Hunter Biden investigation. I'd like to address the way my Republican colleagues are attempting to co-opt the phrase two-tier justice system to make it sound like Trump and his cronies are somehow the victims here, when the reality is that the term two-tier system of justice is meant to refer to the very real system that exists in the United States and which affects Black and brown folks, not powerful former presidents and their political allies. The real two-tiered system of justice is one in which, in 2021, according to the DOJ's Bureau of Justice Statistics, the imprisonment rate for black men aged 18 and 19 was 11.6 times the rate for white males. The real two-tiered justice system is one in which, in 2021, according to those same statistics, the imprisonment rate for Native American males aged 18 and 19 was 5.1 times the rate for white males. The two-tier justice system is one in which, according to a May 2018 Vera evidence brief, and I quote, black men comprise about 13% of the male population, but about 35% of those incarcerated. 1 in 3 black men born today can expect to be incarcerated in his lifetime, compared to 1 in 6 Latino men and 1 in 17 white men. The two-tiered justice system is one in which an analysis of nearly 100 million traffic stops across this country found that black drivers were about 20% more likely to be stopped than white drivers. My Republican colleagues seem to think that using criminal law as a weapon or a political tool is objectionable only when directed against someone who should be out of reach of the criminal system, someone too rich, too powerful, or too white to be charged. But let's face it, that same system has been used as a weapon and a political tool against black people since the Emancipation Proclamation. These racial disparities are rooted in a two-tiered view on race. The belief that black people were inferior, that was created to justify the enslavement of black people, which has now evolved to include the belief that black people are more prone to criminality. During the decades of lynchings that followed enslavement, white people defended the torture and murder of black people as necessary to protect property, families, and a way of life from black criminals. In the 1980s, Nixon's war on crime evolved into Reagan's war on drugs, and we saw harsher and more frequent punishments and the start of mass incarceration. In both cases, it was black people who were targeted and suffered under those policies. There's a reason that crack cocaine, which carries a stereotype of being used by black people, was at one point punished far more harshly than powder cocaine. Prior to 2010, that ratio was 100-1, meaning someone convicted in a federal court of possessing crack cocaine will receive the same sentence as someone who possessed 100 times more powder cocaine. And I want to say that PA's extreme sentencing practices have overwhelmingly impacted people of color, but most specifically black people, who make up less than 11% of the population in Pennsylvania, but more than 65% of those serving life without parole sentences and 58% of those serving non-life sentences of 20 years or longer. How many times have our elected officials and judges ran on a promise of a tough on crime approach? Even now, Republicans still tell that they are the party of law and order, while in the same breath claiming that Donald Trump should not be prosecuted. Don't get it twisted. Republican efforts to use the term two-tier justice is to distract from those who are truly the victims of a disparate treatment in our criminal justice system. And whether we say it out loud or not, we all know who those people are. I yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for that very eloquent statement. I wonder if you remember, you might be too young for this, but when there was this horrific assault, a gang rape in Central Park, Donald Trump ran ads in the New York Times saying that the Central Park suspect should be given the death penalty, and of course they turned out to be completely innocent of the offense. So I think that's just to reinforce your point. There's a history of profound racism in the criminal justice system and in the rhetoric around it, and there's something very disappointing about our colleagues co-opting, as you say, and prostituting the critique of the system as two-tiered on behalf of Donald Trump. I yield back to you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. I found it interesting that of the 12 witnesses...
Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Recently, Speaker McCarthy stated that if the Department of Justice can prosecute Donald Trump, then, quote, they can do that to any American, end quote. Speaker McCarthy is absolutely correct. If the Department of Justice can prosecute Donald Trump for unlawfully retaining top-secret classified documents that put American lives at risk, and sharing those documents with random people, then yes, the Department of Justice can prosecute you for unlawfully retaining top secret classified documents and sharing them with random people. Because you are not above the law, and neither is Donald Trump.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Will be entered in the record. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one of the saddest parts of this fabricated circus of outrage is the drumbeat of attacks that I have seen against the men and women of the Department of Justice and the FBI, many of them armed service veterans who in their earlier careers actually put on the uniform of this country and served honorably, as well as attacks against Department of Homeland Security, CDC, and Health and Human Services. And as evidenced today's hearing, the Republicans are continuing to go to great lengths to invoke wild and seemingly race-based conspiracy theories, misinformation, and propaganda to allege that those same men and women who at one point served our country in uniform are now somehow targeting the American people. Meanwhile, this same subcommittee on weaponization has turned completely a blind eye to the actual and well-documented, blatant, and egregious weaponization of the federal government undertaken by the previous president. We are, in fact, still receiving reports of actual weaponization committed by President Trump. In fact, we now have a recent sworn declaration from former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly indicating that President Trump suggested utilizing the IRS and other federal agencies to investigate his perceived enemies, who at the time happened to be 2 FBI agents who were examining his conduct. I ask for unanimous consent for this record, this sworn statement to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
We also have another recent disclosure from Miles Taylor, former Chief of Staff at the Department of Homeland Security, reporting that President Trump sought to wiretap the phones of his own White House aides in order to detect any leaks. To the great detriment of the American people, however, we are not investigating the actual weaponization of the federal government. And worse yet, this committee has come to embody weaponization itself, misusing congressional oversight to protect Donald Trump and attempt to divert attention from the multiple federal and state criminal investigations surrounding President Trump's misconduct in office. In the midst of the ongoing state prosecution in New York of President Trump, Chairman Jordan has repeatedly sought to interfere and influence that case, threatening to subpoena Mr. Bragg, and even holding a field hearing on Mr. Bragg's prosecutorial record blocks from his lower Manhattan office, deliberately interfering in the rule of law being applied in that case. The Republican members of this committee have also followed the shameful example set by the former president in targeting the independent federal law enforcement personnel that have sought to hold Donald Trump accountable. These are the good and patriotic Americans trying to uphold the rule of law within the FBI and the Department of Justice. In the same vein as President Trump describing the Department of Justice and the FBI, my Republican colleagues have described these individuals as scoundrels, quote, vicious monsters. And the chairman of the other Republican members of this committee have continually described these agencies as, quote, corrupt, out of control, and rotten to the core. These are the men and women who are serving our country in the Department of Justice, trying to uphold the rule of law. Ms. Wiley, what is the underlying threat to American democracy and the rule of law to baselessly claim that the federal agency and the individual personnel at the Department of Justice and FBI are being weaponized to attack everyday Americans? What's the impact of that on our democracy? Your mic, yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, Congressman, there's more than one impact. One impact that's very clear and obvious, sadly, for far too many, is that foreign governments who have deep interest in sowing distrust in the American people against our own government and our own civil servants utilize that to generate and propagate mis and disinformation that then it puts out under disguise on social media platforms to help incite and spread the notion, seemingly in a way that suggests that it is not coming from a foreign government, so that it is sowing the seeds, not just of distrust, but fundamentally in any democratic country, it is critically important that we be able to have a relationship with our government and with law enforcement in order to make sure that people are coming forward to law enforcement, sharing information truthfully with law enforcement, and that law enforcement can engage in investigations into any version of potential crimes that have been committed in violation of our own laws without interference and without the refusal or inability to do so in a manner that also holds the privacy and protection of people's rights by also keeping that quiet, which is centrally important to criminal investigation.
I'm the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Central America to the United States is a great humanitarian challenge. The migrants coming to our southern border are escaping poverty and political persecution to build a better life. They want to work, contribute to our economy, and build a future for their children free from fear. Just like my ancestors who fled poverty in Ireland and Eastern Europe, just like the Pilgrims who escaped persecution and landed at Plymouth, and just like the ancestors of many of the people in this room, they see the United States as a beacon of hope, because that's what we've always been. We are the greatest nation in the world because we are the shining city on the hill that has said to the world, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. And in many cases, the migrants coming to the southern border in search of a better life are seeking to come to our country legally. I'll say it again. In many cases, they are seeking to come legally because under our laws, in many cases, the migrants are entitled to legal asylum. Unfortunately, many migrants on their journeys to the United States face danger from drug cartels, human traffickers, and gun smugglers. Human smugglers charge extortionary fees and sometimes leave migrants trapped to die in sweltering cargo containers at the side of the road. Women and children have been kidnapped and assaulted. And even when the migrants are able to avoid abusive cartels, many die on their arduous journey. And those fortunate enough to complete the journey to our border are met with a system in which it can take weeks or months for their legal asylum claims to be processed. Dying of thirst, starvation, and disease, and running out of time, some seek to enter the country between legal ports of entry out of sheer desperation. And of course, it is not just migrants who have fallen victim to the cartels and the human traffickers and the gun smugglers. American citizens have suffered too. Ms. Tambuga, I want to thank you for coming here tonight, and I want to thank you for sharing your story. What you have suffered is unimaginable, and I am deeply sorry for the loss of your mother, Maria, and your daughter, Amelia. I read in an interview you gave that you said, I just need this to not happen again to anybody else. I need it to not happen again to another mother, and that you want action, not words. We could all not agree with you more. Your call to action is desperately needed, and we owe it to you and to all of the victims of the humanitarian crisis at the border to set aside politics and work together in a bipartisan manner to pass comprehensive immigration reform and border security. We need a more orderly and streamlined system at ports of entry so that migrants can have their legal asylum claims processed without having to wait for weeks or months in squalid camps or become dependent on human traffickers to get between points of entry. In my conversation with Border Patrol leadership, they were clear that they support a more streamlined system for migrants to seek legal asylum at ports of entry so that Border Patrol agents can be freed up to focus their efforts on the bad actors smuggling guns and drugs between ports of entry. And I want to make sure that their words are heard in this committee. What Border Patrol is saying, and we should listen to them, is that we need a better, more streamlined system for migrants to be processed at legal ports of entry so that Border Patrol's resources and bandwidth can be freed up between ports of entry to focus on the bad guys. We need to build on the work of the last Congress to increase staffing at the border, both at and in between ports of entry, and to improve technology to detect illegal crossings and contraband. The Biden administration has begun this work. New technology and enhanced staffing authorized in the 117th Congress is being deployed across the border as we speak. Illegal crossings are down significantly since the expiration of the Trump administration's Title 42 policy. The CBP One app is succeeding in creating a more orderly system at ports of entry and in turn reducing crossings between ports of entry. That's the way it's supposed to work. There is more work to do, but the path ahead is clear. Bipartisan solutions instead of political grandstanding. And I look forward to hearing from our witnesses because their feedback is vital in how we do this work. But first, I have to make one last very important point. We will never defeat the evil of the cartels and the traffickers by adopting cruel tactics or retreating from our American values. At least 5,500 children were separated, and likely more that we still don't know about, under the Trump administration's family separation policy. 5,500 children that we know about. Of those 5,500 children, more than 500 were under 5 years of age when they were forcibly separated from their parents. As a new parent myself, this is unconscionable, and it should outrage everyone here. Today, years later, there are still hundreds of children who have not been reunited with their parents. One woman named Jessica, fleeing El Salvador and seeking legal asylum in America after MS-13 beat her and threatened to kill her and her children, arrived in the United States in 2018 only to have the Trump administration take away her 4- and 10-year-old sons. Their story is part of the human cost of the humanitarian crisis at the border. It is also despicable that the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, sent agents to Texas to fool migrants into coming to Florida so that he could send them to Massachusetts as a political stunt. This article details the story of 22-year-old Eduardo, his wife, and their 7-year-old daughter, who endured abduction and beatings by a Mexican cartel as they journeyed from Peru to the U.S.-Mexico border in search of a better life. When Eduardo and his family reached the U.S., they applied for legal asylum and stayed at a migrant center while awaiting the processing of their application. They met a woman working for Governor DeSantis who lied to them, promising a job and shelter if they would board a flight to Massachusetts. Of course, the Massachusetts authorities were never alerted to this plot. And Florida taxpayers paid for this disgusting stunt by the Florida governor for his political gain. Children taken away from their parents by grandstanding politicians looking for headlines. Grieving parents who still do not know where their children are today. And now, another grandstanding politician, the governor of Texas, has launched an operation in which agents were allegedly ordered to push children into the Rio Grande River and deny water to migrants. This is not who we are, and it does not make anyone safer. So when we talk about the human cost of the border crisis, don't forget these humans. Children, parents, separated, kidnapped, and hurt by politicians looking for headlines. So let me be clear. I and my Democratic colleagues on the subcommittee will work with anyone on either side of the aisle who is serious about making the border safer for American citizens and for migrants. There are real solutions we can work toward together, and we will work with anyone. But we will not stand by and allow selfish politicians to make the humanitarian crisis worse by abusing migrants seeking a better life. We can build an immigration system that is safe, fair, and orderly if we just put politics aside and work together with American values. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Magaziner.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge House Republicans to investigate one of the modern American scandals and political cons. Now, why did the Saudi government give Jared Kushner $2 billion just months after he left the Trump White House? Kushner, who oversaw Middle East policy for his father-in-law, has enriched himself and his family in what is clearly an enormous grift and likely serious conflict of interest crimes. So let's review. First, Jared Kushner conned his way to a cushy White House job with no clear job description and no experience. Then he took it upon himself to prioritize pushing out the U.S. Secretary of State so he could cozy up to the Saudi government. Now, once he was close enough to the Saudis, we have records of a $110 billion arms deal between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia that was inflated at the direction of Jared Kushner. Then, mere months after Kushner exits the White House, what happens? The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia overrules his own investment advisors and sends $2 billion to Kushner's company's bank account. Now, in the exact words of Republican Chris Christie, who I'll quote, "The grift from this family is breathtaking. It's breathtaking. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Kushner walk out of the White House and months later get $2 billion from the Saudis." Now, some colleagues from across the aisle have explicitly said the Kushner family has engaged in business dealings that may have crossed the ethical line, and I agree, yet they refuse to act. Is this the same party that's obsessed with President Biden's family? And the American people deserve answers, and I urge my colleagues across the aisle to answer all our calls and subpoena Jared Kushner's company once and for all. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman.
Garcia for the purpose of his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also to our witnesses. I just want to be clear. I think we can all agree that Iran is an oppressive and dangerous neighbor to everyone in the region, and we all know that we're looking for peace in the region. I think everyone can agree in the Congress on that goal. The Iranian regime threatens our allies, including, of course, the Democratic State of Israel, and destabilizes the region by funding terrorist groups, including Hezbollah, Palestinian terrorist groups in Gaza, and terrorist and militant groups in Iraq, Syria, Bahrain, and elsewhere throughout the Middle East. Now, the regime is fueling Russia's illegal war with Ukraine, sending bullets and Iranian-made drones, which are targeting and killing innocent Ukrainians, and that's happening today. And the Iranian regime commits terrible crimes against their own people. They crack down on any dissent and sow fear among the population. They oppress, imprison, and kill women who are brave enough to stand up for their human rights, and fail to protect even young schoolgirls who are deliberately poisoned within the regime. The Iranians deserve to be confronted and called out at every turn. And members of both parties can agree that, above all, the Iranian regime cannot access a nuclear weapon. The best way to guarantee Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon is through international negotiations, careful diplomacy, and a negotiated solution, not another Middle East war. We know this because history and precedent show that the only time we've been able to affect Iran's regime actions is with diplomacy. Now, Donald Trump's reckless so-called maximum pressure strategy has failed and made us less safe today and less safe than ever. Rather than slowing Iran's march towards a nuclear bomb, Iran responded to Trump's decision to abandon President Obama's Iranian nuclear deal by getting closer to an actual nuclear weapon. Now, when President Biden took office, Iran's enriched uranium stockpile was more than 10 times higher than the limit set by the Iran deal. Under Trump, Iran has more highly enriched uranium, more enrichment sites, and has ended inspection protocols. I want to also cite some prominent voices from the region that also testify that Trump has made it less safe. Now, I want to start with the former Israeli Defense Force Chief of Staff, General Gadi Eisenkot, who said, and I'll quote, "The fact that the U.S. withdrew in 2018 released Iran from all restrictions and inspections in the deal, even if there were holes, and brought Iran to the most advanced position today with regard to its nuclear program," end quote. Ra Zimp, who's an Israeli military expert on Iran, stated in 2021, and I quote, "Today it's clear that maximum pressure did not yield its political objectives. It doesn't matter how much pressure you put on them, the Iranians see their nuclear program as an insurance for the regime," end quote. Now, under President Trump, as Iran got closer to a nuclear weapon, our nation crept far too close to dangerous conflict with this adversary. Now, in 2020, under President Trump, U.S. forces in Iraq were struck by more than a dozen ballistic missiles launched by Iran, escalating threats to near war.
Now, I know some voices would like us to launch a destructive forever war with Iran, but our allies and partners should understand that the American people are done sending our soldiers to fight and die in forever wars. We must be focused on our greatest security threats, Russia and China, and we can't afford additional Middle East conflicts. The only logical alternative is smart diplomacy. Now, President Biden has pursued this strategy, I think we believe, appropriately. I believe negotiations have reduced tensions and reduced the risk of a serious escalation of conflict in the region, which is appropriate. Now, last month, the Wall Street Journal reported that Iran has, and I quote, significantly slowed the pace at which it is accumulating near-grade weapons and rich uranium and has diluted some of its stockpile, end quote. Now, I'm concerned that many voices in Congress are irresponsibly trying to block or prejudge diplomacy, regardless of its merits, to score political points. Now, President Biden is securing the release of captured Americans, which should be a bipartisan priority for any administration. In exchange, South Korea is releasing Iranian funds, which can only be spent on humanitarian goods, food, and medicine for the Iranian people, under, of course, close supervision of the U.S. Treasury. These outcomes would not have occurred had the Biden administration also not intervened. I also like to note the timing of this hearing, as Americans are being released from Iran, as the Americans being released from Iran are not yet free. They are in a precarious situation, and I hope that this hearing does not undermine the efforts to secure the release of these Americans. Now, diplomacy is hard, and it's true that the Iranian regime is doing horrific practices against those people, whether it's women, whether it's against the LGBTQ plus community, and we need to support President Biden in his efforts to contain Iran's nuclear program. I urge both sides of this committee to evaluate our diplomacy by following the facts and not trying to score political points. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Obviously, the announcement today from Speaker McCarthy with just a few weeks left before the government shuts down, does this make it more difficult to work with the Speaker in getting a continuing resolution, getting government funding before that October 1st deadline?
We have a responsibility as members of Congress to make sure that we are funding the government to provide for the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people. And launching this illegitimate impeachment inquiry is certainly a distraction. Instead of focusing on doing the business of the American people, extreme MAGA Republicans are doing the bidding of their puppet master in chief, Donald Trump. When Donald Trump says jump, the extreme MAGA Republicans say how high. Leading the charge in this House Republican conference right now are extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene and George Santos. They are driving the train right now in doing the bidding, of course, of Donald Trump. And it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. As both Catherine and Pete indicated, House Democrats are going to continue to partner with President Biden to make life better for everyday Americans, to grow the middle class, to build an economy from the middle out and from the bottom up, and to continue to tackle problems on behalf of the American people. And it's our hope that just a handful of responsible Republicans on the other side, instead of engaging in this malignant impeachment theater, will partner with House Democrats to get things done for everyday Americans.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Leader Jeffries. One, were the motion to vacate put forth, would House Democrats come to McCarthy's rescue, given that
Mr. Gallant, we know there are still families that are separated because of President Trump's zero-tolerance policy. Why has it been so difficult to reunite families after being separated by the Trump administration? Is it in part because of the last administration's failure to keep appropriate records of these children and families that this has been made so difficult? You know, they collected them all up and rounded them all up and put them in the cages and then, you know, why has it been so difficult?
That's exactly right, Congressman. What the federal judge who ruled on the family separation policy and called it brutal and unconstitutional said was that it appears that the federal government kept track of property better than it kept track
of children. And so what we learned was that many, many parents, hundreds, more than 1,000, had been deported without their children. And when we said the Trump administration needs to look for these families and reunite them, they refused. And so we, along with partner organizations, said that we will try and find these families. But because there were no records, it has been painstaking, and we are still looking for many families. And it has required phone calls, mailings, posters, but also just actual detective work on the ground by a group called Justice in Motion, as well as other groups. And we are still looking for families. And because the records were not there, it has been just an unbelievable task that we hope that all these families are ultimately reunited. We won't stop till they are. But some of these children were taken away when they were babies or toddlers, and so
Right.
now they've lived almost their entire lives without their parents.
Right. And, to the gentleman on the other side that spoke just before me, he opined on the 85,000 children that are still missing. Well, I know one of the reasons they're still missing because nobody took the time to make sure they took an accounting of where these children were. So that might be a part of that 85,000 that he's so worried about. The Biden administration has established a task force to reunify children and their parents. What more can be done to help find the still missing families?
I think the task force has done a very good job. I think it got off to a slow start, but now it is working diligently with partners. Ultimately, I'm not sure that there are a lot of specifics. I think we probably are doing everything we can, but these last remaining families could be in hiding, and it's difficult. But I'm happy to work with the committee on additional steps as we discover them.
Thank you. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security published a report describing the efforts the department has undertaken to review the incorporate feedback from organizations representing the needs of children, including children within underserved communities, into the department policy. This report was established as a result of my bill, the Homeland Security for Children Act, which was signed into law last year. The report states separating children from their families to deter other individuals from coming to the United States and asserting an asylum claim is in clear opposition of our nation's values. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And Mr. Gallant, if a future administration was to bring back a policy that separated children from their families in some way, what potential impact would there be on these children?
If the policy came back, I think what we would see is exactly what we saw before. Deeply traumatized children, possibly for the rest of their lives, as well as the parents. I mean, I can't imagine what it would be like to have my child taken away, not know where they've been taken, not know whether I'm going to ever get them back. I mean, one of the first children we reunited, the emotion was so raw when they were finally reunited. And one of the reasons I think it was so raw is not just because they had been separated for 5 months, but because I think that they never actually thought they would see each other again. So I think what we're talking about is traumatizing thousands and thousands of more children again, and I hope that we never again in this country engage in that type of policy.
Thank you. And to your point about you could not imagine, I would hope my colleagues in the Congress would have had that same feeling as I did. I could not imagine my children being separated from me. And I hope the former president and my colleagues realize that fact. And I yield back.
We now proceed to Congressman Brad Sherman of California.
We were in a strong position in 2014, 2015. We had effective sanctions, particularly the banking sanctions. We had international support and compliance with those sanctions. And we had an American public attitude that would allow us to convey a credible threat of military action. And then finally, we had an Iranian nuclear program that had not been hardened against airstrikes. Today, we are in a weaker position. We still have the sanctions, and then they grab a hostage, and we waive this or that aspect of the sanctions. We certainly have no international support, and the American public is less enthusiastic, to use a word, about the use of American military force in the Middle East. I think both sides of this argument agree that we had a strong position in 2014, 2015. Those who supported the JCPOA said, we had this great position, that's why we got such a great deal. Others said, we have such a strong position, we should get a better deal. Now we're in a weaker position. Others during this hearing have argued that we need to create in the minds in Tehran a credible threat of military force. In order to do that, we would have to have a credible threat of military force. I think both doves and hawks agree that it'd be great for Tehran to fear military action and then not have to engage in the military action. But I think that the risk of, I think the American people might support action if it was highly effective and not terribly costly. So I'll ask, and I hope I mispronounced your name right, Mr. Talablu, how vulnerable is the Iran nuclear program, not to commandos on the ground and an invasion and a million forces. Yeah, I realize if we could deploy 1 million troops, we could do something. How vulnerable is that program? How many years or months could it be set back by 2 or 3 days of American Air Force action?
Thank you, Congressman. It's an important question. I don't think any air campaign of 2 or 3 days would totally resolve the Iranian nuclear program, and because Iran is likely to respond, it would beget a cycle of escalation that the U.S. or Israel or whatever state engaging in the military option would have to be prepared to absorb, offset, deter, and again kinetically respond to. I think it'll be several thousand sorties, but never forget this: there's always a bigger bomb. The Iranians tunnel deeper. The Americans produce different, massive ordnance penetrators. The U.S. should not be in the business of even rhetorically of diminishing its own military deterrence. So I have confidence in the U.S. military capability. It's more a question of making sure that the Islamic Republic
you have
fears
confidence
that.
in the ability, but a few days of bombing wouldn't set them back very far.
Well, why would you engage in a time-limited campaign? Why would the U.S. limit its duration?
Because the American people demanded that we pull out of Afghanistan. The American people demanded we pulled out of Iraq.
That's right.
Neither political party was in favor of even leaving a few thousand troops in Afghanistan. You cannot have a credible threat of military force if the military force that is credible does not credibly correlate with the public opinion in a democracy. But let me move on to another question, and that is, we have in the past provided tiny amounts of open aid to pro-democracy forces in Iran. I remember it was once national headline that we provided $3 million. First time I saw $3 million above the fold in the newspaper, back when we had newspapers. Should we be providing covert or overt aid to democracy forces, and to what? I realize one of our witnesses has spoke eloquently about standing with the people. We can put economic pressure on the regime, which may hurt the Iranian people. But what about funding democracy forces, Ms. Maloney? Would those forces be more successful if they were funded, and would they be hurt by being associated with American aid?
This is an issue I've talked and written about, and I will say my own views have changed over the years. I have worried about the taint that American funding might put on legitimately Iranian groups. In terms
Although
of their own
that
activities.
taint will exist in either case. If we don't give them money, Tehran will say we do, and if we do give them money, we'll say we don't. So,
And that's exactly the position that I hold today. I think that we need to put all of our efforts toward helping the Iranian people to see what they've been fighting for more than a century. I do believe that the regime is more fragile than it has ever been, despite the apparent diplomatic heft that it has through its relationships with Russia and China. And I do believe that the Iranian people are more coherent in terms of their own mobilization against the regime, and that what we saw last September with the protests in the wake of the death of Mahsa Amini will one day be seen as the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic.
well, I hope someday that we're as robust as Tehran accuses us of being, and I regard the greatest weakness of that regime, not a weakness that they don't have enough concrete protecting their nuclear facility, but that they don't have the support of the Iranian people. I yield back.
As I said earlier, I and everyone on this panel want to keep Americans safe from real security threats, and that's why I'm disappointed that we didn't wait just the 2 weeks that we know we have so that we can get an actual classified briefing from the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI. Having a hearing where the Republican majority tries to scare the public and demonize immigrants is not how we're going to make America safer. It's only going to serve to further divide us and prevent us from working together to find common sense bipartisan solutions that improve our national security. One way to do that is to expand legal pathways for people who come to the United States lawfully. Unfortunately, the Trump administration decimated our refugee and legal immigration systems, increasing migration from all over the world to the southern border. The Biden administration has worked hard to rebuild the refugee program and has tried to expand legal pathways using parole, but only Congress can provide permanent solutions. So, Mr. Nowrasteh, let me turn to you. Congress has not expanded the number of legal immigrants that we accept in over 30 years. You mentioned in your testimony that the expansion of legal pathways would help improve our national security. Can you describe how that is so?
Yes, expanding legal pathways will vastly improve security. Being able to vet immigrants before they arrive would absolutely increase domestic security and further discourage terrorists or other bad actors from even trying to come to the United States in the first place. You know, many people who come here unlawfully today would love to come through a legal system where they can work lawfully. By expanding legal opportunities, it will drive the vast majority of them into the legal system, and then that will allow Border Patrol and these other agencies to focus on the small number who remain.
And you mentioned in your written statement some examples of how the Biden administration has used parole to expand lawful pathways. Can you discuss some of those examples here in more detail and how they actually contributed to decreased numbers at the southern border?
Yes, we know for a fact that expanding legal immigration works because of recent experiences with parole. Specifically, parole allows Americans to sponsor, at least in these cases, to sponsor foreigners from specific countries that come to the U.S. to work and live for a period of time. There's the Uniting for Ukraine example, which was implemented in May of 2022. It reduced the total number of Ukrainians showing up at the U.S.-Mexico border by 99.9% from April 2022 to July of 2023. And then there are similar parole programs that the administration put into effect for people fleeing Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti that also reduced illegal entries. So, for example, Venezuelan illegal entries fell 66% from September of 2022, the month before the program was put into effect, to July of 2023. And then from December of 2022 through July of 2023, illegal entries from Haiti fell 77%, 98% from Cuba, and 99% from Nicaragua. Parole is a great short-term stopgap measure. It has proven, I think, empirically, once and for all, that increasing legal pathways reduces illegal immigration, increases border security. Immigration liberalization, though, is the only sustainable long-term fix to border chaos.
Thank you. One of the other places that the president can act unilaterally is by increasing the number of refugees that the administration accepts. And I'm happy to see that the Biden administration is on pace to welcome the highest number of refugees since 2016. Very briefly, because I have one other question for you that I want to get to, what are some additional ways that the Biden administration can expand and grow the refugee program?
Yeah, so the Welcome Corps is a great opportunity for Americans to sponsor folks, modeled on the Canadian system, rewritten on that at Cato. But I think the easiest, number one way to do it is for him to expand parole to other countries. For Guatemalans, Hondurans, Salvadorans, Colombians, and others fleeing dangerous, despotic, socialist, poor, cruel regimes, and to allow Americans to sponsor folks and to increase the cap for the CHNV countries. I think they should be numerically uncapped. They should only be capped by the generosity and willingness of Americans to sponsor people.
Thank you. And lastly, I know you've studied the nexus of terrorism and immigration quite extensively, and your testimony is very different from some of the people that are sitting right next to you. Why do you have such different perspectives?
I think it comes from our different approaches to studying topics in general. I like to look at the data. I like to zoom out, to take a look at the big picture, to take a look at the actual risk, to use normal analysis, risk analysis used by the government in other areas, by insurance companies, by others to look at that, to read through some of this other research out there. A lot of it is anecdote-driven. We need to be data-driven. Terrorism is too important to ignore the data.
Data-driven. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Tiffany for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As another indication of the bipartisan support for the people of Iran, we've had the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCall of Texas, Republican here, and now we have Congressman Jerry Connolly, the former president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, of another political party from me, and so it's bipartisan. Congressman Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the collaboration you and I have experienced over the years, making common cause with our allies in NATO in a terrible, depraved war in Ukraine. Ms. Maloney, the horrors of the prospect of Iran becoming a nuclear power have been enumerated here in this hearing. Was there ever any attempt to kind of roll it back and prevent that from happening?
I believe that the joint
Speak up, please, into the mic.
Yes, I believe that the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action was, in effect, an attempt to contain and to begin to roll back Iran's nuclear advances. Had it been implemented in full, had there been an opportunity, as everyone who was involved with the deal had envisioned, to negotiate a follow-on agreement that would build upon and strengthen the provisions of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, I believe that we would be in a much stronger position with respect to Iran's proximity to nuclear weapons capability.
Would it be fair to say that that agreement was the first time Iran sat down with the Western allies and the United States in particular to agree to anything since the revolution?
The first time since the 1981 Algiers Accord that freed the hostages in Iran.
Now, was that agreement, the JCPOA agreement, was that ever certified in terms of compliance?
Iran was complying with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action.
And that was certified by the IAEA in Vienna, is that correct?
That's correct.
Multiple times?
Yes.
And in case somebody doesn't want to trust an international organization, am I correct that it was also certified twice by the President Trump State Department?
Yes, you are correct.
Oh. And that was in all respects, was it not? With respect to centrifuges, with respect to the amount of enriched uranium that had to be shipped out of the country, with respect to lowering the rate of enrichment allowed, and with respect to the plutonium production reactor. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we actually had a vehicle, and it was working, and they were in compliance. And what happened to that vehicle?
The Iran nuclear deal.
You got to speak up.
The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action has collapsed since the withdrawal by the Trump administration in 2018 and the reimposition of sanctions in contravention to our obligations under the deal.
So some of these people who are so quick to talk for a kinetic solution conveniently overlooked the fact that we had a non-kinetic solution that was working and it was pushing Iran back from that nuclear threshold by many, well, in some cases months, in some other categories years, and now we're faced with very few good options. Is that a fair statement?
We have far worse options today than we did in 2015 or in 2018 when President Trump exited the deal.
And one of the biggest critics of the JCPOA before it went into effect was the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, who actually came here to Washington and spoke to a joint session of Congress, snubbing the chief executive of our country, President Obama, and agreeing unilaterally to an appearance here by one party's invitation. And he claimed that this was so important, so existentially threatening that it transcended politics. Do you remember that speech?
I do remember.
How long has Mr. Netanyahu been Prime Minister of Israel?
Cumulatively, I'm not sure I have the math offhand.
I think it's 13 years. Longest serving Prime Minister. And in the early parts of his tenure, if he was worried about the existential threat Iran posed, do you believe that he could have had a kinetic option to himself at that time? An option, by the way, Israel has in fact exercised in other nuclear situations, Syria and Iraq, to wit.
I don't believe that the Israelis could conclusively eliminate the Iranian nuclear program alone.
I'm talking about when he first became Prime Minister. The options were better, were they not?
They were better.
And did he exercise the kinetic option?
He exercised considerable covert options, but not the sort of military strike.
He didn't go to war with Iran. He didn't bomb Iran. Though we hear some voices here today apparently thinking it's okay for the United States to do that in a much more complicated, difficult, and certain to be costly situation if we resort to violence. Would that be a fair statement, do you think?
That is a fair statement.
I think it's something we got to contemplate, and I think we have to take responsibility for the past. A lot of people who opposed JCPOA were proved wrong. They didn't cheat. They, in fact, complied. It was certified by IAEA and by the Trump administration itself, and we walked away from it. We did that, not Russia, not Iran, and we need to take some responsibility for that in trying to repair the damage we caused. I yield back.
Thank you very much, President Jerry Connolly. We now proceed.
All right, so let's get it straight. We're 62 hours away from shutting down the government of the United States of America, and Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie. No foreign enemy has ever been able to shut down the government of the United States, but now MAGA Republicans are about to do just that. But they don't want to cut off public services to the people and deny paychecks to more than 1 million service members without first launching an impeachment drive, even when they don't have a shred of evidence against President Biden for an impeachable offense. And you think I'm being harsh? Here's what some Republicans have had to say over the last week about the actions of the Republicans as they watch up close, quote, the dysfunction caucus at work, in the words of our GOP colleague from Nebraska, Don Bacon. Clown show, foolishness, terribly misguided, stupidity, failure to lead, lunatics, disgraceful, new low, pathetic, enabling Chairman Xi, people that have serious issues. Those folks don't have a plan, show just how broken they are, and individuals that just want to burn the whole place down. Now, if I said any of these things, they'd probably take my words down, but these are Republicans talking about Republicans. So let's be clear. This isn't partisan warfare America's seeing today. It is chaotic infighting between Republicans and Republicans. It's MAGA versus extreme MAGA, as if anybody in the real world could tell the difference between the two. What a staggering failure of leadership. Speaker McCarthy's invertebrate appeasement of the most fanatical elements of his conference now threatens the well-being of every American. Now, some people think the members of the GOP caucus aren't interested in anything logical. They just want to see the world burn, as Alfred Pennyworth put it in The Dark Knight. But I see a method in the madness. A week ago, Donald Trump posted a comment saying that a government shutdown, quote, is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me and other patriots. You get it? To delay justice, Donald Trump would cut off paychecks to a couple million service members and federal workers and furlough more than 1 million workers and pay them later for having not worked. They would halt food assistance to millions of moms and kids and keep NIH in my district from enrolling any more patients in life and death clinical research trials. Trump's convinced that if we shut the government down, his 4 criminal prosecutions on 91 different felony and misdemeanor charges will be defunded and delayed long enough to keep him from having to go before a jury of his peers before the 2024 election. And like flying monkeys on a mission for the Wicked Witch of the West, Trump's followers in the House now carry his messages out to the world: shut down the government, shut down the prosecutions. But the cult master has another command for his followers, which brings us here today. On August 27th, he posted this edict: either impeach the bum or fade into oblivion. They did it to us. Of course, the standard for impeachment is not whether they did it to us, but whether the president committed treason or bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the Constitution's irrelevant to them. What counts is what Donald Trump wants. As Republican Representative Ken Buck, a Freedom Caucus member, told CNN the other day, President Trump has gone on his social media account and said we should be impeaching President Biden. Kevin McCarthy said we have an impeachment inquiry. You draw the conclusion. Directly or indirectly, this impeachment inquiry was a result of President Trump's pressure. So we move from a Trump-ordered government shutdown to a Trump-ordered impeachment process, and yet back in the reality-based world, the majority sits completely empty-handed with no evidence of any presidential wrongdoing, no smoking gun, no smoke. In fact, we have had to slide awkwardly into a House impeachment process without the benefit of the floor vote that Speaker McCarthy insisted was absolutely imperative and necessary when Donald Trump was impeached. In fact, they went to the Department of Justice and they got an OLC opinion saying, quote, no committee may undertake the momentous move from legislative oversight to impeachment without the delegation by the full House of such authority. OLC opinion, January 19th, 2020. And that's why the House voted in the case of Donald Trump, but that's exactly what has not happened here because they don't have the votes, because dozens of Republicans recognize what a futile and absurd process this is. Now, the title of the hearing is The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry of President Joseph Biden. And yet, they present us no basis at all today, even after 8 months of investigation. They've invited 3 witnesses to testify. Not one of them is an eyewitness to a presidential crime of any kind. Not one of them is a direct fact witness about any of the events related to Ukraine and Burisma. Not one of them has participated in the 8 months of investigation in which our distinguished chairman has publicly boasted that he received 100% of everything he asked for. And I quote, every subpoena that I've signed as chairman of the House Oversight Committee over the last 5 months, we've gotten 100% of what we've requested, whether it's with the FBI, with the banks, or with Treasury. That means we are the real witnesses here. In fact, the committee has received 12,000 pages of bank records. Here they are, right in front of us, printed double-sided. And not a single page shows a dime going to President Joe Biden. We've received 2,000 pages of SARS reports the chairman subpoenaed. We've held hearings and conducted interviews with everybody from Hunter Biden's business partners to a federal agent assigned to that investigation, and still we found no evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. If the Republicans had a smoking gun or even a dripping water pistol, they would be presenting it today, but they've got nothing on Joe Biden. All they can do is return to the thoroughly demolished lie that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump launched 5 years ago, the Burisma conspiracy theory, a fairy tale so preposterous that one of its main authors, Lev Parnas, has now disowned and repudiated it. This is the theory that Vice President Biden, global anti-corruption groups, and most Western governments targeted Ukraine Prosecutor General Shokin for removal because he was threatening the Burisma Corporation, whose board Hunter Biden served on. Trump synthesized the lie in his August 27th post about President Biden, saying, look, the guy got bribed. He paid people off, and he wouldn't give $1 billion to Ukraine unless they, quote, got rid of the prosecutor. Trump's story is the opposite of the truth. When Biden was VP, he worked as a key player in the Obama administration and global community's efforts to combat corruption in Ukraine. In late 2015, as part of a coordinated global effort, Biden called for the removal of Viktor Shokin, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who did nothing about corruption in Ukraine other than to participate in it, rather than assist British authorities who were actually investigating Burisma and its owner. Shokin consistently frustrated their efforts. The leadership provided by Biden was part of a broad bipartisan campaign to oppose corruption in Ukraine. In early 2016, Republican senators Ron Johnson, Rob Portman, and Mark Kirk wrote to the Ukrainian president assailing corruption in his country and urging him, quote, to press ahead with urgent reforms to the prosecutor general's office. Yet years later, in 2018, as President Trump saw Biden as a strong rival in the 2020 election, he worked with Giuliani to twist all the facts around and to suddenly accuse Biden of corruption in calling for the dismissal of a corrupt prosecutor. A few months ago, Chairman Comer and the committee received an insider's account of the plan to concoct and spread this lie from an extraordinary letter sent to us by Lev Parnas, who was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man. Giuliani and Parnas searched high and low to find anyone who would endorse their contortions about Biden. Their failing crusade culminated in the infamous phone call that then President Trump made to Ukrainian President Zelensky, in which Trump threatened to withhold hundreds of millions of dollars in economic, strategic, and military security assistance to Ukraine unless Zelensky embraced their ridiculous fabrication and falsely advertised to the world that Ukraine was investigating Joe Biden. This shakedown became the basis for the first House impeachment of President Trump. Giuliani's big lie has been thoroughly debunked by multiple sources. As Congressman Buck, a former chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado and a member of the House Freedom Caucus said, and I quote, there is in fact no evidence that Shokin was engaged in an investigation of Burisma or that Joe Biden's role in his firing was in any way connected to Burisma. He continued, what's missing despite years of investigation is the smoking gun that connects Joe Biden to his never-do-well son's corruption. It's scandalous to use impeachment to establish a counterfeit moral equivalence between President Biden, an honorable public servant who has never been indicted or convicted of anything in his career of more than 50 years in public life, and Donald Trump, a twice-impeached president who's recently been found in court to have sexually abused and defamed a woman and fraudulently inflated the value of his real estate properties while facing 91 criminal charges in 4 separate indictments on everything from conspiring to overthrow an election and defraud the American people to making criminal hush money payoffs to stealing classified government documents and hiding them while obstructing justice. Impeachment is the people's final weapon of constitutional self-defense against a president who behaves like a king and violates the public trust by committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors equivalent to them. It is reserved for extraordinary public offenses like inciting a violent insurrection against the American government and trying to overthrow our presidential election. That offense in 2021, whose related crimes have resulted in hundreds of criminal convictions and hundreds more being prosecuted, led to Donald Trump's second impeachment in the House on a massive bipartisan vote of 232 to 197 and a similarly lopsided bipartisan vote of 57 to 43 in the Senate. I wonder how many of my esteemed Republican colleagues here who all voted against impeaching Donald Trump, if they were in the House at that point, can reconcile their votes against impeaching Trump for the grave crime of inciting a violent insurrection against the government with their calls supporting impeachment of Joe Biden for allegedly committing a high crime and misdemeanor that has not even been defined yet, much less proven. Mr. Chairman, if this dysfunction caucus is going to insist on going forward, we must receive the testimony of Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas, the insiders who know the origins of the lie upon which this sham impeachment is based and who work to spread it. We know that Mr. Parnas is ready and willing to testify, and as a former U.S. Attorney and Mayor, Mr. Giuliani will surely agree to enlighten us on everything. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas to come and testify in these hearings. And I would like to ask for a vote on that or debate, as you would please, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always a bit of an ideological journey when we talk about oil and gas and mineral extraction here in this committee. So let me just offer you, Mr. Nett, do you need any more time to clarify anything in response to the pretty aggressive questioning you were just subjected to?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, as an official of the Bureau of Land Management, my job is to ensure that we follow the rules, to follow the law, to be safe, to be legal, to be ethical. And I am in no way, the Bureau of Land Management has policies about buying material from anyone that violates child labor law.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the Arctic Refuge. And of course, to me, it was very good news last week when the Biden administration announced it would cancel the 7 remaining leases in the refuge's coastal plain. I want to commend you for that. The Trump administration was trying to jam that through on a deeply flawed environmental review process. And now we have a chance to be more thoughtful and to comply with the law as we move forward. This prospect of drilling in the coastal plain of the Arctic Refuge is not very attractive to most folks in the oil and gas industry. Wouldn't you agree?
It's complex. It is complex and it's harder than the lower 48.
I'm referring to the fact that Chevron and Hillcorp paid millions of dollars to get out of leases on the corporation lands within the coastal plain. 2 lessees voluntarily relinquished their leases. Shows that even big oil knows that it's not very profitable to drill there. Wouldn't you agree?
I say they realize it's very complex and it's challenging.
Okay. We can certainly agree it's complex and challenging, but it's also not very profitable for big oil. Can you speak to some of the complications, barriers, and risks to drilling in the refuge?
Well, again, the Arctic Refuge, given the sensitivity of the land, it's really building roads when the ice, in the period where you can travel over there, it's moving massive equipment in that cannot be lower in the 48. And then it's an area that is used for subsistence support for the communities. And so again, protecting those areas, protecting and ensuring that resources are not damaged in a way that is non-recoverable.
And when the Trump administration did have a lease sale, there wasn't much interest in this. Would you agree? I mean, there were just a few bidders. Most of the leases went to a state of Alaska-owned corporation that I would say has questionable capacity to even move forward on developing those leases.
Yeah, I cannot speak to the questionable capacity, but I can speak to, yes, it was 3, and the state, an entity on behalf of in Alaska acquired 7 of the leases.
We've got a lot of deadbeat leases out there on BLM lands, right?
We do.
So is it normal to grant a lease to a bidder that would seem to lack capacity to even develop that lease? It would seem to be a speculative venture, maybe to just tie up land to benefit some future developer. Is it normal for BLM to just rubber stamp leases under those circumstances?
We work to issue lease to people who are financially and technically capable of developing it, so both financially and technically.
That should be a factor in determining whether someone gets the lease, is what I'm hearing you say, correct?
That is the standards we use.
Can you tell me a little more about the NPRA announcement last week. And some of the specifics about how the proposed rule in the NPRA will better protect these important special areas that are uniquely vulnerable to climate change and uniquely important for biodiversity and other values.
Yes, when Congress enacted the Petroleum Reserve, they defined, I think it was 4 or 5 areas that were special areas, areas that are used for subsistence primarily or to protect waters or other resources. This rule will help put a framework in place to make certain that as we look at those areas, we can take the necessary step to protect it. Currently, without those rules, it is vulnerable, and so the intent is to put some rules in place to make certain we follow not only the intent of Congress, but to manage those special areas in a way that benefits the generations.
I thank you, Mr. Ned, and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. I do want to clarify something. Mr. Ned, my good friend, Mr. Huffman, asked or mentioned rubber stamping. In your 18 years at the BLM, have you, quote, ever rubber stamped, end quote, any leases?
We have not in my knowledge.
Thank
I
you
have
very
no
much.
direct knowledge of rubber stamping.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Donald Trump for calling this hearing today, as it demonstrates the House GOP and Donald Trump's continued attacks on our institutions and on our democracy, and the House GOP's complete inability to govern in a serious manner. As they're holding this hearing, as we see just 2 days before a potential devastating government shutdown, and the fact that most Republican members on this committee didn't even bother to show up for the hearing this morning. Their own star witness said right here in this committee this morning that he doesn't even believe that there's enough evidence to meet the standards needed for impeachment. And in doing this, our colleagues across the aisle are making a mockery of this institution and of our Constitution, peddling the conspiracy theories that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump themselves tried to get the American people to believe, and which Donald Trump's DOJ debunked. It's outrageous. So let's be clear about what this hearing actually is. It's an effort to undermine our democracy, to diminish Donald Trump's own 2 impeachments, his first impeachment for trying to illegally bribe a foreign government to help him with his campaign, and the second for a deadly insurrection in the halls of this Capitol after he asked his followers to tear through the halls of Congress, which they did with zip ties looking to execute the former vice president. And we know that Donald Trump has called for this impeachment inquiry because we have the direct evidence from his own social. You can see it right here. He says, impeach the bum. And we also know that he's been directly coordinating with members of this committee, as reported by the New York Times. Right here, a member of this committee has been briefing Donald Trump on this inquiry. We also know that if Donald Trump doesn't get his way, he wants his loyalists to shut down the government. How do we know that? Because he posted it right here on his social media. And his loyalists in this committee, who are doing his bidding for him today, retweeted it. And in fact, it actually says right here that the reason why they want to defund the government and impeach is because this is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me. So folks, this is not a serious inquiry. This is not a serious hearing. In fact, the witnesses here don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. Their own members don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. In fact, they refused to hold a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives because they didn't have enough Republican members who would vote for it. That's why we're here today. It's outrageous. So what is this hearing actually about? It's a campaign strategy. It's a misuse of official resources. It is this committee and loyalists of Donald Trump doing his bidding to bolster his chances of winning back the White House and securing their majority in the next election. And in the process, to diminish the name of impeachment, which is enshrined in the US Constitution, which we take an oath to uphold, and to make Donald Trump's crimes, including his 2 impeachments and his 91 criminal indictment counts, look like they're not serious crimes. When you think about it, it's chilling. It's truly chilling. It's another attack on our democracy and our institutions. It's another attack on fair and free elections and the use of this committee to try to carry it out. So I just want to say, I think it's obvious who the grand puppet master is here. He tweeted about it on his own social, and we see the long arm, but little hands, of Mr. Donald Trump, whose fingerprints are all over this hearing and this sham impeachment. But we know that the American people are smart, that they're not going to be fooled by what's happening here today, and especially as they shut the government down in 2 days with catastrophic impacts for our communities. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, has there ever been an impeachment process launched in the middle of a government shutdown?
No.
Well, why did the Office of Legal Counsel opine that there must be a vote of the full House before a committee launches into an impeachment investigation? Why did Speaker McCarthy insist on it and, in fact, say that there would be one in this case?
I think the Office of Legal Counsel said that, at least in part, because an impeachment inquiry is deadly serious. It is, again, just about the most serious thing any House committee ever undertakes. And one safeguard against a committee acting on the basis of just, let's say, the party membership is to ensure that the full House is behind the impeachment inquiry.
A dozen of our colleagues on the Republican side have already called for impeachment. I'm struck by the fact that of the 4 expert witnesses brought together today, not a single one of them argued that a sufficient quantum of evidence exists today to justify the impeachment of President Biden. Is there any precedent in our country for launching an impeachment inquiry absent evidence of wrongdoing by the president?
No. And in fact, I would just point out that with Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton and President Trump in 2019, the full House authorized those impeachment inquiries.
Lev Parnas sent us a letter in which he said, it was addressed to Chairman Comer, in which he said, the narrative you are seeking for this investigation has been proven false many times over by a wide array of respected sources. There is simply no merit to investigating this matter any further. And he says, please abandon this effort to investigate the Bidens, which is nothing more than a wild goose chase. And he was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man, gallivanting all over the world to try to put together a case back in 2019 that Joe Biden had done something wrong. Do you agree that, given that the evidence we've looked at over the 8 months comes down to this discredited Burisma conspiracy theory, we should hear from those responsible for concocting the story in the first case, in the first place, specifically Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani?
Absolutely.
What did you think about the fact that the very first act of the committee in its impeachment investigation was to reject the idea of subpoenaing Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani, who are at the heart of the story that's the basis for impeachment?
I think if there's going to be an investigation into the president, all the evidence, that is to say, all the participants, anyone that has knowledge, should be spoken to.
We have lots of colleagues on this committee and off the committee who've called for the impeachment of Joe Biden, who also voted against impeaching Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union. And hundreds of people have gone to jail in subsidiary acts under the umbrella of that insurrectionary process. Now, can you come up with a theory that it would allow someone to say, I am going to vote to impeach Joe Biden for offenses unstated and evidence unknown, but I will oppose and vote against the impeachment of Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union, which is something that concurrent bipartisan majorities voted for in the House and the Senate?
I cannot, and I might just add as a law professor that one of the things I suggest to my students in trying to assess the constitutionality of any governmental action is to take the names out, switch the names or switch the political parties and see if the outcome is the same.
So if Joe Biden had incited a violent insurrection against the Union and said, you go and fight like hell, and if you don't, you won't have a country anymore, would you consider that in the ensuing mayhem and chaos
Absolutely.
To be an impeachable event?
Absolutely.
Or not? To your mind, in applying the law to the facts, have you seen any evidence that Joe Biden has done anything remotely comparable to what Donald Trump did, which earned him his impeachment in the bipartisan vote of the House?
I have not, and I also just might add, with all due respect, I heard the phrase Biden family many, many times, but I don't know who the Biden family is. I don't know who's being referenced when people talk about the Biden family.
Thank you, Professor Gerhardt. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for unanimous consent to introduce Lev Parnas's July 18th, 2023 letter to you and to me and to the rest of the committee into the official record of this proceeding.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin with a quote. The people of America elected all 435 of us to do the things they expect Congress to do. Real business, not theater. Try to have some type of prescription drug reform legislation this year. But instead, the majority party is conducting baseless impeachment hearings. Who do we think said this quote? Was it Nancy Pelosi? Maybe Ranking Member Jamie Raskin? Mr. Chairman, you might recognize that quote because you said this in 2019. You said it on the floor of the U.S. House, saying impeaching Donald Trump was political theater. Trump was first impeached for attempting to extort a foreign president into helping the Trump presidential campaign. And if you didn't consider that criminal, how about when Trump was impeached trying to overthrow the results of the presidential election and then incited a violent insurrection against the government? So if you thought that impeaching Trump was political theater, then what would you call this? This is a disgrace. And I hope that someday top Republican officials will find some integrity. In the case of Trump, because you fear his social media wrath, right-wing officials will deny all evidence against Trump, come hell or high water. But in the case of President Joe Biden, you decided to start the impeaching now and figure out the whole evidence thing later. And you still haven't figured it out. Your own Republican-called witnesses today say they don't see the evidence to impeach President Joe Biden. Bunch of stuff about Hunter this, Hunter that, but they've said they don't see the evidence to impeach Joe Biden. That is a disgraceful double standard. It damages our democracy, insults the institution of Congress, and more than anything, disgraces this body in the eyes of the American public. This inquiry is a cynical attempt to tar everyone, to make everyone look suspect, make everyone look corrupt, so that voters just give up and say, there's not much difference here. But we cannot give up on discerning truth from propaganda. We cannot give up on our collective governance. Congress is a place where historically people of enormous integrity have throughout history taken on big challenges of inequality, injustice, instability. We can and must impartially look at the evidence before us and have equal justice under the law. And the evidence before us shows no wrongdoing by President Biden. We haven't seen that evidence throughout the testimony today. Your own Republican-called witnesses have said they haven't seen that kind of evidence. There is separate evidence that supports indictments, unrelated indictments against his son, Hunter, and multiple indictments spanning 91 criminal charges against former President Trump. I, for one, am grateful we have an independent judicial system where a president's son or a former president like Trump can be investigated and prosecuted if they violate the law. It is my firm belief that Hunter and Trump should both face trial and, if guilty, be held accountable for the crimes they've been accused of. Can everyone on the Oversight Committee say the same thing? Will members of the Oversight Committee please raise your hand if you believe both Hunter and Trump should be held accountable for any of the indictments against them, if convicted by a jury of their peers? We can take a minute. No, it's serious. This is a serious matter. If y'all need to think about it, we can take a moment and think about it. It is serious. This is very serious. Think about it. Should both Hunter and Trump be held accountable? I want to see whether you'd raise your hand. Should Hunter and Trump both be held accountable if they're found guilty on any of their indictments? Raise your hand if you think that equal justice under the law applies and Trump should be held accountable. I think it is worse than embarrassing that Republicans won't raise their hands. They refuse to say that equal justice under the law should apply to everyone. And when you step back and think about it,
then what about the
it's kind of
January
scary.
6th defendants?
It's kind of scary. This double standard insults the institutions of Congress that people fought and died to build. This impeachment hearing clearly is not about justice. We cannot say equal justice under the law for everyone except for the guy who holds the leash. I'll yield the rest of my time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you. I think as you were being interrupted by several colleagues, I heard one question posed by the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia who said, what about the January 6th defendants, all of whom had lawyers, due process, the presumption of innocence, and they were convicted of various things, including assaulting federal officers and metropolitan police.
What about
as well as
the
Capitol
BLM
Police.
rioters and $2 billion of damage?
Mr. Raskin, if I can take my time back.
Yes, I'll yield
We've
back.
heard, because it wasn't on the microphones, multiple members saying it's wrong that January 6th rioters were convicted by a jury of their peers. That is disturbing. We've started to get used to it, but we can't get used to it. It's scary.
Time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter an article into the record dated January 6, 2019. A member of this own committee, the day after she was sworn in, came into Congress, and this article says, Dems split in response to her words, impeach the mother effer, the day after she was sworn in. Some might even say these kinds of comments, not only are they hypocritical by the left in their arguments today, but that this is an embarrassment to the time and people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid my friend, the gentlelady from South Carolina, just engaged in personalities against a fellow member of the committee.
Well, what she entered in the record was, I believe it was Ms. Tlaib's.
Well, it was the commentary that accompanied it that I'm referring to.
It was an article from January 6,
what she
2018.
said.
Dems split in response to impeach the mother effer comment by a member of this committee.
Right, it was the commentary, and in any event, it doesn't make any difference.
No, she said it. She actually said it.
No, but Rule 17
She said impeach the mother effer.
The commentary of what she is presenting.
The article title is
the gentlelady's commentary.
All right, let's get on with it. I mean, the government's about to shut down, okay?
Chair, order. Chair now recognize Mr. Lat.
Distract, deflect, dissemble. Hold on to those two words, distract and deflect, because I think this hearing's all about, look over here, not over there. So Professor Gerhardt, I've heard concern about branding. So shouldn't we be concerned about all those Biden towers all over the world where foreign partnerships were formed and influence was used here in the United States? I've seen these towers in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Turkey. I even saw one in Chicago. Shouldn't that be a source of concern of this committee in terms of influence, both foreign and domestic, when President Biden became president?
If there were such things as Biden buildings.
Well, was there anyone who did have them?
I think we all know who had.
Well, could you tell us? Because,
Well,
just give me the name, Professor
I think
Gerhardt.
if we're talking about Mr. Trump.
Thank you. So when President Biden appointed his son to manage U.S. foreign policy, both in the Persian Gulf and the Middle East peace, by the way, his son who couldn't qualify for getting a security clearance, but President Biden apparently granted it to Hunter anyhow, and then after leaving the White House, getting a $2 billion deal, because we're told by Mr. Dubinsky, follow the money, especially foreign money. Shouldn't that be of concern to us that maybe a sweetheart deal occurred with the blessing of the president with foreign money? And shouldn't we look into Hunter Biden for that, given the fact that he handled Middle East peace in the White House?
It should have been a concern with President Trump and his son-in-law.
Oh, Trump, I got that wrong again. I'm sorry. Well, let's see. I'm looking at, I heard again, I think it was Professor Turley talking about, because he's not prejudging, of course, but he's just suggesting that maybe we want to look into criminal activity like obstruction, fraud, and abuse of power. So let's take fraud. So shouldn't we be concerned that a New York judge just found President Biden's organization committed fraud every year for the last 10 or 15 years, and that under the Martin law in New York, that Biden organization is now subject to dismemberment and dismantlement because of the fraudulent activity? Shouldn't that be of concern to us?
That should be of concern with respect to Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump again. And in this case, we're not speculating. A judge actually made that ruling?
Yes, sir.
Should we be concerned about the personal? I mean, while we're at it, since we're loading on, shouldn't we be concerned about the personal behavior of the president? For example, President Trump or President Biden being found guilty of sexual assault and defamation associated with that activity, again in a civil court, in this case in New York?
We should be concerned as it relates to Mr. Trump, yes.
With Mr. Trump again. I just think that one of the reasons we're here is because somebody has been indicted in 4 different locales on 4 different sets of concerns with, I think, 81, 91 actual counts, and has been found guilty in 2 civil proceedings, one involving sexual behavior and one on actual corporate fraudulent activity. And we don't want to talk about any of that. We want to speculate about discredited testimony from discredited witnesses like Rudy Giuliani, whom we're afraid to subpoena. That's what this is all about. This isn't about our need to defend Joe Biden. This is about their need to make sure we get off topic, that we no longer talk about the pending criminal trials of the former President of the United States. And if anything's worthy of examination, that is, not this. I yield back.
Chair now
Order,
recognizes
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Donalds from
Point of
Florida
order,
for
Mr.
5.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Welcome back to Insurrection, LLP, where just hours before the government is to shut down and troops will not be paid, border agents will not be paid, FBI agents will not be paid, air traffic controllers will not be paid, we are convening to make sure that the former president has a special lane in the criminal justice system. And that's been the theme of this entire Congress, at the expense of the rest of the country and keeping kids safe in their schools, making sure that Americans can vote and have their vote counted, that this committee would focus entirely on one client, the former president. That's batty, that's nuts. I don't think history will judge it well, that that's the obsession that these folks have. But the real cost right now, if you were to go home and talk to one of your constituents, if you were to talk to somebody other than Donald Trump, my guess is they're going to tell you that they want you to keep the government working for them. They don't want their Social Security benefits, their Medicare benefits. They don't want a single benefit that they have paid into to be put at risk because all you can do is Donald Trump's legal work in this committee. I think it would just be seen as a little tone deaf if they were to know that that is where your focus is right now. But I want to just kind of lay out where we're headed. In fewer than 100 hours, an FBI agent who is supposed to be investigating a terrorism case is not going to be paid. A soldier assigned overseas away from their family is not going to be paid. A border agent charged with keeping us secure is not going to be paid. An air traffic controller tasked with making sure that planes don't crash and land safely is not going to be paid. Millions of Americans are going to have their paychecks suspended. And what is happening in the Judiciary Committee right now? You're focused on one person, Donald Trump. I'd argue that you're actually focused on the jobs of two people, Donald Trump and Speaker McCarthy. Speaker McCarthy won't put forward a bill that will pass a majority of the members of this body, similar to what's passed an overwhelming majority in the Senate, because he's worried about his job at the cost of millions of Americans' jobs. And you won't focus on anything but Donald Trump because you want to make sure that he gets back into office. It's a shame. Most Americans would say, if you're focused on Donald Trump, you're not focused on me. If you're focused on keeping your job as Speaker, you're not focused on me. And this is a committee, as I said, that has dedicated itself entirely to one person. So I will oppose the overall bill. I thank the gentleman from Georgia for his thoughtful amendment, which I will support. And again, the government is going to shut down. And it's important that the American people know that these folks are shutting it down to protect Donald Trump. They are the failures. They have failed to govern, so they have failed to fund. And because they've failed to fund, they have failed to protect. They won't pay the troops, they won't pay the cops, and they won't secure the border. But Donald Trump is going to get a full day in the Judiciary Committee. I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support the amendment. With respect to the underlying bill, I wanted to raise.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the presumptive Republican nominee for president. Today, that presumptive nominee, Donald Trump, was in a New York courtroom to face fraud charges for lying about his wealth. The $250 million lawsuit accuses the Republican leader of inflating the value of his assets. He did it to get better deals on at least $300 million in loans and insurance policies. Loans, I might add, that he refused to pay back. Trump even claims that his $18 million Mar-a-Lago estate is worth $1.5 billion. The trial could force the Republican leader to pay millions of dollars in fines. I remember when the Republican Party used to fight for fiscal responsibility. Now they bow to a man who cheats on his taxes, steals from banks, fails to pay subcontractors, and defrauds investors. That does not sound responsible to me. And it is disgraceful behavior from a presidential candidate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone.
Thanks very much for this time and your efforts here together and this really distinguished panel. I'm probably the only business guy in the room that has 12,000 employees and owns a $6 billion business. And I couldn't agree more with what Mr. Womack had to say. Everything he said, I agree with 100%. And Mr. Panetta, time to develop policy and not just keep developing politics. I mean, totally on board. We've got to look at the whole piece. I mean, the revenue side, I mean, we've got to have that on the table. The C Corp rate, 32, 38. I hadn't heard that stat, but we were at 35% on C Corps. Now we're 21. Effective rate's roughly 12%. The G7's effective rate is 23, yet we're only taxing at 12. We've given C Corps just a complete free ride. It's $2 trillion in 10 years, $200 billion a year that we should have for that child tax credit. That's the kind of folks I think we should be doing, is helping folks that are really struggling, children in poverty. That's where we need to get money to drive, but we've got to drive the revenue side. And I'm going to tell you, as a business person, I don't make a decision on opening a new business, and I opened up, my company did probably 20 new businesses this year, and we'll do 25 next year based on the tax rate. No one's ever asked that question. Never. We base it on our competition. Can we beat them? And can we then create a P&L that pencils out? And that's how we look at it. We don't say 35 or 21. That was Donald Trump. He's a pathetic businessman. He's a fraud. He's a failure. Everybody in the business world has always known that he's a fraud and a failure. And why every developer I've ever met said, never do business with him. He's crazy. He's untrustworthy. Why would we touch him? Obviously, he doesn't even use American banks, because no American bank who have plenty of lending capacity would lend to him. That's how he ended up at Deutsche Bank. So bottom line is we got to look at those things, drive the revenue side. But John Larson's proposal, Social Security, I love that proposal. Good step. But we got to look at everything. It can't just be, one side or the other side. So, but I guess I have one quick question. I got 30 seconds. Mr. Yarmouth, I've always loved working with you. What's holding us back from a serious bipartisan discussion? Is it special interest, the PACs, or members afraid of a primary challenger? What is holding us back from talking about policy?
I think it's, as someone who, by the way, is one of your best customers.
Thank you.
And founder and former co-chairman of the Bourbon Caucus. No, I think it's a combination of all those things, Mr. Trone. And, I think by and large, I think Mr. Womack has hit it on the head. The American people just are not savvy enough or knowledgeable enough about budget terminology, budget dimensions. It's easy to say, hey, we've got $33 trillion worth of debt when they have a family has a net worth of maybe $10,000, and not expect them to think that things are out of hand. We just don't know. And I know they're economists, and I'm not an economist, who will say, yeah, this is out of hand, interest rates are going to go here. But if you look at the baby boomers, I'm one of them, we're going to disappear from the scene. How does that change the long-term outlook? I just don't think the American people don't have enough information, and I don't think we have enough information to actually accurately portray where we are. And if we can't do it, then the American people are not they're going to be much more vulnerable to these rhetorical arguments and the exaggerations and so forth that is unfortunately what they get now. And
got to bring a lot more truth back to the matter and not a lot of such rhetoric and hyperbole.
And just let me say,
truth's what matters.
I totally agree with you about business people making decisions based on tax rates. I come from a family of business people. My father ran a Fortune 500 company. My brothers have been very successful. They've never made a decision based on the tax rate.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And given
Well, I think the chairman now recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, gentleman from Texas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And I thank the witnesses for appearing as well. Mr. Chairman, this hearing is ostensibly being held to investigate how Iran accesses restricted funds around the world, looking at 2 instances where the United States has granted waivers for Iran to access these specific restricted funds. Some of my colleagues across the aisle, however, may try to link these waivers to the attacks in Israel. This would be a callous attempt to politicize what is already a horrific crisis. We cannot allow this hearing to become a distraction action by my colleagues across the aisle from 23 days of legislative inaction. We cannot allow the blame game with political fallacies to masquerade as proven facts. Let's examine some of the political fallacies refuted by proven facts. Political fallacy 1. The $6 billion transferred from South Korea to Qatar has been handed over to Iran. Proven fact, not a scintilla of a cent. Some things bear repeating. Not a scintilla of a cent has been released to Iran. On October 12, 2023, the U.S. and Qatar agreed to restrict the funds in response to the attack on Israel. Political fallacy. The $6 billion are U.S. taxpayer dollars. Proven fact. U.S. presidents, including President Trump, have granted waivers for countries to purchase Iranian oil with each country's own money. No president has given foreign countries taxpayer dollars to purchase Iranian oil. Political fallacy. President Biden shouldn't allow Iraq to purchase electricity from Iran. Proven fact. Former President Trump allowed Iraq to buy electricity from Iran with the justification that Iraq had a fragile economy. Should former President Trump be denounced for allowing Iraq to buy electricity from Iran? In closing, I ask this. I ask this of my Republican colleagues. Where were you when President Trump allowed 8 countries to purchase oil from Iran? Where were you when former President Trump allowed Iraq to purchase electricity from Iran? And why is there no mention of President Trump in your distraction action memo? Now, to some things that the ranking member and I can agree on. What he said about Israel and what happened there, I think we can find common ground on. It was a horrific event. It is something that never should have happened and never should happen again. But we also have to concern ourselves with peace. And you have to concern yourself with peace at the genesis of war, else you may not know what type of war to execute. And we also have to concern ourselves with humanitarian aid for the Palestinians. There are many other things that we might agree on, but I do believe we agree on some of these. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, and I yield back.
I now recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. Let me start by thanking our witnesses for joining us today. Ahead of the 2020 presidential election, Iranian actors posing as members of the pro-Trump Proud Boys sent threatening email messages to Democratic voters in battleground states, circulated a video that falsely alleged voter fraud, and gained access to an election results website, with the overall goal to undermine public confidence in U.S. elections. As was indicated by Ms. Al-Najad, and certainly alluded to by many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Mr. Warwick, my question to you is with the national 2024 presidential election a little over a year away and campaigns already well underway, do you anticipate Iranian actors will once again attempt to meddle in U.S. elections through influence operations? And how do you expect evolutions in technology as indicated by Mr. Garbarino and AI, will affect these tactics?
So you can count on Iranian attempts to try to meddle in our election. We need to therefore, as a country, be prepared to understand it, detect it, and resist it. I have to say, Iran, though, as an AI power, is dwarfed by China as an AI threat to the United States. And in fact, meddling in our election from Russia and China ought also to be important concerns of this committee. It's very important that the committee, on a bipartisan basis, encourage American citizens to understand, detect, and resist foreign efforts to sow disinformation and division in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Warwick. In the wake of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine last year, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency launched the Shields Up campaign, which galvanized efforts to improve network defenses in anticipation of increased cyber attacks from Russia. Should we be concerned that Iran could engage in malicious activity in cyberspace to punish the United States for its support of Israel and erode public support for it?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Warwick, how can CISA's successful Shields Up campaign serve as a model for defending against and building resilience to potential cyber attacks from Iran?
So CISA's campaign was intended to encourage not the big companies that frankly can take care of themselves, but small businesses that are so dominant in our country and individual citizens to take the basic measures of cyber hygiene that are recommended by every technical expert and by CISA's experts. We all need to protect ourselves against these threats. Homeland security really does begin at home.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back 1 minute and 42 seconds.
The gentlelady yields. Thank you.
We're going to Ms. Jaipal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all so much for being here and for your testimony. Every student, staff, and faculty member deserves a college campus and a world that's free of discrimination. Anti-Semitism is wrong. I've consistently spoken out against it. I've consistently worked to ensure that we have full inclusion in our society and for people to be able to be who they are. It's also why I co-sponsored a factually correct Senate-passed bipartisan resolution this week denouncing anti-Semitism on college campuses and have consistently supported legislation and efforts to combat hate crimes and anti-Semitism. I'm glad my colleagues are talking about the dangers of fomenting hate because I think that is a real problem in our country. Anti-Semitism is not confined to our nation's universities. According to a January 2023 report entitled Anti-Semitic Attitudes in America, the Anti-Defamation League concluded that 85% of Americans believe at least one anti-Jewish trope, as opposed to 61% in 2019. A more recent ADL report shows a 388% rise in anti-Semitic incidents in the United States since the Hamas attacks, and yet our condemnation is not always consistent, particularly from my colleagues across the aisle. When the former president and 2024 Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump fanned the flames of anti-Semitism during his time in and out of office, congressional Republicans failed to call him out on his bigotry. For instance, as Jews all over the world were celebrating Rosh Hashanah in September of 2023, Donald Trump accused the Jewish people who did not support him in 2020 of voting to, quote, destroy America and Israel. Professor Nadel, you mentioned in your opening remarks that you were opposed to Congress legislating any definition of anti-Semitism in 2017, and you remain opposed today. Respecting your stance, can you briefly explain whether Trump's recent statement was anti-Semitic and why?
Could you give me the recent statement you want me to respond to?
The statement was he accused, in September of 2023, he accused the Jewish people who did not support him in 2020 of voting to, quote, destroy America and Israel.
I absolutely thought that that was anti-Semitic, and there have been other similar statements that I have thought were anti-Semitic, because what that statement was doing was buying into one of these very classic anti-Semitic tropes about the loyalty of the Jewish people, and that the question that they cannot be loyal to the nation in which they live because they hold a higher loyalty to their own people. But to say that they were being disloyal to the United States because they voted for a different political party is not saying that one is disloyal to the United States. It's just that they had a different view in terms of the party they preferred.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the first time that Trump attacked American Jews, nor was it the first time the 2024 Republican presidential frontrunner engaged with anti-Semitism for political means. When white supremacists chanted, quote, "Jews will not replace us," end quote, in 2017 as they marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, Donald Trump said, and he was president at the time, said, "There were very fine people on both sides." That is an exact quote. Very fine people on both sides. Professor Nadel, you discussed this example in your opening statement. Why are Donald Trump's words here anti-Semitic?
They are anti-Semitic because those people who were marching in Virginia were deliberately echoing Nazi practices. The Tiki Torch parade that they had that evening was designed to look exactly like a Nazi stormtrooper parade in the 1930s. They had planned the phrase, "Jews will not replace us." That's a reference to the notion of white supremacy and the idea that the Jews are somehow, again, one of these conspiracy theories, masterminds who were working to replace whites in America because they were bringing in immigrants and they were helping African Americans. And the idea underpinning that conspiracy theories is that those groups are not capable of orchestrating something like that by themselves. Only a worldwide Jewish conspiracy could do that.
Ms. Burdett, anything you want to add to that?
You know, I had a great opportunity to work at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum down the street with the least political people you'll ever meet in your life. And I had the opportunity, just through some amazing historians, to learn a lot about Nazi propaganda and the Goebbels playbook. And one of the key aspects of how Nazi propaganda worked, they said, try to take all of the negativity about Jews. Remember, their anti-Semitism was just a fake lie to blame Jews for what was wrong in their lives. That's what it is today, right, left, center. It's just a lie to blame me for what's wrong in someone else's life. But they said, try to take all the negative characteristics of Jews. It's effective if you can pull it together in the character of one person. And Der Stürmer very famously would have a picture of one Jew. And the historian told me, that's the George Soros conspiracy theory. It's straight out of the Goebbels playbook. And so people should criticize him. He is a philanthropist. It's okay. We've talked about philanthropists before, but we don't always think about that direct connection. That man and that family, pound for pound, are probably, because we have the internet, the largest single targets of anti-Semitism in Jewish history. And it doesn't mean you can't disagree with them, but I learned a lot from those apolitical historians educating me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope we speak out against anti-Semitism everywhere that we see it, not just in certain places. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm wondering if you consider the size of the national debt a concern in the budget deficits. Obviously, you disagree with Republicans on how to handle it, but I'm wondering if there's anything you think should be done other than higher taxes on the debt.
Yeah, 25% of America's debt, 25%. And we've now been a country for 247 years. 25% of America's debt was accumulated during the 4 years of the Trump administration. So, yes, we should look at some of the policies of the Trump administration, such as the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America, and our children and grandchildren were asked to shoulder $2 trillion worth of debt to pay for the lifestyles of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, who weren't even asking for a dramatic tax cut? Yeah, that's a problem. The interesting thing is that when you look at the Democratic track record, we actually reduced the deficit. Bill Clinton
inherited a deficit and turned it into a surplus. President Barack Obama inherited a $1.5 trillion deficit and 2 failed wars, as well as a great recession, and turned that $1.5 trillion deficit into a $500 billion deficit, cutting $1 trillion. And despite all of the problems inherited by President Biden, because the previous 4 years was a complete and total train wreck, President Biden was able to oversee one of the most productive Congresses in American history, American Rescue Plan, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, PACT Act, gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years, CHIPS and Science Act, which brought domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America, and the Inflation Reduction Act, striking a blow against the climate crisis, lowering prescription drug prices, including dropping the price of insulin to $35 a month, and did all of that while reducing the deficit by $1.7 trillion. So our view is that, yes, we are going to continue to deal with our debt and deficit problems because Democratic presidents have always done it. The problem actually comes from the extreme MAGA Republicans. They talk a good game. Their track record is horrible.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to first point out that it's ironic that in a discussion largely about so-called woke issues, that this is the least diverse panel I've seen in my 9 years in Congress. I love you. You're just like me, middle-aged white businessmen, but we don't represent all the American people. Second, I'd like to point out that, jumping on what my friend Mike Thompson said, in all of the community service work I've done, the incoming emails, 120,000 a year, not a single person has ever raised a woke retirement plan agenda to me. So I'm not quite sure what we're talking about. I also would like to, I love my friends on the other side. They're mostly really good people. I disagree with my friend Dr. Drew Ferguson, though, who says that the only purpose of a business is to make profit. I've been in business 46 years, and we thought part of our job was to serve the customer, to provide good customer service, good products. Part of our job was to hire people who could then build their lives, buy homes, educate their children. I thought part of our job was to serve the community in the best possible way, to strengthen America. And that this notion that Milton Friedman capitalism was the only way to go forward doesn't match the values of almost any business person I know. I know my friend Kevin Hearn, who did very well with McDonald's. I'm sure he was not just about profit. It's important, you know, Edward Deming says the very first rule of business is to survive. So you have to do that. And let me also just mention that my friend Mike Kelly talked about when you go home to Erie, Pennsylvania, people are still hurting. Yes, absolutely, people are still hurting. We have income inequality like we haven't seen in 100 years. Right now, we're dead last in the G7 countries in income inequality. 69% of our wealth is controlled by exactly 10% of our population. 2.5% of our wealth is controlled by half of our population. It's never been that bad. Inflation has slowed, but prices got really high, and they're not going back. I often fantasize about what would happen if Donald Trump had won in 2020. What would my Republican friends have blamed the inflation on? This wasn't too much money chasing too few goods. It was enormous supply chain disruptions and a tripling of the profit margins of virtually every business. In the meantime, we have the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, CHIPS and Science. All these things are long-term investments. We had labor productivity jump to 4.7% last quarter, the highest probably in our lifetimes. We're at 4.9% GDP in the third quarter, again, close to the highest in our lifetimes. The JOLTS job I looked up this morning, 9,553,000 jobs advertised. Again, a 2-to-1 ratio, which we've never seen before. But all these are long-term, and it's going to take a while for people really to feel the benefits of it. So let me, Mr. Reese, I want to turn to you. I was fascinated by the notion that in a debate about freedom, as a business person, I never wanted people to tell me how to invest my money. So why are we telling North Face and BlackRock and others, Carlyle, all these, I'm confused. I never thought BlackRock and Carlyle were the drivers of global socialism, as I'm hearing today. How can this be? Why should we be telling them how to invest money that people are put in their care because they want to maximize their investment? Why isn't the freedom for let business leaders invest it as they think proper? Because my reading, word for word, from the last thing is that, I don't know if I have it right in front of me. The 2022 AFL-CIO says, the rule clarifies retirement plan fiduciaries may consider, but are not required to consider, ESG factors just as they would consider any other investment factor. Mr. Reese.
That's exactly right, that the 2022 DOL ESG rule protects the ability of retirement plan fiduciaries to consider ESG factors when they're material to investing. And I don't care if you're considering an investment in China or an investment that involves environmental sustainability or workers' rights concerns. Those factors matter for investment returns. And if you put blinders, if you tell retirement plan fiduciaries they have to stick their heads in the sand and ignore these ESG risks, you're doing a grave disservice to the retirement security of America's working families.
It would be interesting to see. I just read that October was the warmest October since we've been keeping records for many hundreds of years. Do you think it might be responsible for an investment manager to think about the downside cost to our environment and our economy of all the things that are coming from climate change?
It would be imprudent not to consider those factors.
Great. Thank you very much. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
As for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to address this question to Ms. Marcellin. Earlier this year, we saw how quickly the banking system got into serious trouble when Silicon Valley Bank collapsed after experiencing the fastest bank run in United States history. We and the banking regulators worked through the weekend. Thankfully, Secretary Yellen, along with FDIC and the Fed, were able to take several measures on their own to stabilize the situation. As Congress examined what went wrong, committee witnesses, including Fed officials, highlighted that Silicon Valley Bank did not hold enough capital for its securities portfolio, which had large unrealized losses, and that SVB had to sell that portfolio at a steep loss to try to meet demands by depositors withdrawing their money. SVB didn't have to hold capital because a decade ago, our regulators, led by Trump, deviated from Basel III framework to allow regional banks to opt out from holding capital relating to a category called Accumulated Other Comprehensive Income, or AOCI, which includes a bank's securities portfolio. Trump's regulators made this worse by expanding how many banks could opt out, including banks like SVB. Ms. Marcellin, do you agree that U.S. banking regulators made a mistake by deviating from the Basel III agreement to allow banks like SVB to opt out from holding capital for their securities portfolio with large unrealized losses?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. Yes, absolutely. And, you know, the law that you point to that was essentially deregulatory for regional banks, we continue to see it wasn't just SVB, but, you know, the string of failures, which mostly was contained to those regional banks because they did not have the safety and soundness measures, which was pushed heavily by the Trump administration to think that regional banks do not pose the level of systemic risk as larger banks have, and we saw the consequences of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further, Ms. Marcellin, would you also discuss why Congress should not be discouraging, but rather encouraging the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and OCC to engage with their foreign counterparts on banking regulatory matters? For example, it seems like other countries are much further ahead in taking steps to address climate-related financial risks. For example, in the United Kingdom, their regulators included climate change in its insurance stress testing 4 years ago, and the Bank of England designed their 2021 stress test to aid their economy's transition to net zero and to analyze climate-related risk on capital requirements. Are there things our regulators can learn from them in determining how best to update requirements to ensure our banks are adequately considering and addressing climate-related financial risk?
Yes, absolutely. So first, our banks, even according to the Financial Stability Board, are the most globally interconnected banks. Regulators in there, and especially the Fed in fulfilling its mandate to, ensure safety and soundness, they need to be able to have insights into these banks' activities that frankly are borderless. And the only way to do so is to make sure that they're coordinating with their global counterparts. And because of our interconnectedness, we also have unique risk in that we have to consider, counterparty risk of various countries, various banks across the world. And again, the only way to fully do that comprehensively is to engage in these global standard setting bodies. And to the point of climate risk, it's a global crisis. It's a global phenomenon. To think that one country on its own can solve that or can address it without working in tandem with others, would be a mistake. And as I noted in my testimony, if even for our banks, for them to continue to be global players on the scale, they have to want, it's in their interest to have the regulators continue to participate in these bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. So basically what we're concluding, and perhaps you are too, that our hesitancy does not help us to understand creative ideas and new ideas and ways by which we can deal with climate change.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is now recognized.
I now recognize my friend, ranking member, gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, for any statement at any length that you may have.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, for calling this really important hearing. I would like to begin by recognizing Ms. Shamblin for being here and for the sacrifice that your family has made for our country on behalf of all of us, a sacrifice of which we owe a great debt that our nation will never be able to repay, but we will certainly try to do that sacrifice credit here and moving forward. And I also want to recognize the members of the Afghan military, my Afghan brothers and sisters who fought this war with great courage, with great fortitude, and both of us leave pieces of our heart in Afghanistan and with you and your families, and thank you for being here today as well. The purpose here, though, is to have a debate about a very challenging period in our nation's history. The chairman talked about pinpointing the day it all went wrong. Our service members and the American people do deserve that. They deserve an honest assessment of that. They deserve honesty and they deserve candor. And I, for my part, have been very clear about my criticisms of the withdrawal. And I continue to be clear about that. But telling the story of Afghanistan, our nation's longest war, 20 years, hundreds of billions of dollars, thousands of lives, just American lives, but also tens of thousands or more Afghan lives, requires a broader look. It would be doing a great credit and disservice to talk about this simply as the story of August of 2021. Because the day it all went wrong includes many days over many, many years. So I'd like to outline a chronology, a timeline that's extremely important here today. As you can see, starting on February 29th of 2020, there were 13,000 American service members in Afghanistan at the time that former President Trump signed the Doha Accord. By May 19th of 2020, there were 8,600 service members in Afghanistan. By September 3rd of 2020, Afghanistan was compelled to release 400 Taliban prisoners required under the agreement. Then by November 17th of 2020, we were down to 2,500 forces, or we announced a withdrawal of 2,500 forces by January of 21, before President Trump took off, or President Biden took office. Between December 1st and December 31st of 2020, there were 185 pro-government forces killed, over 3,000 security forces killed, and over 1,400 civilians killed by the Taliban during that period. far from compliance with the Doha Agreement. Then by January 15th, before President Biden took office, we had completed the withdrawal down to 2,500 forces. So the cement was hardening on the events of August 2021 way before it occurred. Highlighting a few key events. Again, it was February 29th of 2020 where Donald Trump signed the Doha Accord with the Taliban. Then you go to September 12th of 2020. The Afghan Taliban talks finally start, 7 months behind schedule. Then going to October 7th of 2020, Donald Trump started tweeting, and he said specifically that American troops would be home by Christmas. At the same time, they were trying to compel the Taliban to adhere to the deal and maintain security. The President of the United States is tweeting out that we're going to do an immediate withdrawal of troops, undermining everything that we had done way before 2021. So by January 15th of 21, the Afghan first vice president says that Trump made too many concessions to the Taliban and that violence will only increase. So yes, were there mistakes and missteps in August of 21? Undoubtedly there were. And we will do after action reviews, we'll have discussions to make sure that we can never repeat those mistakes again because we deserve to do better. Those who made the sacrifice that month deserve us to do better. But make no mistake, this is not the story of August 2021. And it would be doing a great disservice to the American people and all who made tremendous sacrifices if we did not recognize the many missteps that were made over 4 presidential administrations, Republican and Democrat, that were made over 10 Congresses, Republican and Democrat. Too many people sacrificed too much to look at this as a narrow story. President Biden, when he took office in January 2021, with the lowest number of troops that we had in decades, faced a simple choice. Do we abide by the Doha Agreement that was negotiated under the prior administration? Or do we go back to war with the Taliban, in which case we would have to surge a tremendous number of forces to protect the Americans who were still there, and we would be fighting to this day. That was the choice. Now you can disagree one way or the other on what that choice should have been, but that was the choice he was facing. There was no status quo. That was the terrible choice, and he made the decision to withdraw and pull out and to comply with the agreement. So with that history in mind, I look forward to hearing from the witnesses and having a discussion that befits the sacrifice of so many folks over the last 20 years. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking. I will now recognize my colleague, Ranking Member Crow, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to talk about the chronology leading up to the drawdown that I touched on in my opening remarks. You know, I served in Afghanistan multiple times. I served in Iraq. I've been in combat environments, and we know that the morale of forces is essential. The will to fight is the most powerful thing, right? More powerful than any weapon system, any strategy, any tactic, the will to fight. And morale is essential to that. So at a moment where we're trying to enhance morale, when we're trying to embolden our partners, there were a series of just deeply troubling statements and comments coming out of the former president's White House and from the former president himself. And I just would like to start with you, General Sadat, on a few of these. Here you have President Trump tweeting out on October 7th of 2020, we should have the small remaining number of our brave men and women serving in Afghanistan home by Christmas. Do you remember when that tweet went out?
I don't, but I was aware that he was trying to draw down troops to a minimum level.
What was the impact of this statement and your awareness and your force's awareness when these statements were being made?
Of course, statements made in Washington had a real impact, especially on us in the battleground. and these remarks have had its impact. But we continue to communicate with U.S. military, and we were told there was a backup plan that if things go south, the U.S. military will get involved, and they were actually gearing up and preparing for that, because both us and the U.S. military, like you served there, we knew that this deal would not stand, and we will get back on it.
Did you ever see this backup plan or get specifics of it?
I was a part of a trip in, I believe it was in February of 2021 in Garamsey district, where General Miller and myself visited Navy SEALs camp in Garamsey, and there I saw that there was a plan that the SEALs told us that if the orders were given when the deal goes off completely, they can destroy the Taliban in southern Afghanistan in 9 days. So for me, that sounded like a quite reassuring backup plan.
General, on November 11th, 2020, the former president wrote a memo, and in the memo he said, "I hereby direct you to withdraw all U.S. military forces from the Federal Republic of Somalia no later than 31 December 2020, and from the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan no later than 15 January 2021. Were you familiar with that memo when it was signed, as it went public?
No, sir, I don't recall. And I apologize for not recalling all of this. I was a combat soldier, and I was always busy fighting. But these things had its impact for sure.
Can you comment on the morale of your forces in 2020?
The morale of the forces went very bad when the Doha deal has happened. It was so dramatic, not only our forces politically, also giving the region the sense that the United States is leaving, a deterrence posture was lost. Politically, we could never recover, Congressman Crow, from what happened in Doha. We were seen as a government that is not respected by its own allies.
Mr. Roggio, I gather we disagree about the impact of the withdrawal from your opening statements. But I do want to just try to flesh out what I believe is a fact, and that is, if we had not abided by the timeline, and then we actually extended the timeline of the withdrawal of the Doha Agreement, but if we had not abided by the extended timeline of the withdrawal, it was pretty clear from the evidence we've gathered in transcribed interviews and prior hearings that the Taliban would have resumed offensive operations against the United States military in earnest. And at that point, we had 2,500 troops, the lowest amount we had had in almost 20, actually over 20 years. How many troops would the United States had to have surged into Afghanistan if we had not abided by the withdrawal timeline?
I can't speak to the number. I think one of my problems with our policy in Afghanistan has always been a discussion of the number of troops and not the quality of troops that we put in there. We could have put 100,000 cooks in Afghanistan, and it may not have made a difference. But if we'd have put in 5,000 combat forces, probably would have made a significant difference. Sir, you referenced Somalia. President Biden put U.S. troops back into Somalia after President Trump withdrew them. Why did he do so? Because he feared the collapse of the Somali government. Why was Somalia and the collapse of the Somalia government more important than the collapse of our 20-year project in Afghanistan?
Well, Mr. Roggio, on the issue of troops, I agree that composition of a unit is important, but 5,000 combat troops without support, without logistics, obviously does not matter. So would you agree, though, that 2,500 troops on the ground would not have been sufficient, that we would have had to have increased our footprint in Afghanistan?
I do agree that we would have had to have increased our footprint. What that number is, I can't tell you, but again, the Afghan forces were fighting, and Afghanistan did not collapse on August 13th. So the question was Afghanistan important enough to the Biden administration to maintain a commitment a U.S. commitment in Afghanistan? If the answer was yes, then he would have had to have put a number of troops back in. And if the answer was no, then as he believed, he ordered a withdrawal. But the withdrawal, as I stated in my verbal testimony, was never conditioned to allow the Afghan government and military to succeed. They were not given a chance. So to answer your question, yes, we would have needed more combat troops in Afghanistan, but how the withdrawal was executed was entirely predictable, and we all witnessed the results of that.
Thank you for that. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, may I ask unanimous consent that the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, a member of the full committee, be permitted to sit on the dais. She's not going to ask any questions.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Good day to everyone. Every day, the American people share with members of Congress, social media friends, family, and anyone who will listen that they live largely in fear for their future. When I scroll through my social media feeds, I see people worried they don't have job opportunities or job security the generation before them had, worried they don't have time, resources, or support to take care of sick parents or disabled relatives, worried they won't be able to afford to buy a home to call their own, worried they will not be able to see their kids, send their children to college, or simply provide for their children in the way they were provided for. I see Americans are concerned. I see parents concerned that schools are becoming unsafe for their children. I see Americans are concerned that rights are being taken away. Americans concerned that their vote might be discounted or may not even be able to cast a vote. In the discussion of the weaponization of the federal government, the majority has acknowledged the fact, in this discussion of the weaponization of government, one of the things that I've requested that we look into is the IRS audits of working class people and people of color, which are far, far at a higher rate than millionaires and billionaires, or a discussion in a hearing of actions by the former President Donald Trump and what he has said he will do to weaponize our government if reelected. However, we're not having a hearing about those topics. We're not having discussions. Congress is not engaged in making any headway on those things that Americans are most concerned with. Today, we're having a hearing with witnesses on the Republican side, two of whom we've already heard from. In fact, this is the second hearing where Republicans have brought out repeat witnesses, the second hearing in a row. In preparation for the 2024 presidential election, Republicans on this committee want to entrench their theory of social media censorship, their unfounded accusation that social media companies are colluding with the government to censor conservative voices. There's no evidence of this collusion, and in fact, this committee has heard closed-door testimony from 29 witnesses who have said on the record, government, as well as social media individuals, that the alleged collusion and supposed censorship claimed by the committee Republicans has not taken place. But Republicans won't release that testimony, and they are not being honest with the American people. Because as they ramp up their own misinformation campaign before the 2024 election, they need free rein to elevate hate, to engage in voter suppression online, in addition to their normal in-person voter suppression tactics. This hearing suits political purposes. Republicans are holding the same hearing all over again for one simple reason. They want to distract from the actual threat of the weaponization of government on the American people. That is Donald Trump. In the past few months, Trump has said that he would reinstate the Muslim travel ban. In fact, his exact words were, "When I return to office, the travel ban is coming back even bigger than before and stronger than before." He has vowed to use the Department of Justice to investigate his political enemies. He has said that those who oppose him should be executed for treason. He has called his political opponents cockroaches, vermin, said that immigrants are poisoning American society. He has promised to use the Insurrection Act to mobilize the military against any protesters who speak out against him if he wins re-election. Those do not resonate as plans of a democratic leader. They sound like a dictator. They promise to be one who will silence his enemies and hold on to power at any cost. As the first branch of government, it is our job to be a check on that kind of undemocratic, unstable rhetoric in this republic. Donald Trump's statements are outrageous, and this committee and every member that serves on it should be outraged by them. And every American should be outraged at this committee by not having hearings on that. Many want to shield a man who, as many experts have identified, as spouting rhetoric cribbed from Nazi regime, calling his enemies cockroaches and vermin, saying that those who oppose him are poisoning the blood of America, and even calling for the execution of people who simply speak out against him. For 4 years, this man implemented loyalty tests, called for violence against his opponents, pardoned his friends, tried to illegally keep people out of the country because of their religious beliefs. He shoved children in cages, tried to illegally deploy the United States military to put down peaceful Black Lives Matter protests, and systematically dismantled the civil rights protections afforded to all Americans. And if he comes back, that will just be the start. That is why he has very clearly said what he would do over and over. Beyond loyalty tests, he plans to purge the government of all career officials and national security advisors who questions them. He plans to indict anyone who runs against him. He plans to silence protesters with the use of military force. He plans to make this country his, not the Americans' people. These plans will not just impact those who work in government. His plans are going to undermine the safety of every American when he appoints national security officials because they are loyal to him, not because they understand national security. They're going to impact people in areas that need support if he feels that they didn't vote against him. These plans are going to hurt men and women bravely serving in our military and law enforcement who are going to be forced to choose between carrying out fundamentally illegal unconstitutional orders and losing their job. Today we have Ms. Troy before us as a witness who has bravely spoken out to tell the world how Trump's White House had a culture of fear, how he had dictator-like tweets and statements, how he incited his followers to violence, and how he orchestrated detailed plans to spin his conspiracies into action by his followers. And she can say this with authority because she was there. She is a Republican who was in the Trump administration. When she says he means what he says, or that he will do everything in his power to make his dangerous promises come true, she speaks from experience. To use the words of the former United States Poet Laureate, Dr. Maya Angelou, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And Ms. Troy, I want to apologize in advance for any attacks made against you today, which I'm sure will come, or afterwards. I want to thank you for your bravery coming forward and testifying today and speaking truth at all times, to be worried more about America than you are about winning. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back without objection. All of the
Chair now recognizes the ranking member, the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for his opening statement.
He's not eating. He's not eating. Mar-a-Lago, what the hell, Kevin? They're really worried, McCarthy said. Trump's not eating, so they asked me to come see him. What? You went to Mar-a-Lago because Trump's not eating? Liz Cheney responded. He's really depressed, McCarthy said. That's why we're here. Trump's not eating, and this entire Congress has been Jim Jordan and MAGA Republicans feeding Trump. They're just feeding the beast with the insane hearings that they're holding all over the Capitol. That's why these three witnesses have been pulled out of the important work they do, is because Trump is not eating. This is not the first feast for the beast. In fact, we've seen this the whole Congress. We saw the creation of the Weaponization Committee. There have been multiple investigations into the investigation of Hunter Biden. There's been an investigation into the prosecutor who indicted Hunter Biden. There have been efforts to defund the FBI, who were a part of a raid onto Mar-a-Lago. There's been an effort to undermine the New York District Attorney's investigation into the former president. They brought in prosecutors who were a part of that investigation. There have been letters to Fani Willis in her January 6th investigation into the former president. So you're just here as a part of an effort to feed the beast. And Jim Jordan, who has assembled this hearing today, and the other MAGA Republicans are just working every day as Trump's chef. But this isn't Top Chef. This is the United States Congress. We were sent here to govern. We're not sent here to work every day on behalf of one person. He's not eating, and that's why you're here, to feed him. And then there's the comical hypocrisy that Jim Jordan would convene a hearing around anyone's subpoena compliance. You see, we are now 567 days, 19 hours, 12 minutes, and 35 seconds into Jim Jordan refusing to comply with the subpoena for his involvement in January 6th, an attack on the Capitol. And you would think that a member of Congress who has sworn an oath to defend the Constitution would want to help their government in the largest investigation the country has ever taken. The largest investigation with the most indictments, the most witnesses, the most trials around a single event. The chairman of this committee, who's got a problem with the subpoena compliance, and we're going to talk about the over-compliance that we've seen from your agencies. It's just comical that he would call a hearing to complain about you complying with subpoenas when he, 567 days in, won't even comply with his own. In these claims, it's clear that what Republicans want to do to impeach Joe Biden is not working. They can't draw the straight line between what they think Hunter Biden did and what they want Joe Biden to have done. They may prove at the end of this Congress that Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son. That may be coming. But they have not proved anything else, and so they're trying to draw the foul. They're going to ask for dozens, hundreds, thousands of documents, and they're going to hope that you're not going to respond to one of them, so now they have an obstruction of justice case to use as the predicate for impeachment. I also want to talk about the transcribed interviews, because you all have sent to this committee 92 individuals to be a part of transcribed private interviews. Not for the public to observe, but 92 private transcribed interviews. Take a guess at how many of those interviews have resulted in a public hearing. It's zero. It is all theater. It is all to feed the beast, because Donald Trump's not eating. So they have to haul these people in. They learn in private that there is no wrongdoing, and so we never hear about it in public. Finally, the center of so many of these investigations has been the current president's son. And you would think, after a year of hearings about the current president's son and the indictments against the current president's son and the prosecutors involved in the case of the current president's son and the private transcribed interviews around the current president's son, that you would see the Republicans bring in for a public hearing the president's son. And so what happened this week? The Republicans subpoena Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden says, great, I'll come in, I'll testify publicly. And Jim Jordan and James Comer, they can't take yes for an answer. They don't want him to testify publicly. And it's for the same reason that the other 92 witnesses have never come in. It is all to just feed the beast, to keep Donald Trump happy. So, welcome to a post-Thanksgiving meal to feed Donald Trump. And I introduce to you the chefs, led by Top Chef Jim Jordan and Chef Boy McCarthy, who went down to Mar-a-Lago, in their effort to keep Donald Trump happy. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Castro.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony. And Mr. Wolf, during your time in the Trump administration at DHS, you oversaw the design and implementation of the monstrous and cruel family separation policy, tearing children away from their families, many of whom are yet to be reunited with their parents. Here are a few examples of those kids that you ripped from their families. You've suppressed a DHS report about the dangers of white supremacy. Your tenure at DHS was marred with significant ethical and legal concerns. Your communications during January 6th mysteriously disappeared. And there are serious ethical questions about your relationship with a lobbying firm. You explicitly defied congressional subpoenas to testify in front of the then Democratic Congress, yet you've shown up today voluntarily, yet feel comfortable testifying here today. Federal courts even ruled that your tenure as quote-unquote acting secretary of DHS was illegal. In your testimony, you've described many of President Biden's efforts as quote-unquote illegal. But I find it ironic that we should trust you on what is lawful given your extensive disregard for American law. So let's discuss one of those egregious policies you implemented that was eventually struck down by American courts. Mr. Wolf, you were one of the key architects of the Trump administration's efforts to separate families at the border. Children as young as 4 months were mercilessly taken from their parents, with almost 1,000 children still not reunited with their families years later, even though the Biden administration set up a task force to reunite them. I'm a father of 3 kids, a 9-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old son, and an 18-month-old daughter. Do you have kids, Mr. Wolf?
I do.
What you did is unimaginable, unimaginable, inhumane, and despicable. And quite frankly, I'm surprised the chairman invited you to be here today. Yet earlier this week, when you were asked about revisiting family separations, you said that, quote, all options need to be on the table. As we all know, we're having an important debate about immigration in the Congress and for the presidency. So I'd like to ask you an important question. I'd like a yes or no answer. I'd like you to be a straight shooter. You are from Texas, after all. Would you advise this or a future administration to once again separate families as the Trump administration did?
So I will stand by my statement that you, I think, quoted earlier, that all options should be on the table. But what I would say is that there are a number of effective programs, including MPP and others that I'm sure we'll talk about, that address the situation along that border. And the crisis that we faced in 18 is very different than the crisis that we face today.
So that means that you do think that it should be considered and possibly used.
That's not my response.
For the record here, I'll remind you, Mr. Wolf, that what you did is inhumane. And I'll be requesting that the Biden administration release all documents related to family separation policy, and we'll settle the matter once and for all on your involvement in that policy. I also want to ask you another important question. It's often the case that folks who give testimony before Congress, folks who served in one administration, if there is a second administration, they will often serve again. That's true for Democrats and Republicans. There's a chance that if President Trump is elected to office, that you might be considered to serve in the administration again, regardless of what my opinion or the opinion of others here may be of you. So, Mr. Wolf, do you or your organization support the use of military force in Mexico, even without the consent of the Mexican government, as many leading Republican officials have called for?
I've been on record as supporting all hands or all options should be on the table when we look at the threat of cartels and the violence against Americans.
So you might counsel a yes?
I think all options should be considered. This idea of taking options off the table for a variety of different policy issues that we have addressed, it makes no sense. And I should say all the other things that you leveled against me are all just absurd on their face.
Listen, your America First Policy Institute is closely related with President Trump. So I just have one final question for you and your colleague, if you wish to answer it. What happens to the America First Policy Institute if President Trump goes to prison?
The America First Policy Institute will continue to be around for hundreds of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mike McCall, and we appreciate.
Thank you, member.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2017, as some of you may recall, one of Trump's first official actions as president was to issue the chaotic executive order barring any travel from 7 predominantly Muslim countries, effectively serving as a Muslim ban. He continued these attacks on immigrant communities throughout his presidency. And he has promised to strip immigrants, if elected again, of their benefits and work permits, execute the largest deportation effort in American history, strip immigrant children of American citizenship, even if they're born here, and reinstate and expand the Muslim ban. Ms. Troy, you were an advisor in the White House when the Muslim travel ban was implemented. Can you tell us, as a national security expert, what happened when that ban took place? Was there advice given before the president issued that?
Sure, there were numerous discussions, and just to clarify, during the travel ban time, I was at DHS. I was the lead intelligence officer on the travel ban, coordinating the entire community. There were significant discussions on intelligence assessments conducted. I will say that there were heated discussions and meetings where members of the Trump administration, loyalists who wanted to override community intelligence assessments to suit the countries that they wanted on the list. There was significant pushback. There was advice from career intelligence officers, senior intelligence officers like myself, about the threshold of these assessments. I will tell you that it went to the extent where there were senior officials Googling what they considered to be intelligence input and sending it to me to be included in official community coordinated intelligence assessments and saying that those were facts, which was appalling to me because that is not how the intelligence community, it's not how we operate. So there were numerous situations like that where that was the kind of dynamic that we faced on critical issues like this, which impact numerous matters of national security that I can't get into because they're classified, but those matters of national security when discussing certain countries and the impacts of the travel ban were serious, and they were raised.
So in the execution of that travel ban, can you explain to us or share with us the interagency actions in the immediate announcement of the travel ban? Was this something that had been worked through?
No.
How did that happen?
No, we were blindsided by when it was issued, especially at DHS. As you saw, it was horrible. There was chaos at the airports, which you saw. We did not have the proper time to figure out how we were going to implement this executive order. There was no coordination of how we would carry these things out, especially in the aftermath of it. I remember CBP agents sitting at airports and TSA, like everyone was mass confusion about what was happening. The leadership of the department was not consulted or given a heads up. That is kind of how that played out at the beginning.
And this is from a newly elected president who did not understand the levers of power that he had upon coming into office. I can only imagine in the next administration, should he be elected, what he would do understanding that. An individual who has a long history of racist controversies, who has xenophobia in his usage of what he has done. 1991 book by John O'Donnell in Trump's criticism of a black accountant. He says, "Black guys counting my money, I hate it. The only kind of people I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes every day. I think that the guy is lazy, and it's probably not his fault because laziness is a trait in blacks. It really is. I believe it's out of his control." And when questioned about it, he said, "The stuff O'Donnell said about me is probably true." This is an individual who, when he was in the White House, denied making the comment about shithole countries that people should go back to, although senators, US senators, present at the meeting said that it would happen. Ms. Troy, you signed a statement with over 130 national security experts that explained how Trump had routinely vilified immigrants in this country, which among other things makes him unfit to be the commander-in-chief. Many of us are offended when he demonizes individuals, immigrants from a moral and personal perspective. But what effect does it practically have on national security stability when Trump broadly demonizes immigrant groups in this country?
Well, I am the daughter of immigrants. My mom is a Mexican immigrant, and I am of Mexican descent, and I will say—
Which the president said were rapists, right?
Correct. I remember that. And I will say that it leads to anti-immigrant sentiment. It leads to attacks on immigrants. It leads to situations like when they repeat the Great Replacement narratives. It leads to mass shootings like the one in El Paso at the Walmart where my aunt was in, when the shooter talked about the Hispanic invasion of Texas. It leads to situations like that. It leads to the violence and hate that you are continuing to see in the divisiveness of this country. I will tell you that it also speaks to another scenario that I remember clearly was when Trump kept calling it the China virus, and he did it on purpose, and it was the attacks on Asian people in this country increased during the pandemic. That is one thing that I know was recognized internally in the White House, that rhetoric would increase attacks on Asian Americans here, Asians in our country. I will tell you that Mike Pence took that very seriously. He did not use that lingo because he knew that it would lead to these types of hateful acts that we're still seeing in our country today.
The gentleman yields back. We have one more.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Phyllis McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a line of questions. In your testimony to, I believe it was Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Wolf, Hamilton specifically said that most of the people coming to the border were opportunists. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so I wanted to talk to you about the parole program also. This situation and this hearing is personal to me, being one of the only Haitian Americans in Congress. In addition to that, I wanted to give you some description of the people you call opportunists. We recently had a hearing in September where we had people from Haiti actually talk about the circumstances. There was a mother there who talked about how, as she was taking her daughter to school, she saw over 50 people who were lynched hanging from trees, and so she wanted to come to the United States. Is she an opportunist?
Yes.
She's an opportunist fleeing from destruction and terrorism in the country. You consider her an opportunist?
Unless you are describing a person who was targeted by the government of Haiti.
Are you aware that right now
being persecuted
are you aware
on account of a political opinion or any kind of anything else? So she's not eligible for asylum.
I'm claiming my time. Thank you very much, sir. Are you aware of the state of the government in Haiti, that there really is no government right now, and that the gangs are actually taking over the country? Yes or no?
I am quite aware.
Okay, thank you. So my next
conditions in
question
Haiti.
is, there's a father also whose entire family was kidnapped, and he watched his daughter and his wife get raped repeatedly by over 50 men, and they too went through the parole program and came to the United States. Are they opportunists?
Yes.
Under your circumstance, they're opportunists?
Yes.
Okay, my next question is, when my parents were fleeing a dictator, on my mother's way to school, she saw them hanging children and shooting them in front of her. Was my mother who fled the dictator an opportunist?
Well, now that's the difference, is because in that description, you just said that your mother was fleeing a dictator. And so, no, your mother was not an opportunist.
Right now, the
your
government
mother sounds
of Haiti,
like she was
excuse
fleeing,
me, sir.
Well,
Right now,
I'm
in
sorry,
Haiti-
I'm trying to give you an answer.
No, your answer
She's
is
fleeing
sufficient.
political
Excuse me, sir, your
persecution,
time,
which means
your
that
time.
she actually
So
qualifies
as I mentioned,
for asylum under
I'm
our
claiming my
asylum
time,
laws.
sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
So
much.
what I want to explain to you is that right now, with the state of Haiti and how it is right now with no government and the gangs are actually running the country, there is no difference between the dictator and what they're suffering now. So I just wanted to make sure that these assumptions that you're making and trying to say that they're opportunists and saying that the Biden administration is actually abusing its humanitarian parole privileges are actually false. And the fact that you cannot see that these people actually need help and that they do deserve humanitarian parole just shows the cruelty of your heart and you not understanding what our greatness and our strength is as Americans. And so I wanted to go back to another question which I had for you also. I was looking at your background. Could you please talk about your diplomacy experience that you've had?
the diplomacy experience I've had?
Yes, because in our committee, we actually have jurisdiction when it comes to diplomacy. So I would like to hear more about your diplomacy experience so we could talk about how we can treat the root causes, because your testimony is really focused on opportunist and negative ideas. And even, I wanted to ask you also, do you believe these people who are coming in under the parole program, and it's not just Haiti, if we're looking at Venezuela, Nicaragua, and also Cuba, they have the similar situations where they can't exist in these countries. So I wanted to know, what was your diplomatic experience? Because you mentioned something that was interesting. You said that these young people are coming because the door is open, and that's what's leading the economy of these countries to lean on China. And so, you know, from a diplomatic standpoint, it doesn't make sense. So I want you to go into the full detail of your diplomatic experience.
Well, I would say that over the course of 4 years during the Trump administration, I was engaged in many discussions with many foreign partners, including international travel to several of these different countries that we're talking about today, including Haiti. So I don't know what kind of experience you think that I need to have, because quite frankly,
Well, the diplomatic
I am an
experience that I was
American
looking for
citizen
was one for you to
testifying about American laws and the effect on our country.
Sir. Once again, I wanted to make sure that your testimony and the assertions you're making about diplomacy, right, and saying that these are the root causes, it doesn't make sense. So I wanted to get back to my last question. Actually, is going to be for Mr. Isaacson. Could we talk about what would happen with the removal of the parole program?
If the parole program is removed, you'll see 30,000 more people who do not qualify for it. A large number of them are in some danger and will try to seek asylum by coming all the way to the U.S.-Mexico border.
And so do you believe that removal of the parole program would actually exacerbate what we have at the border, or would it preclude people from coming to the border?
No, when the parole program went into effect, the number of people from Haiti, Nicaragua, and Cuba in particular plummeted. Venezuela did for a while. And yeah, you would see a reversal of that.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Wolf, do you know how many...
Donald Trump is a wannabe dictator. That was the case during the 4 years that he served in Washington. That was the case, and was evidenced by the violent insurrection that he incited in an effort to turn himself into a tyrant. And that will always be the case if he somehow manages to get elected to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I had a very good working relationship with Kevin McCarthy, and I wish Kevin McCarthy and his family nothing but the best in terms of the next chapter professionally in his life.
Buddy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the Republican presidential frontrunner's criminal connections after the latest Republican presidential debate. At least 11 key figures in Donald Trump's past administration were indicted or convicted of serious crimes during and after his administration. Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign manager, was convicted of tax and bank fraud. Michael Flynn, Trump's national security advisor. His national security advisor was charged with working with Russia. Tom Barrack, a Trump fundraiser, was charged with spying for the United Arab Emirates. Steve Bannon, Trump's political advisor, was charged with stealing millions of dollars from border wall investors. In addition, more than 1,100 people have been charged after Trump encouraged them to overthrow the U.S. government on January 6, 2021. And an appeals court ruled that Trump could be sued for inciting that insurrection. These are not the associations of someone fit to be a presidential candidate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.